Trapped in a world of rigid noble status, one man defied every expectation. He was labeled a weakling, but his hidden power would soon shock everyone. Watch as he turns the tables on those who dared to look down on him. The path to god-tier magic begins with a single, impossible choice. Our story begins in the bustling, noble district of Ebelstein, a place defined by status. Here, magic is everything, and those without it are treated like absolute trash. Derek, our protagonist, was stuck with the lowest classification, 1-star magic. Bro really thought he could just exist without being harassed by local bullies. The local thugs didn't realize that behind his calm exterior, he was observing everything. With piercing red eyes, he stared them down, refusing to back away. Later, by the warmth of a campfire, he reflected on his harsh reality. He knew that for normal people, rising above this rank was an impossible dream. The seasons turned, and the cold winter winds of Ebelstein began to bite. But even in the dead of winter, new life finds a way to bloom. Derek knelt in the dirt, focusing his mana until a blue aura erupted. The sheer intensity of his concentration left him drenched in sweat. His mentor watched in disbelief, thinking, could this kid actually grasp the flow of mana? Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a terrifying, newfound intensity. He wasn't having any of it, he was ready to break his limits. With a flick of his wrist, he manifested a shimmering magic arrow. The projectile whistled through the air, piercing the wooden target with ease. The look on his mentor's face was absolutely priceless. Derek looked down, realizing the weight of the power he had just unlocked. Night fell and the duo retreated to their humble tent for the evening. The old man grumbled, some noble brats reach 3 stars before their coming-of-age ceremony. Derek just kept eating his bread, unfazed by the talk of noble status. He knew his journey was just beginning and he wouldn't be stopped. Perhaps this drive was a manifestation of his deep, hidden longings. He watched the fire flicker, dreaming of a future he would forge himself. Rain began to pour, turning the ground into a muddy, miserable mess. He stood over the grave of his past, feeling the cold rain fall. Every drop of water seemed to wash away his old, weak self. He grabbed a shovel, determined to bury his failures once and for all. With a heavy heart, he finished his work in the pouring rain. Standing before the makeshift cross, he whispered a final, silent goodbye. He closed his eyes, preparing his mind for the system's next prompt. A blue interface suddenly flickered into existence before his tired eyes. The system warned, you cannot make any changes to your decision. He had unlocked the basics, and now he had to choose his path. 4 long years passed in the blink of an eye. He met Keisha Flameheart, the former mistress of a fallen noble house. She was a 3-star mage who had seen the worst of the world. Working through the Beldun mercenary corps, she became his greatest teacher. Derek sat with his mentor, Keisha Flameheart, absorbing every lesson she had to offer. They found themselves at Tavern Beldun's Tier, a place where secrets often lingered. Keisha looked at him with intensity, reminding him, Derek, you have that kind of talent. She knew his potential was rare, even if he was still just finding his footing. He listened intently, his red eyes reflecting a quiet, burning determination to improve. She commanded, now, close your eyes and feel your mana, pushing him to focus deeper. He struggled to visualize the energy, but she urged him to bring his imagination into reality. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted from him, shaking the very foundation of the room. Keisha watched him with a sharp, knowing gaze, clearly impressed by his raw output. The air crackled as Derek pushed his limits, his mana manifesting in a brilliant display. She saw the spark of brilliance in his eyes, realizing he was ready for more. The tavern walls groaned under the pressure, the sheer force of his awakening causing a commotion. Patrons scrambled in panic, shouting, what's that sound? As the building shook. Derek, realizing he had caused a scene, quickly ordered, go check outside, to avoid detection. She grabbed his hand, pulling him away before the guards could pinpoint the source. He followed her lead, moving quickly through the shadows to escape the prying eyes. Outside, the guards were already on high alert, convinced that an explosion had just occurred. They slipped through the narrow alleys, moving like ghosts in the fading evening light. He looked back at her, whispering, Master, as they finally found a moment of safety. She glanced back, her expression unreadable but filled with a strange, lingering wisdom. He nodded, confirming he understood the gravity of what he had just achieved. She reminded him, and magic is the greatest privilege among them, grounding his newfound power. She explained how the world viewed strength, noting that such blessings usually favored the nobility. He absorbed her words, realizing that power was a double-edged sword in their society. The weight of her teachings settled on him, shaping his path as a future instructor. A system notification confirmed his growth. he had successfully unlocked 2-star magic capabilities. She had taught him everything, even sharing stories of the high society she once inhabited. But after a year of intense training, the inevitable moment of departure finally arrived. She came from a lineage so prestigious that even the Grand Duke showed respect. He watched her go, knowing their time together had fundamentally changed his life. She gave a final wave, leaving him to carry on the legacy of her knowledge. His status screen glowed, listing his newly acquired spells and his impressive, growing repertoire. He closed his book, the weight of his responsibilities feeling heavier than ever before. He walked toward the door, ready to step out into a world that needed him. His eyes burned with a new resolve, marking the birth of a truly elite instructor. Back at the tavern, his associate cheered, "How's this, Derek? We finally got a proper request." He approached the counter, ready to see what kind of trouble awaited him this time. The man grinned, clearly excited about the potential payout from a high-profile client. He remained calm, his focus entirely on the challenge rather than the gold. The man shouted, "It's Duplain, you know. Duplain uses gold like people use water," as greed took over. The man leaned in, his eyes gleaming with greed as he tried to pressure Derek. Derek didn't even blink, his calm demeanor remaining unshaken by the talk of gold. He stared at the coins on the table, unimpressed by the meager display of wealth. "Bro really thought he could buy our guy with a few measly coins." Derek stood up to leave, clearly not interested in the man's desperate sales pitch. He glanced back, his red eyes cold and indifferent to the man's frantic shouting. The man panicked, yelling, "If I could get someone else, I'd do it myself." He desperately tried to justify the need for a mage to handle some monsters. Derek wasn't having any of it, his patience wearing thin with the constant badgering. The man grinned, thinking he finally had Derek hooked on the potential payout. He looked down at the coin in his hand, contemplating the offer with silence. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as his high-profile clients finally made their grand appearance. The man shoved Derek forward, demanding he pay his respects to the noble guests. The noble looked down at him, sneering, "I had some expectations, but you're just a child." The man started sweating bullets, trying to smooth over the awkward tension immediately. The noble dismissed him entirely, stating, "This isn't a task to entrust to some child." He turned away, leaving the group behind while the noble lady followed closely. She kept her head bowed, her expression hidden beneath a mysterious blue hood. Derek watched them leave, his face unreadable as he processed the entire interaction. The scene shifted to the lush, green wilderness outside the city of Ebelstein. A goblin lunged from the shadows, but Derek was already one step ahead. He moved with lethal precision, his red eyes glowing as he struck the beast. Leaving everyone speechless, he sliced through the monster with effortless, practiced skill. Another goblin tried to sneak up, but Derek sensed it before it moved. He parried the blow, his blade flashing in the sunlight with deadly intent. Standing over the fallen creature, he looked like a seasoned veteran of war. He unleashed a surge of energy, clearing the remaining threats in one go. With the area secured, he calmly reported, "It's all finished, dispatch officer." The noble party looked on, clearly surprised by his sudden display of competence. The lady in the blue hood offered a faint, cryptic smile of approval. Back at Tavern Beldon's tier, the mood was significantly more chaotic and loud. Pelline was absolutely livid, her face flushed with pure, unadulterated rage. She jumped onto the counter, screaming, "We must not become a noble's dog." She grilled the man, asking if he'd really sold his pride for gold. When she heard the price was only 1 silver, her jaw hit the floor. The man just shook his head, trying to ignore her hilarious, drunken outburst. Pelline's eyes sparkled with greed, suddenly changing her tune about the job. She shouted, "Then please let me crawl between their legs too," causing total chaos. She eventually passed out on the counter, leaving a puddle of drool behind. Derek watched the mess, his expression remaining as stoic and mysterious as ever. Without missing a beat, he sat stoically at the tavern, unfazed by the chaotic scene unfolding before him. He reflected on the strange encounters that had recently crossed his path in Ebelstein. A mysterious woman had handed him a package, deepening the intrigue surrounding his work. Bro really thought he could just relax, but the job never truly ends for him. His sharp red eyes scanned the room, missing absolutely nothing in this tense environment. The man across from him grunted, "We just do the job and take the money." Derek remained silent, his expression unreadable as he weighed the man's blunt, mercenary words. He sat there, the ultimate professional, while the others bickered over their petty concerns. Having cleared the area of goblins, he declared, With this, goblins won't be showing up. The client smirked, already calculating the next move. Now then, how shall we handle payment? Suddenly, the glint of gold coins filled the air, catching everyone's greedy attention immediately. His companion cheered. Derek, look at this. 2 gold coins, we could finally live large. The older man cleared his throat, clearly unimpressed by the amateur display of excitement. He adjusted his monocle, looking down on them as if they were mere street urchins. Derek wasn't having any of it, keeping his cool despite the sudden influx of wealth. The offer was substantial. For this request, the Grand Duchy will pay 15 gold coins. The official stared coldly, his silence speaking volumes about the weight of his authority. Derek stared back, his gaze piercing and sharp, refusing to be intimidated by the status. A carriage rattled down the path, signaling that their journey was far from over. They arrived at the imposing gates of the Grand Duchy of Duplain's massive residence. Derek stepped out with confidence, looking like he owned the place despite his humble origins. The official chuckled, oh, come on now, trying to break the heavy tension. His face remained a mask of stone, completely ignoring the man's attempt at forced camaraderie. His companion panicked, oh my, what do we do now? Clearly out of depth. A woman approached with a serene smile, seemingly unbothered by the surrounding noble drama. He introduced himself firmly, I'm Jaden, captain of the Belden Mercenary Corps, asserting his presence. Derek's eyes narrowed, sensing that something significant was about to happen in this house. An elegant dress swished as someone approached, the sound echoing through the grand hall. He whispered to himself, then, that person is, finally realizing who they were meeting. The mysterious figure pulled back their hood, revealing a face of striking noble beauty. Long, dark hair cascaded down, catching the light as she stepped into the open. Derek watched her, his red eyes reflecting a rare moment of genuine, focused interest. She spoke with authority, I want to appoint you as the tutor for my sister, Diella. He felt the pressure rising, a single bead of sweat betraying his calm exterior. The Grand Duchy of Duplain was a place where one wrong move meant total ruin. Massive doors swung open, revealing the inner sanctum where the real power resided. A voice shouted, Father Valerian, please take a look at this, shattering the silence. The man at the desk looked up, his sharp gaze cutting through the room's tension. He declared, the one who needs to act with dignity isn't me but Diella, furiously. A maid wept in the corner, overwhelmed by the harsh words echoing through the office. The atmosphere in the room turned icy as the man at the desk glared with cold, sharp eyes. He wasn't having any of it, pointing an accusatory finger while shouting about broken objects and lost dignity. Bro really thought he could intimidate everyone, but his aggressive posturing only made the tension thicker. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the air, Rhaeg. The man, Valerian, stood tall, his expression unreadable yet radiating an aura of absolute authority. Rhaeg looked up, his face twisted in a mix of frustration and genuine fear. Memories of the noble lady flashed through his mind, a reminder of the chaos he couldn't control. He gritted his teeth, clearly struggling to maintain his composure under the intense pressure. Valerian adjusted his glasses, his calm demeanor acting as the perfect foil to the room's volatility. Rhaeg tried to justify his outburst, but his words were stumbling and lacked any real conviction. Without warning, Valerian reached out and firmly gripped Rhaeg's head, forcing him into submission. The sheer force of the movement slammed Rhaeg down, leaving him stunned and breathless. Valerian loomed over him, his voice a low, dangerous growl. I believe I told you that's not your decision to make. Rhaeg lay on the floor, bloodied and defeated, realizing he had severely miscalculated his standing. Valerian stared down at him with a look of pure, calculated indifference. Just then, Derek and the noble lady entered the room, completely unaware of the violent scene. They walked in with an air of calm, their presence shifting the focus of the entire office. She whispered softly, she's probably not well known to the public, trying to keep their arrival low-key. The heavy doors creaked open, signaling their arrival to the occupants inside. Everyone turned in shock, someone gasping, "V Valerian," as they realized who was present. Valerian offered a polite, almost mocking smile, his composure instantly restored. The lady stood beside Derek, her expression serene and entirely unfazed by the tension. Valerian waved a hand dismissively, saying, "So let's catch up later," while Rhaeg scrambled to hide his face. Derek's eyes narrowed, his red gaze scanning the room for any signs of trouble. Rhaeg and Valerian stood side by side, the contrast between the beaten man and the composed leader being stark. Derek's sharp eyes caught every detail, his instincts as a tutor immediately kicking into gear. He noticed the weeping maid in the corner, his expression softening with genuine concern. Derek remained silent, his mind clearly processing the power dynamics at play. Valerian finally spoke. I'm relieved to hear you've been doing well in Ebelstein. The lady stood by Derek's side, her presence a silent testament to his successful guidance. Valerian nodded slowly, his mind clearly working on a different level than everyone else. She maintained her polite posture, waiting for the right moment to interject. Valerian gestured toward the door, ordering, "You there, stay behind," effectively dismissing the others. Derek glanced back, his sharp intuition telling him that something was definitely off. The light streamed through the window, casting long shadows across the room's opulent floor. A quill scratched against parchment, the sound echoing in the sudden heavy silence. Valerian focused intently on his writing, his face a mask of professional focus. Derek sat on the sofa, his posture relaxed but his eyes never leaving the desk. He watched Valerian closely, waiting to see what the man was actually planning. Valerian looked up, his glasses reflecting the light as he offered a cryptic, knowing smirk. Valerian stared down at his desk, his expression unreadable as the tension in the room thickened. Derek watched him with those piercing red eyes, refusing to let his guard down for a second. A sudden, intense aura of mana flared around Valerian, signaling that he was done playing games. Derek broke the silence, offering a calm, "I apologize if I came off as disrespectful." Valerian adjusted his glasses, his demeanor shifting as he acknowledged the young tutor's unique position. He replied, "It's fine. I know why you carry yourself that way," clearly unfazed by the display. Derek maintained his composure, waiting for the man to reveal his true intentions behind the meeting. The atmosphere remained heavy, but our guy wasn't about to back down from a little pressure. Valerian sighed, his gaze dropping as he contemplated the weight of the information he held. Derek kept his focus sharp, sensing that the conversation was about to take a serious turn. The two men locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them amidst the lingering mana pressure. Valerian finally spoke, his voice low and measured, cutting through the silence of the study. Derek listened intently, his instincts screaming that this was the moment he had been waiting for. Valerian looked him dead in the eye, ready to drop the truth about his past. Suddenly, a plate went flying through the air, shattering against the wall with a deafening crash. A terrified maid cowered in the corner, begging, "I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize, Miss Diella." Diella stood over her, cold and menacing, proving that her temper was still a massive problem. She spat, "If you show yourself to me one more time, I'll throw that plate at your lowly face." A simple cup of tea sat nearby, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding in the room. Derek sat across from a noble lady who remarked, "Magic tutors should have lined up in front of you." She looked down, her expression softening as she reflected on the state of the Duplain household. He chuckled, clearly amused by the situation, though his eyes remained as sharp as ever. The lady offered a knowing smile, seemingly impressed by his reputation despite his humble origins. She watched him closely, trying to gauge if he was truly as capable as the rumors suggested. He revealed he worked as a mercenary before he even came of age, shocking her with his history. Her eyes widened, the realization of his dangerous past clearly hitting her all at once. Derek walked down the hallway, his presence commanding attention as he moved toward his next task. He approached the heavy wooden door, his hand steady as he reached for the handle. With a quick motion, he prepared to enter, his focus entirely on the challenge ahead. He knocked firmly, the sound echoing through the quiet corridor as he waited for a response. Derek stood there calm and collected, ready to face whatever trouble was waiting inside. He turned the knob, the mechanism clicking as the door slowly swung open. Stepping into the room, he announced, "My name is Derek, please excuse me for a moment." Diella sat in the chair, her back to him as she commanded, "Come closer." He moved toward her, his footsteps silent as he entered her personal space. She flashed a wicked, arrogant smirk, clearly thinking she had the upper hand in this interaction. Suddenly, a bucket of water was dumped over him, soaking him from head to toe. Derek stood there, dripping wet, his eyes closed as he processed the blatant disrespect. Bro really thought she could break him, but he wasn't having any of it today. Diella laughed, enjoying the sight of the tutor humiliated, but she had no idea what was coming. Diella looked down at Derek with pure disdain, questioning if he was the mercenary the steward mentioned. She reached out, grabbing a nearby wooden bucket with a smug, calculated look on her face. Stepping up onto a chair, she prepared to deliver a humiliating blow to the tutor. Without hesitation, she dumped the filthy gutter water over him, sneering, "This suits you better." Derek stood in silence, water dripping from his face as he processed the blatant disrespect. Bro really thought she could break him, but he wasn't having any of it today. His glowing red eyes narrowed, signaling that the situation was about to turn ugly. Diela's eyes widened in shock as she realized her little prank had backfired completely. She shrieked, "How dare you look at me?" as she lashed out with a kick. Derek didn't even flinch, leaving her standing there in a state of absolute disbelief. She stumbled back, losing her footing as the reality of her failure started to sink in. Covering her mouth, she realized she had completely lost control of the power dynamic. Derek caught her foot with ease, forcing her to realize she was out of her league. She scrambled backward, trying to regain her composure after such a humiliating display of weakness. Diela looked at him with a mix of fear and confusion, wondering who this man was. The room was filled with old documents and books, setting the stage for a serious talk. A high-ranking official stood by the window, contemplating the mess Diela had created. He looked grim, clearly aware that their current approach was failing to yield results. Derek sat before him, stating firmly, "Lady Diela's problem cannot be easily resolved like this." He challenged the man, asking, "How much authority are you actually willing to grant me?" The man stared back, his expression unreadable as he weighed the tutor's bold request. Diela felt a sudden flush of shame, her face turning red as she processed the encounter. She collapsed to the floor, the weight of her own arrogance finally crashing down. Derek loomed over her, his presence casting a shadow that she couldn't escape from. She touched her cheek, trembling as she realized she had finally met her match. His eyes burned with intensity, letting her know that the games were officially over. Later, they traveled by carriage, the rhythmic sound of wheels echoing through the forest. Derek sat with his blade, while his companion watched him with a knowing, sharp gaze. She pondered the situation, wondering if he truly understood the gravity of his task. He remained focused, his mind clearly occupied by the challenges ahead for his student. She advised him, "If you can't communicate through understanding, find a different starting point." She added, "Sometimes you have to succeed by carving fear into them instead." Diela touched her face again, the memory of her defeat still stinging her pride. Derek commanded her, "Treat others with respect. Don't make me say it twice, get up." She moved to comply, her movements sluggish as she struggled to accept the new order. She lashed out in a final, desperate attempt to regain some semblance of control. Her face twisted in frustration, her eyes wide with the shock of her own impotence. The impact was sharp, leaving her stunned as the reality of the situation hit home. Derek watched her with a cold, detached expression, waiting for her to finally break. Diela looked up, a dark, twisted smile forming as she finally began to understand. The tension in the room skyrocketed as Diela shrieked. This lowborn dared to put his hands on a young lady. Servants burst in, panicked, shouting, "Lady Diela, are you all right?" as the situation spiraled out of control. Derek stood his ground, unfazed by the sudden commotion, while the staff rushed to check on the young noble. He didn't waste a second, pulling out a crucial document to silence the room's mounting hostility. With a calm gaze, he declared, "His Grace has permitted me," effectively shutting down their indignant protests. The man in charge froze, his monocle nearly slipping as he stammered, this," in complete disbelief. Diela looked on, stunned, as the power dynamic shifted entirely in favor of our stoic protagonist. Night fell over the estate, casting a cold, moonlight glow over the silent, looming mansion walls. Suddenly, Valerian stormed through the halls, clearly losing his cool as his companion tried to restrain him. He wasn't having any of it, shouting at the top of his lungs, his face twisted in pure rage. Derek sat quietly, barely glancing up as the door flew open and the confrontation began. Valerian lunged, screaming, "How dare you hit Diela?" while his friend desperately tried to hold him back. Derek remained cold and detached, his red eyes showing absolutely no fear in the face of this outburst. The companion interjected, "If you act like this, what will that do to Azeline's position?" trying to talk sense. Valerian finally backed off, though his frustration was palpable as he paced the room like a caged animal. The companion whispered, "I heard about what happened. Diela does need a beating before she comes to her senses." He added, "Don't worry, Valerian won't go too far," attempting to de-escalate the volatile situation. Bro really thought he could just walk away, but Derek was already moving to the next phase. Inside the room, the young girls sat in silence, bathed in a singular, dramatic beam of light. Derek and Valerian entered, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of their previous heated argument. They stood side by side, an unlikely pair navigating the complex social web of the noble district. Derek turned his attention to a painting, his analytical mind clearly searching for a hidden lesson. Valerian watched him, his expression softening as he realized there was more to this tutor than meets the eye. The artwork depicted a serene landscape, a stark contrast to the chaos currently unfolding within the mansion. He looked at the canvas, his sharp features illuminated by the dim, ambient light of the room. Valerian finally broke the silence, asking, "But why did you bring me to this room?" with genuine curiosity. Derek didn't answer immediately, his focus entirely locked on the artistic details before him. He seemed to be calculating, his mind working through the nuances of his student's psychological state. Reaching out, he grabbed a stack of books, preparing to demonstrate his unique teaching philosophy. Valerian placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of newfound respect for the tutor's methods. He watched intently, realizing that Derek's guidance was far more profound than simple magic instruction. Derek flipped through the pages, his movements precise and deliberate as he searched for the right passage. He held the book up, noting, "Yeah, that's right, because nobles learn from the school of regulations." His red eyes glowed with intensity, signaling that he had finally found the key to their breakthrough. The painting on the wall seemed to hold a secret, reflecting the depth of his pedagogical approach. He closed the book with a sharp snap, the sound echoing through the quiet, dimly lit chamber. Handing the tome over, he prepared to guide Valerian toward a much-needed change in perspective. Outside, the moonlight continued to bathe the estate, oblivious to the quiet revolution happening within. Meanwhile, the young lady slept soundly, unaware of the intense discussions shaping her future. With a final, decisive motion, he set the book down, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Derek wasn't about to let her sleep through the most important lesson of her life. She jolted awake, clearly thinking he had completely lost his mind with this midnight wake-up call. He didn't waste time with pleasantries, firmly grabbing her arm and dragging her toward the exit. Servants watched in horror as he hauled her away with her screaming, "Oh, that hurts, I'm not going." The moonlight cast long, eerie shadows as he marched her straight into the heart of the forest. He finally released her, but the intensity in his eyes made it clear there was no escaping now. She scrambled back, demanding to know what kind of twisted game he was playing with her. Derek just smirked, his red eyes glowing as he prepared to shatter her narrow worldview. She stared at him, stunned, as he bluntly told her, "There's no reason for someone from the bottom to like nobles." He loomed over her, his presence suffocating as he reminded her that his tutelage was no mere favor. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his blade, the steel glinting dangerously under the moonlight. She trembled, realizing the power dynamic had shifted entirely. He wasn't just a tutor anymore. He stood tall, a menacing figure, while she cowered on the ground, questioning his true intentions. She whispered, "A commoner's life is worth about that much, isn't it?" trying to regain some dignity. He only laughed, his reflection caught in the blade as he loomed over her like a predator. She couldn't take the pressure and bolted, sprinting into the darkness to get away from him. Her face twisted in pain as she stumbled, but she refused to stop running for her life. Suddenly, a surge of heat erupted behind her, forcing her to skid to a halt in shock. She turned to see him standing there, effortlessly conjuring a massive, swirling fireball in his hand. He didn't even look winded, just wearing that same cold, calculated grin that spelled absolute disaster. The fireball roared through the air, a display of raw power that left her completely paralyzed. She shrieked as the heat singed the air, narrowly avoiding the blast that scorched the earth. Swallowing hard, she realized he wasn't just teaching her magic, he was hunting her potential. He stared her down with those piercing red eyes, daring her to show him what she could do. She gasped, her heart hammering against her ribs as she scrambled to find her footing again. With a desperate leap, she tried to put distance between them, but he was already closing in. She groaned, clutching her side, but the look in her eyes shifted from fear to defiance. Suddenly, magic arrows materialized in the air, humming with a lethal, blue-tinted energy. She fired back, the arrows streaking toward him as she finally started to fight for real. She collapsed, her eyes wide with shock as the blue-tinted magic arrow struck the ground. Derek stood his ground unfazed and remarked, you move quite well for someone who stays cooped up." She didn't hesitate, scrambling to her feet and bolting into the dark, dense forest. He watched her go with a calm, calculating gaze, clearly not impressed by the display. Turning back with a fierce glare, she prepared to launch another desperate, reckless attack. Bro really thought she had a chance, but her eyes betrayed her growing, frantic desperation. He knelt down, his hand glowing with mana as he prepared to neutralize her threat. The forest remained silent, save for the heavy, ragged breathing of the cornered noble lady. Derek's red eyes glowed in the moonlight as he analyzed her every erratic movement. He muttered to himself, "This is definitely," as he sensed the instability in her mana. She lunged at him, screaming, and hurled a heavy rock with all her remaining strength. He wasn't having any of it, effortlessly swatting the projectile aside with a sharp motion. The look of pure terror on her face was priceless as her plan crumbled instantly. Derek loomed over her, sword drawn, and stated, "That wasn't an easy decision to make." She gasped for air, her hands trembling against the cold, unforgiving forest floor. He looked down at her coldly, adding, "You don't have the strength to run anymore." The blade hovered inches from her, reflecting the moonlight and her own shattered pride. She let out a shaky breath, her spirit finally beginning to break under the pressure. Defiantly, she spat out, "Just kill me. Unlike you lowborns, I don't do pathetic things." Derek sighed, genuinely confused, and asked, "Why are you so obsessed with bloodlines?" She whispered to herself, "Then what do I have left?" as her resolve faltered. Suddenly she broke down, wailing, "Magic, magic, magic," in a fit of pure despair. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "Does someone think I never tried?" He watched her outburst in silence, his expression unreadable and his posture completely relaxed. She collapsed again, sobbing, "What am I supposed to do when it doesn't work?" The weight of her failures crushed her and she whispered, "Without even this, I'm." He stood over her, waiting for her to finish that haunting, broken question. Derek remained stoic, his presence a stark contrast to her chaotic, emotional breakdown. He tightened his grip on his blade, the blue mana flaring with renewed intensity. She looked up, her eyes puffy and red, finally showing a sliver of vulnerability. Raising his sword high, he prepared to demonstrate the true essence of one-star magic. She stared at him, mesmerized by the sudden shift in the atmosphere around him. A surge of energy crackled through the air, vibrating with a sharp, humming sound. Her eyes squeezed shut as the overwhelming pressure of his mana washed over her. She braced herself, the tears still clinging to her lashes in the cold night. Suddenly, jagged shards of ice erupted from the ground, surrounding them in a barrier. She looked up in awe, witnessing the manifestation of magic she had only dreamed of. The ice glowed brilliantly, illuminating the forest path in a haunting, ethereal blue light. She reached out, her hands trembling as the residual mana danced across her fingertips. He didn't say a word, letting the power of his technique speak for itself. Derek stood calmly in the forest, his expression unreadable as he observed the aftermath of his lesson. The young noble lady was clearly shaken, tears streaming down her face as the reality of her power set in. He offered a cold, calculated assessment, though it's hardly worthy of being called magic, just a manifestation of mana. She couldn't hold back the sobs, the emotional weight of the breakthrough finally breaking her composure. Bro really pushed her to the limit, and the result was a raw, uncontrolled outburst of icy energy. Leaving everyone speechless, the forest floor was suddenly encased in a jagged, crystalline formation of ice. He didn't flinch, merely observing the display with the eyes of a master who had seen it all before. Derek knelt down, his focus shifting to the physical toll the exertion had taken on her. She stared at him, still reeling from the sudden realization of her own hidden potential. He wasn't having any of her hesitation, immediately grounding her with a sharp, instructional tone. Derek explained the theory. "You felt the mana floating in nature and transferred it onto canvas." He continued, "Feel the mana in nature when they're young," guiding her through the fundamental philosophy. She looked at him with newfound respect, the arrogance of her noble upbringing finally beginning to fade. Derek finished his work stating, "They're all done, you should be able to walk now." He reminded her that this was only the beginning. "You succeeded in manifesting mana, but there's still a long way to go." Derek promised, "Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to manifest mana naturally," setting the stage for more training. She stood tall, her posture shifting as she accepted the challenge he had laid before her. He remained silent, his stoic demeanor keeping her on her toes as they prepared to depart. Derek commanded, "Let's go," and she followed, no longer the same girl who had fled into the woods. The morning light flooded the room, signaling a new day and a new chapter for the young lady. She sat up in bed, her eyes sharp and focused, ready to put his teachings into practice. With a flick of her wrist, she attempted to channel the energy he had described. Her eyes glowed with a faint, determined light as she reached out to grasp the unseen mana. She frowned, muttering, "This isn't working well," as the smoke dissipated from her fingertips. A maid approached the door, unaware of the transformation taking place inside the chamber. The door swung open and the maid let out a startled cry, dropping her bucket in shock. Water splashed everywhere as the bucket hit the floor, creating a chaotic scene in the hallway. She stepped out, her presence commanding and cold, leaving the maid trembling in her wake. The terrified maid stammered, "Lady Diella, I'm sorry," fearing the worst from her mistress. She stared down at the servant, her expression unreadable and devoid of the usual fiery temper. The maid collapsed, begging, "I'm sorry, I've committed a grave sin, please just once forgive me." She simply walked past, leaving the servant in a state of absolute confusion and relief. The maid whispered to herself, Why isn't she hitting me? She's just leaving." Other servants gathered, wondering, "Are you okay? She didn't hit you. Something must have happened." Meanwhile, Derek was resting, completely unaware of the ripple effects his training had caused. He was jolted awake by the frantic shouting of his name echoing through the halls. Derek rubbed his eyes, groggily asking, "What is it?" as he tried to process the intrusion. The noble lady stood before him, demanding, "Teach me how to control the manifested mana." The tutor gasped in disbelief, You manifested mana," completely blindsided by her progress. She glared at him, insisting, "You said you'd teach me today, so hurry up and teach me." Derek wasn't having any of it, firmly telling her to come back this afternoon. The butler was absolutely losing it, weeping with joy that the young lady finally succeeded. She wasn't backing down, shouting, "Who are you to tell me to come and go?" Bro really thought he could just get some rest, but she kept screaming, "Teach me now." The morning sun rose over the majestic estate, signaling a chaotic start to the day. Footsteps echoed through the halls as rumors of the breakthrough spread like wildfire. The servants couldn't stop whispering, "They're saying Lady Diella manifested magic." He stopped in his tracks, his expression unreadable as he processed the shocking news. With a calm hand, he began drafting a letter, his focus entirely on the task. Inside the office, the air was thick with tension as the question hung heavy. Diella manifested magic. The authority in the room was palpable, demanding answers from those present. He looked up, his eyes sharp and serious as he prepared to explain the situation. The noble stood his ground, clearly frustrated by the implications of this sudden development. Every detail mattered, and he observed the room with a calculated, piercing gaze. He continued writing, his quill scratching against the parchment with rhythmic precision. Outside, the sky remained clear, oblivious to the political shifts happening within the walls. Back in the room, she sat huddled on the bed, clearly still fuming. Derek stood before her, his presence calm and collected despite her obvious agitation. She remained stubborn, refusing to let go of her frustration just yet. He sighed, running a hand through his hair, trying to maintain his patience. She snapped back, "I'm not being spiteful, I'm angry." He looked at her with a steady, unbothered expression, waiting for her to finish. She lunged forward, yelling, "I'm not pouting, I said I'm angry." He didn't flinch, his red eyes locked onto hers with intense focus. She finally relented, muttering, Fine, let's say I'm pouting." He reached out, his hands steady as he prepared to guide her further. He warned her, "Just because you manifested magic doesn't mean you can go around using it." She rolled her eyes, clearly thinking she knew better than him. The atmosphere shifted as he projected a more intimidating, serious aura. He reminded her of the dangers, showing her the reality of uncontrolled power. She slumped back, finally starting to understand the gravity of his words. He manifested a soft, blue glow in his palm to demonstrate the technique. He explained, "It pursues far more freedom than the school of regulations." She listened intently, her arms crossed as she absorbed the lesson. He noted, "Your free-spirited nature has good compatibility with the school of the wild." She leaned in, her ears burning as she processed the compliment. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, showing her hidden hidden vulnerability. She was clearly flustered by his praise, her face turning a bright shade of crimson. Bro really thought he could just brush off her confusion with a simple explanation. He wasn't having any of it, steering the conversation back to the task at hand. With a frustrated sigh, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his responsibilities. The next day, the sun rose over the grand estate, signaling another intense training session. She burst through the door, desperate for guidance on her struggling magic manifestation. He remained calm even as she paced around him, venting her mounting frustrations. She complained, "I can feel the magic, but the sensation is just so weird." He was already deep in his studies when she finally caught up to him. She demanded, "What are you doing here? I told you to stay near the annex." He didn't even look up, his eyes locked onto the ancient text in his hands. She snapped, "So what? I succeeded at letting the magic flow, so check it." Inside the mansion, a high-ranking official stood waiting, his posture perfectly rigid. He turned around, his voice smooth as he asked, "Did you call for me?" The atmosphere grew heavy as he inquired, "How has Diella been lately?" He sat there, his red eyes scanning the room with an unsettling, sharp intensity. They exchanged a look that spoke volumes about the unspoken tension between them. The official stared back, his expression unreadable, hiding his true intentions behind a mask. He pressed him, "You know that too, don't you?" leaving no room for excuses. The man's jaw tightened, clearly struggling to maintain his composure under the scrutiny. He continued, "And that means, it's a position where one embraces their house members." With a dramatic gesture, the official tried to sell his vision of noble unity. He watched him with a blank stare, unimpressed by the theatrical display of loyalty. The official raised a fist, desperate to prove his dedication to the family cause. He looked genuinely pained, tears welling up as he pleaded his case to him. He remained unmoved, his expression as cold and calculating as a winter storm. The official exclaimed, "Where would you find another angel like that in the world?" He leaned in, whispering, a way to win Diella's favor, trying to bribe him. She shouted from afar, "Derek, where did you go?" completely oblivious to the drama. He leaned closer, revealing his secret. "I learned how to make dolls from maids." He held up a crude, stitched doll, asking, "Doesn't it look exactly like Diella?" A dark, knowing smirk played on his lips as he observed the man's reaction. The official broke down, sobbing uncontrollably at the sight of the strange, haunting doll. The mansion stood tall and silent, hiding the bizarre power plays within its walls. He stood in the grand hall, surrounded by servants who whispered about his reputation. A mysterious woman smiled, her eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and greed. She looked him over, clearly impressed by the aura of confidence he projected effortlessly. He stated firmly, "I'm not affiliated with any house," shutting down her subtle advances. She blinked, taken aback by his blunt refusal, stammering, "Pardon," in total shock. He just gave her a polite, unreadable smile, leaving her completely speechless and confused. The noblewoman's face twisted in pure disbelief, her composure shattering like glass. Rewinding the clock 1 week, we see the grand estate where the real drama began. Derek stood calmly outside, his presence a stark contrast to the opulence surrounding him. She offered him a warm, genuine smile, clearly unaware of the storm brewing inside. He kept his expression neutral, simply nodding as he acknowledged her words. A man stepped in, placing a reassuring hand on Derek's shoulder with a grin. "I'm counting on you, Derek," he declared, sealing their unspoken agreement. The carriage pulled away, leaving Derek alone to contemplate his next move. Suddenly, she gasped, realizing the massive oversight she'd just made. Panic flickered in her eyes as she muttered, "And I forgot to give him a heads up." She looked back, clearly worried about the chaos she had inadvertently unleashed. She sighed, knowing her mother was a force of nature that couldn't be easily contained. The heavy doors swung open, signaling the arrival of a very angry visitor. She stormed in, shouting, "A commoner is Diella's teacher," with pure outrage. He didn't even flinch, coolly replying, "I can hear just fine, so how about you lower your voice?" Bro really thought she would back down, but she was just getting started. He took off his glasses, maintaining his composure while she continued her tirade. She slammed her hands down, demanding, "But every teacher with a good bloodline gave up, didn't they?" He stared back, his silence speaking volumes against her frantic accusations. She paced the room, unable to fathom why he would tolerate such a disgrace. Clutching her head, she insisted, "There has to be a certain standard." He looked away, clearly tired of the endless, elitist circular logic. She shrieked again, her frustration reaching a boiling point in the study. Pointing an accusatory finger, she refused to let the matter drop. The doors creaked open once more, interrupting the heated confrontation. A young man stepped in, pleading, "Mother, please calm down for a moment. She turned her head, her expression still hardened by indignation. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a blade. She glanced at him, her eyes narrowing as she weighed her next words. Another man entered, his stride confident and his gaze sharp. He mused, isn't a normal situation. Of course, if that commoner truly has the necessary qualities. He paused, letting the implication of his words hang in the air. His eyes narrowed, showing he wasn't about to be swayed by mere status. He stood his ground, watching the scene unfold with calculated interest. The blonde noble looked at him, his face etched with visible concern. He didn't back down, his profile sharp and his resolve unshakable. A brief silence followed, the weight of the argument pressing down on everyone. The two men moved forward, their presence shifting the power dynamic instantly. He spoke up, his voice firm as he challenged the ongoing hostility. He looked at his companion, knowing they had to address this madness now. The tension was palpable as the noblemen exchanged sharp, cutting glares. One of them scoffed at the mention of blood, clearly unimpressed by the drama. He wasn't having any of it, his frustration boiling over with every word. He maintained a cold, stoic expression, refusing to let his emotions show. Watching his companion walk away, he felt the weight of the situation. He kept his gaze steady, calculating his next move in this high-stakes game. The two men locked eyes, neither willing to back down from the confrontation. High above, a bird watched the scene unfold, oblivious to the human conflict. Suddenly, the door burst open as Elent stormed in, looking absolutely livid. Derek didn't even flinch, keeping his focus on the ancient tome in hand. He calmly set down the scroll, his movements precise and deliberate. "If I lose this magic spar, you're fired," she threatened with fiery intensity. He just stared at the paper, completely unfazed by her dramatic ultimatum. Bro really thought she could intimidate him, but she was just wasting breath. He simply replied, "I do the job I'm hired to do," staying professional. He looked away, his mind already drifting toward the upcoming challenge. She stood there, stunned that her threats hadn't landed a single blow. The flag of the house fluttered, signaling the start of the gathering. Everyone gathered in the courtyard, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and nerves. The noble leader strode forward, his presence demanding absolute silence from everyone. He stood off to the side, looking like a man with a secret plan. He took a deep breath, centering his mana for the task ahead. The leader watched him closely, wondering if this guy was actually confident. He sat back thinking, he has that kind of nerve in this situation. With a steady step, he moved toward the center of the arena. His cloak billowed behind him, adding to his mysterious and composed aura. He stood tall, ready to prove that his teaching methods actually worked. He walked up the stairs, leaving the crowd to whisper among themselves. She followed behind, her boots clicking rhythmically against the stone floor. She pulled her hood up, hiding her face from the prying eyes. She looked at him, asking, "That you don't care what happens as long as you get paid." He turned to her, explaining that her progress was already on track. He dropped the bombshell, "That's because you were born with Duplain blood." She gasped, questioning why he would bring that up at such a time. He calmly reminded her of the School of the Wild's unique teachings. She was clearly overwhelmed, her emotions spilling over in the heat of the moment. She confessed, "I want to keep learning magic from you," with tears flowing. He turned his back, giving her a moment to compose herself properly. He adjusted his gloves, admitting he didn't know the etiquette of noble spars. He looked at her one last time, asking simply, "Do you want to win?" Whispers echoed through the crowd, questioning how such a talent emerged from the Duplain household. She stood firm, tears welling in her eyes as she prepared to prove her worth. Diella stepped onto the dueling grounds, her red hood fluttering against the bright blue sky. Derek watched with his signature intensity, his red eyes scanning the field for any weakness. She locked eyes with her opponent, her expression hardening into a look of pure determination. The banner of the house snapped in the wind, signaling the start of the confrontation. He stood across from her, ready to test the limits of her newfound magical prowess. The overseer cleared his throat, checking his pocket watch to ensure the duel remained official. He looked at her with a cold, calculated gaze and declared, "Then, let us begin." The green gemstone on her necklace glowed, pulsing with the raw energy of her magic. Derek observed the flow of mana, knowing exactly what she was about to attempt. He unleashed a flurry of green energy, weaving complex incantations into the very air itself. She didn't flinch, keeping her eyes locked on the incoming barrage of magical projectiles. His hands moved with practiced grace, channeling power that would overwhelm most beginners. With a swift motion, he sent a cutting wave of energy hurtling toward her position. The blast tore through the air, leaving everyone watching absolutely speechless at the sheer speed. She reacted instantly, her eyes narrowing as she calculated the trajectory of the attack. He gritted his teeth, shocked that she was still standing after such a display. She dodged with grace, proving that she wasn't just some amateur playing with sparks. Derek noted her progress, realizing she was far from the beginner he once knew. She slammed her hand down, manifesting a wall of ice to shatter his incoming wave. The ice erupted from the ground, creating a massive barrier that blocked his path. He stared in disbelief, wondering how she managed to pull off such a defensive feat. Bro really thought he could end this quickly, but she was just getting started. He shouted, "Try blocking this too, Diella," while gathering even more mana for another strike. He remembered the harsh lessons of the past, knowing nobles rarely played fair. She wiped sweat from her brow, fully aware that winning wouldn't stop the inevitable criticism. Derek watched the tension rise, his expression unreadable as the duel reached its peak. She screamed in defiance, pouring every ounce of her spirit into her next defense. Her focus sharpened, turning her gaze into a weapon that could cut through his resolve. The energy surged again, threatening to overwhelm her defenses with sheer, raw power. She moved with lightning speed, refusing to let his magic dictate the flow of battle. Her eyes widened as she saw an opening in his stance, a tiny crack in his armor. He stumbled back, realizing his opponent had finally found the rhythm of the fight. She lunged forward, channeling her own magic to counter his relentless assault. Landing on the ground, she braced herself for the final clash of their powers. The energy wave whistled through the air, narrowly missing her as she ducked low. With a final, explosive impact, her magic shattered his remaining defenses into nothingness. Diella gasps as the shockwave ripples through the air, her eyes wide with pure adrenaline. He watches with a grimace, his jaw set tight as he prepares for the next move. She doesn't hesitate, her focus sharpening as she channels every ounce of her remaining mana. A brilliant arc of energy slices through the space, forcing her to dive for cover. The ground erupts in a cloud of debris as the spell strikes the wooden platform. Derek observes the chaos from the sidelines, his expression unreadable but his eyes sharp. Panic erupts in the stands as the noblewoman cries out, "Diella is hurt." The crowd watches in horror, fearing the worst for the young fighter. He remains calm, his voice steady as he dismisses the frantic accusations. She insists, "You saw it yourself." Diella was clearly hit by his attack. He counters coldly, "Wrong. General Pelham's magic circle didn't activate." His gaze remains fixed on the arena, analyzing every detail of the duel. Derek sits back, his profile sharp against the backdrop of the intense match. He strides forward, his cloak billowing as he prepares to make his move. His eyes narrow, scanning the arena for any sign of his opponent's position. Suddenly, the platform beneath him shatters, sending splinters flying into the air. A loud crack echoes through the arena as the wooden floor gives way. He stumbles, caught off guard by the sudden, violent shift in the terrain. He recovers quickly, his agility saving him from a disastrous fall. Bro really thought he had the upper hand, but he wasn't having any of it. The observer shakes his head, clearly unimpressed by the underhanded tactics. He mutters to himself, "They probably never even considered a petty trick like this." He grips the edge of the platform, his knuckles white with tension. Ice spikes erupt from the ground, forcing him to retreat further. The arena becomes a frozen death trap, leaving everyone speechless at the display. He wipes a bead of sweat from his brow, his breathing ragged. He leaps across the gap, his eyes locked onto the source of the magic. He scans the hole in the floor, searching for his elusive target. She emerges from the darkness beneath, her gaze burning with determination. Her eyes glow with a fierce, newfound power that catches him off guard. He stares in disbelief, realizing he underestimated her resolve. He composes himself, his expression hardening into a mask of focus. Derek watches from his seat, arms crossed, waiting to see how she finishes this. He adjusts his cloak, preparing to unleash his own hidden strength. With a flick of his wrist, he sends a wave of energy toward her. He reaches out, his hand glowing as he channels his mana. The noblewoman shouts, "Diella went under the platform," in total shock. He leans forward, his chin resting on his hand as he contemplates the move. Silence falls over him as he processes the tactical brilliance of the maneuver. She kneels amidst the ice, ready to strike the final blow. The intensity in her eyes is undeniable as she stares down her opponent. He senses the shift in the air, realizing the mana flow has been disrupted. With a sudden burst of energy, a massive ice structure shatters before him. He gritted his teeth, clearly not expecting such a fierce counterattack. Bro really thought he had the upper hand, but the tide is turning. He stands amidst the wreckage, surveying the battlefield with a cold, calculating gaze. She kneels, realizing the mana flow has completely stopped, leaving her vulnerable. Looking up, she prepares herself for whatever move he makes next. An observer watches the chaos unfold, his monocle reflecting the tension in the room. He leaps onto the flagpole, showing off some serious agility to gain height. He remains focused, his eyes locked onto his target with lethal precision. With a flick of his wrist, he begins to weave a complex spell. A powerful blast of energy erupts, forcing his opponent to scramble for cover. Derek watches from the sidelines, his expression unreadable as the duel escalates. The sheer force of the impact tears through the solid stone structure. He wasn't having any of it, pushing his magic to the absolute limit. He launches himself off the pole, closing the distance in a heartbeat. The resulting explosion leaves everyone speechless as dust fills the arena. She gasps, her composure finally breaking under the weight of the assault. He hits the ground hard, the impact shaking the very foundation of the estate. Coughing through the debris, he struggles to regain his footing. He channels his remaining mana, ready to unleash a final, desperate strike. A glowing magic arrow streaks through the air, aimed directly at her. She reacts instantly, her body moving on pure instinct to dodge the projectile. With a wave of her hand, she attempts to deflect the incoming energy. The arrow hums with power, cutting through the air like a razor blade. She barely avoids the hit, her eyes wide with adrenaline and fear. He doesn't let up, keeping the pressure on as he advances forward. His eyes narrow, calculating the perfect angle for his next move. Suddenly, she delivers a crushing kick, catching him completely off guard. The look of pure shock on his face is priceless, he never saw it coming. He crashes down, the wind knocked out of him by her sudden aggression. Clutching his chest, he tries to breathe as the pain sets in. His hand digs into the dirt, desperation etched into every movement. She doesn't hesitate, following up with a swift, decisive strike. He groans in agony, the force of the blow leaving him reeling. Watching from above, she knows she has finally gained the advantage. He wipes his mouth, his gaze hardening as he prepares to stand again. Walking away, he refuses to accept defeat, even in this dire situation. The duel is far from over, and he is ready to prove his worth. Down but definitely not out, Ellen pulls herself up, her eyes burning with a fierce, newfound resolve. Blood trickles down her neck, but she ignores the pain, focusing entirely on Derek's teachings. He had told her, think of it like brushstrokes on a painting, mana is your paint. Under the vast night sky, Derek had patiently guided her, showing her how to command the flow. She remembers his calm instruction, her eyes widening as the realization finally clicks into place. Closing her eyes, she breathes deeply, letting the mana surge through her veins like a river. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura erupts around her, leaving everyone watching absolutely speechless. She isn't just casting a spell, she is manifesting pure, controlled power right before their eyes. With a sharp, focused glare, she commands the energy to take form, defying all expectations. A majestic magic circle glows beneath her feet, conjuring crystalline spears of light. The spectators gasp, their faces pale as they realize the tide of the duel has shifted. He watches with wide eyes, sweat beading on his forehead as he realizes he's in trouble. Ellen channels the mana, her movements fluid and precise, just as Derek had demanded. With a swift motion, she launches the barrage, the air crackling with raw magical energy. He grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with intensity as he prepares to counter the assault. She doesn't hesitate, her hand outstretched as she directs the shimmering projectiles toward him. Bro really thought he could just tank that, but the sheer velocity catches him off guard. A massive explosion rocks the arena, blinding light consuming the entire dueling platform. The onlookers are stunned, unable to believe a noble lady could pull off such a feat. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the aftermath of the devastating magical impact. A shimmering barrier flickers, struggling to hold against the residual force of her attack. He gasps for air, his composure shattered by the overwhelming display of her newfound strength. She stands tall, her breathing heavy but her spirit unbroken after the intense exchange. Derek watches from the sidelines, his red eyes sharp, analyzing every detail of her performance. Nature continues its quiet rhythm nearby, a stark contrast to the chaos of the duel. Back at the estate, the tension remains thick as the higher-ups discuss the recent incident. They wonder how to handle the fallout, their voices hushed as they observe her from afar. She sits alone, reflecting on the battle, the weight of her growth finally settling in. He contemplates the situation, his expression unreadable as he considers the next move. She looks toward the horizon, her mind racing with the possibilities of her future power. A final surge of mana ripples outward, a testament to the potential she has unlocked. Her face shows a quiet determination, proving that she is no longer the same person. He kneels on the floor, the mark of her power etched into the very ground itself. Derek stands in silence, his sharp gaze fixed on the aftermath of the intense display. He remains stoic, his red eyes scanning the environment for any lingering instability. Suddenly, the young lady breaks down, tears streaming uncontrollably as the emotional weight hits her. Looking on from the balcony, the high-ranking noble observes the scene with a stern, unreadable expression. Bro really thought he could keep his cool, but the tension in the air is palpable. She stands there, sobbing, completely overwhelmed by the raw power she just unleashed. The noble narrows his eyes, clearly unimpressed by the display of raw, unrefined emotion. He recalls his own introduction, stating firmly, "My name is Raymond Oswald Duplain." He continues, his voice cold, "It is an honor to join the war under your grace." The elder acknowledges him, noting, "Yes, I've heard much about you from your father." He adds with a piercing look, "Your eyes resemble his, eyes filled with ambition." She wipes her eyes, her face flushed and tear-stained as the reality of the situation settles in. The noble maintains his stoic mask, refusing to let his true thoughts slip through the cracks. Servants rush forward, panicking as they cry out, "Lady Diella, are you all right?" They swarm her, clearly terrified by the sudden magical outburst that shook the estate. One maid pleads, "You must receive treatment immediately," as she reaches out to help. Derek watches from a distance, his presence looming over the chaotic scene like a shadow. He looks slightly flustered, scratching his head as he mutters, well." He brushes his hair back, trying to regain his composure while the maids fuss over her. The maid insists, "My lady, I will guide you to the inner chambers." She ignores the offer, her mind clearly elsewhere as the maid asks, "My lady." Derek steps into view, his calm demeanor acting as an anchor in the middle of the storm. He looks at her with a steady, unblinking gaze that seems to see right through her. She bites her lip, her expression twisting in a mix of shame and lingering exhaustion. He wasn't having any of it, watching her struggle with the weight of her own power. She clutches her dress tightly, her knuckles white as she tries to suppress her sobs. She whispers, "Sorry," as if apologizing for the very magic she worked so hard to manifest. Derek stares down at her, his expression unreadable but his presence oddly comforting. He reaches out, his hand steady as he reassures her, "I'm fine as well." His red eyes soften just a fraction, showing a rare moment of genuine concern. She looks up at him, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. Suddenly, she lets out a piercing cry, the emotional dam finally breaking completely. The maids watch in shock, leaving everyone speechless as she wails in front of him. A noblewoman approaches, her steps echoing on the stone as she enters the courtyard. She embraces the girl, comforting her, "Hard time, my child." She pulls her close, whispering, it's all right now, hurry and get treatment first." The girl nods through her tears, finally allowing herself to be led away. The noblewoman wipes her own eyes, clearly moved by the display of vulnerability. Derek turns to leave, his cloak billowing behind him as he exits the scene. He pauses, a single question mark hanging over his head as he contemplates his next move. The noblewoman's face twisted into a mask of pure indignation, her eyes burning with unbridled fury. Derek stood his ground, his expression unreadable as he prepared to face her verbal assault. She grabbed his cloak, practically vibrating with rage as she loomed over him. He didn't flinch, maintaining his composure while she continued to vent her frustrations. "Values," she shrieked, her voice echoing through the halls as she questioned his very worth. A man nearby watched the scene unfold, his jaw dropping at the sheer audacity of the confrontation. The noblewoman's eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe her own outburst. She clutched her face, the weight of the moment finally crashing down upon her. Sweat beaded on her brow as she realized the gravity of her social blunder. The man stepped in, his voice cold and authoritative as he addressed the situation. "But he is our daughter's teacher," he reminded her, his tone dripping with icy disappointment. He continued, "Treats their child's teacher like this," leaving the question hanging in the air. Derek remained silent, his red eyes focused on the floor, absorbing the stinging rebuke. He simply turned away, his posture radiating a quiet, dignified resignation. The noblewoman watched him walk away, her hand trembling as she covered her mouth. Regret began to cloud her features, though her pride still fought to keep her composed. A pen dipped into ink, signaling a shift in the power dynamic between the two. The man sat at his desk, his gaze sharp enough to cut through steel. He looked at Derek, who sat across from him, waiting for the inevitable verdict. "You taught Diella a one-star spell quite well," he admitted, acknowledging Derek's undeniable skill. Derek kept his gaze steady, knowing that praise from a noble was rarely free. "But in Ebelstein high society, what my daughter needs is not an instructor," he declared. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he finished. "She needs a master." The pen hovered over the parchment, the ink ready to seal a new, dangerous deal. He spoke of things a commoner was not even allowed to dream of. How insulting that would feel to those lofty nobles, he mused with a smirk. Derek processed the weight of those words, his mind racing through the implications. The man continued writing, his movements precise and calculated as he laid out his terms. "However, if you hold such intentions," he paused, letting the threat linger. He confirmed his stance. "Yes, that is correct. I do not fail to see your ambition." Derek felt the pressure mounting, his red eyes glowing with newfound intensity. "Do you desire a 3-star spell?" the man asked, offering a temptation beyond measure. Derek stared back, his silence speaking volumes about the choice he was about to make. A heavy door creaked open, revealing a hidden chamber filled with ancient knowledge. He stepped inside, his footsteps echoing in the vast, silent library. His hand reached out, pulling a massive, dust-covered tome from the shelf. The pages fluttered open, revealing intricate diagrams of long-forgotten magic. He scanned the text, his eyes widening as he realized the power held within. "Amazing," he whispered, truly stunned by the sheer volume of forbidden lore. He held the 3-star spellbook, knowing his life as a simple tutor was officially over. Derek stood tall, his gaze sharp as he observed his students' reaction to the revelation. Above them, the sky remained clear and bright, seemingly indifferent to the life-changing moment. She struck a pose, radiating newfound confidence as if she had just conquered the world. Derek didn't miss a beat, calmly confirming, "You can be called a 1-star mage." She leaned in, her eyes wide with intensity as she scrutinized the ancient spellbook. Running a hand through her hair, she sighed, "Ha, seriously, you're not easy." She blinked back tears, her pride clearly wounded by the grueling training session. Bro really thought he could hide it, but she snapped, "Ha, hey, who cried?" She quickly pivoted, claiming, "It was just dust, a little dust got in my eyes." Still feeling defensive, she grumbled, "And father should have told me earlier." She admitted her fears, adding, "I thought you were getting kicked out." Derek remained composed, his red eyes reflecting a calm that unnerved her. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, what did you say?" He didn't hesitate, noting that such raw potential was incredibly rare. She pointed upward, visualizing the magic arrows and nature spells she hoped to master. He watched her intently, his expression unreadable as she dreamed of future power. She looked at him with a mix of defiance and genuine respect. Derek sighed, knowing full well the path ahead for a noble lady was never simple. She finally relented, muttering, "Fine, let's do it," as she prepared for more. Her disappointment was palpable when she realized the lesson was far from over. She pouted, clearly feeling like she had been cheated out of a quick victory. He stared at her, his silence forcing her to confront her own impatience. She challenged him, Why are you looking at me like that?" He remained unmoved, his hand resting thoughtfully against his chin. She crossed her arms, trying to maintain her dignity despite the earlier chaos. He reminded her of the past, saying, "You poured dirty water on my head, twice." She looked away, the memory of her past behavior clearly stinging. He added, "Hard to forget," leaving no room for her to make excuses. She stumbled back, her body language betraying her internal turmoil. Derek offered a faint, knowing smile that signaled a shift in their dynamic. Night fell over the estate, the moon casting a cold glow over the grounds. She collapsed on the grass, completely exhausted from the rigorous training. He looked down at her, stating, "Sounds like you'll get busy soon." She gasped, realizing the implications of his words. "Ah, you heard too." Frustrated, she grabbed her hair, shouting, "Ah, whatever." He stood firm, declaring, "You've learned a 1-star spell, now you receive true noble education." She questioned him, "You think that's good?" her voice trembling slightly. She looked up at him, asking, "How did Sister Azeline endure all of this?" He stared into the distance, his expression softening just a fraction. She whispered, "I just want to study magic," and he replied, "Then do so." Derek wasn't playing around, coldly reminding everyone that silencing a noble isn't exactly rocket science. The young lady looked on, clearly shaken by the sheer intensity radiating from him. The scene shifted to the grand estate, where the atmosphere felt heavy with unspoken tension. A noblewoman walked down the hall, her posture rigid as she navigated the silent mansion. She couldn't help but shudder, haunted by the terrifying image of Derek wielding his blade. Back in the cellar, Derek stood tall, looking down at his captive with a wicked grin. Suddenly, the door burst open, and in walked a girl carrying a massive wild boar. The noblewoman clutched her head, her composure completely shattered by the chaotic turn of events. Servants scrambled to the doors, desperate to keep the unfolding madness hidden from the public eye. She stood there trembling, trying to process the absolute absurdity of the situation. Then she locked eyes with Diella, gasping, "Diella," as if she had seen a ghost. A soft, almost ethereal glow surrounded the girl, leaving the older woman completely speechless. Tears welled in her eyes as she witnessed the impossible transformation standing before her. She stared in disbelief, struggling to reconcile this elegant lady with the girl she once knew. Diella stood there, radiating a newfound grace that seemed to defy all expectations. The older woman could only stammer, "Huh," while trying to find her voice. Diella offered a gentle, confident smile that practically blinded everyone in the room. Finally finding her composure, the woman muttered, "Oh, I see," in a daze. Diella didn't hesitate, declaring, "Then I'll go first since I'm busy with my classes, mother." Her mother stood frozen, still reeling from the shock of seeing such a radical change. Diella looked radiant, her presence now carrying the weight of someone truly reformed. The mother managed a weak, "Oh, yes," clearly still processing the entire ordeal. With a sudden thud, the tension broke as the group moved toward the courtyard. A maid rushed over, asking, "Oh my, are you hurt? Please don't overexert yourself." The maid looked absolutely terrified, as if she had just witnessed a miracle. They walked away, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the pristine halls. Back in the Ebelstein Noble district, the atmosphere was buzzing with social chatter. A simple cup of tea sat on the table, marking the start of a high society gathering. The lady gasped, covering her mouth in genuine surprise at the latest gossip. She leaned back, sighing, "So I feel much better now," while enjoying the afternoon sun. Elent Alfayani Belmird chimed in, "That you went outside the noble district to save someone, I was so worried." She took a sip of her tea, laughing off the concern with effortless grace. The conversation turned to the mysterious teacher, with one lady asking, "Just how incredible a teacher did that person have?" Denise Linear Veltus tilted her head, confused. "For Lady Diella, you say? Your younger sister?" She continued, "And she's become such a proper young lady I could hardly recognize her." The ladies exchanged knowing glances, clearly impressed by the sudden shift in Diella's reputation. Memories of the past flickered, showing Diella diligently studying under her new mentor. The lady smiled, enjoying the tea and the juicy details of the noble reformation. The question hung in the air, a mercenary, as they tried to piece together Derek's identity. They whispered about the rumors, wondering if this was the same person who caused the mansion's cook to flee. While the ladies sipped tea, they couldn't stop gossiping about the mysterious Derek. A sly smile crept across her face as she savored the juicy rumors. One noble lady leaned in, whispering, "Pardon, a mercenary, is that really him?" She seemed to enjoy the chaos surrounding his reputation, clearly amused by the drama. With a sharp gaze, she uttered his name like a secret weapon, "Derek." Meanwhile, Diella sat with a companion, happily recounting the lessons she had learned. Her listener looked on, clearly struggling to process the sudden change in Diella's demeanor. Diella beamed, adding, "And so much more that Derek taught me during our sessions." She laughed, completely unaware that her praise was driving the others absolutely insane. The older noblewoman twitched, muttering his name under her breath like a curse. She finally snapped, shouting, "That damn Derek, how many times is that name going to come up?" Bro was clearly losing her mind, desperate to find a way to stop his influence. Elsewhere, the servants were singing his praises, noting how kind Diella had become. Even the gardener couldn't help but notice the shift in the mansion's atmosphere. The head of the house stroked his chin, deeply suspicious of this tutor's true motives. She was absolutely fuming, her face contorted in pure, unadulterated frustration. Night fell over the estate, casting long shadows under the cold, indifferent moonlight. A heavy tome of magic lay open, its pages filled with complex, glowing diagrams. Derek sat in the dark, sweat dripping down his face as he pushed his limits. His red eyes glowed with intense focus, channeling mana through his very fingertips. He wasn't having any of it, pushing through the exhaustion to master the technique. Blue energy crackled around his hand, a testament to his refined control and power. He collapsed onto the grass, his breath coming in ragged, heavy huffs. The rustling of leaves broke the silence as he tried to regain his composure. Suddenly, a figure appeared, greeting him with a casual, almost mocking wave. Derek looked up, his guard instantly raised as he assessed the unexpected intruder. The stars twinkled above, witnessing a meeting that would change everything for him. The visitor sat down, stating calmly, "I wanted to talk a bit about Diella." Derek nodded, his expression unreadable as he clutched his book tightly. The man looked nervous, clearly feeling the weight of the conversation they were having. Derek remained stoic, his red eyes piercing through the darkness of the night. The man sighed, his face showing the strain of the delicate situation at hand. He stammered, "Ah, yeah, that's right, struggling to find the right words." They sat in silence for a moment, the tension between them becoming palpable. He pointed a finger, trying to explain his point without causing further trouble. Derek stared back, his gaze cold enough to freeze the very air around them. The man looked flushed, clearly out of his depth against Derek's unwavering resolve. Derek thought of the ridiculous demands and simply replied, "Absolutely not." He agreed, adding, "Yes, I don't think it's that desirable as well." With the training done, he stood up and asked, "Should we head in soon?" Derek and his companion walked through the quiet grounds, the weight of their recent conversation lingering. The companion turned to him, offering a sincere, "Anyway, I'm grateful to you." He didn't stop there, adding, "And father doesn't show it, but he looks satisfied." Derek listened as the man continued, "Everyone in this mansion would agree with that." The crunch of gravel under their boots echoed as they paced, deep in thought. He looked up at the stars, musing, "People can change." He reflected on his own growth, admitting, "If I simply didn't realize it sooner or if I was avoiding it." He turned back to Derek with a smile, stating, "This is thanks to you, Derek, thank you." Derek kept his expression neutral, his red eyes scanning the horizon with professional focus. He gestured toward the sky, discussing the nuances of their recent training sessions. Derek remained stoic, his mind already calculating the next steps for his students. The man brought up a new topic, saying, "Ah, the School of the Wild. I've heard of it." Derek replied calmly, "Once she reaches a certain track." He watched the man closely, ensuring his advice was understood. Derek finished his thought, "That level, her time to shine comes eventually." 2 months later, a single flower lay on a polished table, marking the passage of time. A maid helped Diella get ready, the young girl asking, what is it? Why flowers?" Diella took a moment to admire the bloom, her expression softening significantly. She shared her progress, noting, "I'm already comfortable using even one-star magic, and I've gotten much closer with the servants too." Her eyes sparkled with a newfound confidence that hadn't been there before. The maid smiled, clearly proud of how much Diella had matured under Derek's guidance. Diella decided, "Then I should put the flowers in nicely tilde ah. Give me one of the leftover flowers so I can give them to Derek." The flower slipped from her fingers, falling toward the floor in a sudden, jarring moment. Diella stared at the fallen flower, her face pale and filled with sudden, overwhelming dread. Tears welled up in her eyes as she realized the gravity of the situation. A stern voice cut through the tension, "You heard me." Derek stood there, his red eyes cold and unyielding as he faced the consequences. The reality of the seasons hit hard. That's how the principles of the seasons always are. Just as there is no eternal winter, there is no eternal spring. The conversation shifted to the core issue, but Lady Diella belongs to the School of the Wild. Derek sat quietly, absorbing the weight of the decision being made about his student. He kept his head bowed, showing the respect required in such a high-stakes environment. The man in charge looked on, his expression unreadable and stern. Derek felt the pressure mounting as the discussion reached a critical turning point. The man paced near the window, his silhouette sharp against the bright light. He looked back at Derek, his profile showing a mix of authority and deep concern. Derek remained in the background, a silent observer to the shifting political winds. He looked up, his focus sharpening as he prepared to defend his teaching methods. The room felt smaller as the man continued his lecture on duty and expectation. He turned his back to the room, staring out the window at the sprawling estate. Derek sat firmly in his chair, clutching his book, ready for whatever challenge came next. The atmosphere in the room turned icy as the man dismissed Derek with a cold, "If there's nothing else, you may go." He didn't even blink, his stoic expression betraying none of the internal frustration he felt. Derek simply bowed, maintaining his composure while the man loomed over him like a shadow. He turned on his heel, walking down the long, silent corridor with a heavy, rhythmic stride. Suddenly, he crossed paths with Diella, who looked like she had seen a ghost. She stood there, her usual sharp demeanor replaced by a look of genuine, wide-eyed concern. Derek sighed, knowing the weight of expectation was crushing her, and muttered, "It can't be helped." Diella looked up, her eyes glistening as if she were on the verge of breaking down. He remained focused, his red eyes piercing through the tension as he offered a rare moment of guidance. He took a step forward, his boots clicking against the floor as he prepared to leave for good. He reassured her, "I'll study a lot of magic too, and once Lady Diella builds up more skill." She nodded slowly, her head hanging low as the reality of his departure finally sank in. Derek offered a faint, encouraging smile, trying to lighten the heavy mood hanging between them. She stared at him, her heart clearly struggling to process the sudden change in their dynamic. Night fell over the estate, the moonlight casting long, eerie shadows across the cold stone walls. Inside her room, Diella tossed and turned, trapped in the grip of a suffocating nightmare. The voices of her past echoed in her head. "Diella, you're a useless child, an utterly incompetent child." They mocked her, screaming, "What do you have to boast about besides your bloodline? You don't have even a speck of talent." The cruelty continued, "You're the shame of Duplain, someone like you should never have been born." Her eyes snapped open in terror, her pupils dilated as she gasped for air in the darkness. She bolted upright, screaming no, as the remnants of the nightmare clawed at her sanity. She sat shivering on the edge of the bed, clutching her chest as if trying to hold herself together. Her hands trembled as she brushed her hair back, still reeling from the vivid, painful memories. The door creaked open and a maid rushed in, eyes wide with genuine panic at the commotion. She looked up, her expression dazed and vulnerable, clearly not fully present in the room. Her mind raced with the haunting question, "What if?" as she struggled to regain her composure. The maid stood frozen, unsure of how to comfort the young noble lady in such a state. Diella sat in silence, her posture rigid as she tried to bury the trauma deep within. The maid stepped closer, her voice trembling as she asked if everything was all right. Diella bit her lip, her jaw tightening as she fought back the urge to scream again. The maid watched her, terrified that the progress they had made was slipping away. Finally, Diella managed a weak, forced smile and whispered, "Don't worry." Morning arrived, and the mansion looked as imposing as ever under the bright, uncaring sky. Derek stood by the carriage ready to depart, while a woman watched him with a bittersweet smile. He asked, "If I drop you off by the commercial district, that should be fine, right?" She nodded, her eyes lingering on him, clearly reluctant to see him leave the estate. A group of onlookers gathered, their faces a mix of confusion and regret at his departure. One of them couldn't help but ask, "So you really are leaving?" as if hoping for a different answer. Derek remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he prepared for his next journey. He wasn't having any of it, his red eyes signaling that his decision was final and absolute. Elent wasn't about to let him walk away without a final, sharp-tongued reminder. She glared at Derek, clearly struggling to accept that their time together was ending. Crossing her arms, she challenged him, "You won't be able to live quietly anymore, you know." Derek just offered a calm, knowing smile, completely unfazed by her dramatic warning. He knew the life of a tutor was never truly quiet, but he was ready for it. Elent pressed him further, her eyes searching his for any sign of hesitation. She looked genuinely distressed, as if the reality of his departure was finally hitting home. Derek remained steady, his red eyes reflecting a calm resolve that silenced her protests. She stammered, trying to find the right words, but Derek simply cut through the tension. He looked at her with a maturity that felt worlds apart from his youthful appearance. "I'm already an adult," he stated firmly, putting an end to her patronizing concerns. Suddenly, she reached out, pulling him into a warm, lingering embrace. She whispered something profound, a final lesson or perhaps a heartfelt farewell. Derek stood still, absorbing the moment, his expression softening for the first time. She pulled back, her eyes wide as if realizing just how much he had changed her. With a gentle touch, he patted her head, a gesture of respect for her growth. Tears welled up in her eyes, the tough, noble lady facade finally crumbling completely. She watched him walk toward the carriage, her heart clearly heavy with the goodbye. Derek didn't look back, his focus already on the road ahead and his next mission. She waved frantically, shouting again, as if begging for one more lesson. Her hand stayed raised in the air, a final tribute to the man who reformed her. Tears streamed down her face, but she wore a smile, grateful for their time together. The sky above Ebelstein remained clear, marking the start of a new chapter. Meanwhile, in the Ebelstein commercial district, trouble was brewing in the shadows. A heavy door creaked open, revealing a scene of pure, unadulterated chaos. Someone was getting absolutely wrecked, and our guy was clearly not having any of it. Derek stepped into the fray, his presence alone enough to make the thugs freeze. He didn't hesitate, delivering a swift, decisive blow that ended the fight instantly. The victim looked up, stunned by the sudden intervention of this mysterious stranger. Derek just smirked, looking as cool as ever after cleaning up the mess. He arrived at Tavern Belden's tier, looking for a well-deserved moment of peace. The tavern keeper greeted him like an old friend, offering a drink on the house. A companion leaned in, teasing him about his pale complexion and his noble lifestyle. She was dying to know the details, her curiosity getting the better of her. Derek took a slow sip, savoring the drink while gathering his thoughts. He wasn't the type to brag, but he had plenty of stories to tell. She pressed him again, clearly not satisfied with his initial vague response. The tavern keeper watched on, amused by the dynamic between the two of them. Derek finally admitted, "I received something more important than money," leaving them speechless. He placed a mysterious, ornate book on the table, the true prize of his journey. The tavern keeper watched in disbelief as Derek revealed his true prize, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. He held the ornate book with a calm gaze, clearly unfazed by the tension in the room. The tavern keeper panicked, shouting, "If you get caught, you're dead," while pointing at the glowing book. Derek didn't flinch, simply stating, "The Grand Duke gave it to me," with a cool, collected demeanor. Ellent wasn't having any of it, snapping, "What? Don't lie, you little punk. Are they looking for an archery instructor there?" The night wore on, leaving the tavern in a quiet, candle-lit haze after the heated confrontation. The tavern keeper sighed, asking, "You're taking on a request when you just returned," as Derek studied the tome. He barely looked up, already focused on the next challenge waiting for him in the shadows. The tavern keeper leaned in, remarking, "There's always a shortage of mages in this line of work," with a knowing grin. Derek remained stoic, his red eyes scanning the pages as if he were already planning his next move. Soon he and Ellent were back on the road, traveling under the bright, open sky. Suddenly, a monstrous beast lunged from the brush, forcing Ellent to scramble for her bow. She didn't miss a beat, pinning the creature down with precision magic arrows while Derek stood ready. They fought back-to-back against a swarm of spiders, with Derek weaving a shimmering blue blade of energy. Exhausted from the skirmish, Ellent collapsed in the wagon while Derek kept his nose buried in the book. Night fell and they set up a small camp, resting by the warmth of a crackling fire. Under the moonlight, he stood alone, channeling his mana into a swirling vortex of blue light. He focused intently, his hands glowing as he manipulated the raw energy with practiced, expert precision. A small, crystalline shard materialized between his fingers, crackling with unstable, raw magical power. With a swift motion, he unleashed the blast, sending a shockwave through the dark forest. The trees shook as the spell connected, proving that his one-star magic was far from ordinary. He slumped to the ground, huffing for air, his hand bloodied but his expression satisfied. The pages of the mysterious book flipped rapidly, revealing complex diagrams of ancient, forgotten magic circles. He stood up, dusting off his cloak, ready to face whatever the next day would bring. Back at the tavern, Ellent wiped her face, complaining, "Ugh, Tilda, I keep telling him to go when it warms up." The tavern keeper just chuckled, cleaning the counter while handing over a heavy, blood-stained bag. Derek pressed a cloth to his face, his eyes sharp despite the exhaustion of the recent battle. The keeper added, "It just so happens a request came in that fits you perfectly, Derek." He looked up, curious, asking, "What kind of request?" As the atmosphere in the tavern shifted. The keeper leaned in close, his expression turning serious as he prepared to drop the news. "You've heard of Count Belmierd, right?" the keeper asked, his voice dropping to a low whisper. Derek remained silent, his gaze intense as he processed the implications of that name. Soon, he arrived at the noble's district, standing before the imposing gates of the magic sparring arena. Nearby, a high mage walked with a noble lady, discussing their plans for the upcoming training session. The mage remarked, "To practice offensive magic, we've arranged for a commoner," with a dismissive wave. The noble lady looked annoyed, her brow furrowed as she questioned the necessity of such an arrangement. The mage just smiled, adding, "Yeah, he sure Tilda," clearly confident in his own twisted logic. He continued, "Still, he's someone who can handle one-star magic, while the lady boasted about her own progress. Derek sat on a nearby bench, quietly tightening his boots, completely unaware of the trap being set. Without hesitation, he kept his cool, his sharp red eyes scanning the situation with calm, calculated precision. Elent looked down at him, her arms crossed as she prepared to test his resolve. He stood tall, introducing himself with a simple, "My name is Derek," to the onlookers. Elent paused, a flicker of recognition crossing her face as she muttered, "Derek." She shook off the feeling, quickly barking, "All right then, let's go to the arena." With a graceful motion, she turned, her red hair flowing as she headed toward the field. She stopped and looked back, adding, "Now then," with a challenge hanging in the air. Derek stared back, his expression unreadable, as if he were already dissecting her next move. She watched him closely, clearly trying to gauge if this tutor was worth her time. A shadow of doubt crossed her features, but she quickly masked it with a smirk. He remained silent, his focus entirely on the mana beginning to swirl around them. She scoffed at his lack of reaction, asking, What kind of ridiculous question is that?" He didn't flinch, simply preparing his stance as the tension in the air thickened. The elder mage nearby shook his head, sensing that things were about to get messy. A faint, confident smile touched her lips, convinced she had the upper hand here. She stood tall, radiating the arrogance of a noble who had never known true defeat. He stayed quiet, his silence acting as a perfect foil to her constant posturing. Suddenly, a surge of blue mana ignited around his hand, leaving everyone watching completely speechless. He looked up, his gaze piercing, as he prepared to show her the real deal. She couldn't help but smile, thinking she had finally baited him into a mistake. Bro really thought he had a chance, but she was just getting started with her magic. He remained unmoved, his eyes locked onto her every subtle shift in mana flow. With a calm voice, he began, "As you," before unleashing his own counter-magic. They stood across from each other, both cloaked in shimmering, lethal energy ready to strike. She sneered, "That commoner brat is worth praising for mastering the 1-star rank at such a young age." Her eyes glowed with intensity as she prepared to launch a barrage of magic arrows. She fired, but he was already moving, his reflexes sharper than anyone expected. He wasn't having any of it, weaving through the air with effortless, fluid grace. A massive shockwave erupted as his mana collided with her incoming projectiles, shaking the ground. She reached out, her expression twisting into one of genuine shock and frustration. He stood firm, his posture perfect, completely unfazed by her display of noble power. She hissed, "This little brat," as she realized her attacks were being swatted away. Magic arrows filled the air, creating a dazzling, deadly display of light and force. She commanded the battlefield, but he was dismantling her formation piece by piece. With a flick of her wrist, she sent more arrows flying, desperate to land a hit. He caught the flow of her magic, his own energy acting like a shield. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her perfect strategy crumbled right before her eyes. The arrows shattered upon impact, turning into harmless sparks of fading light. She stepped back, her pride wounded, watching as he stood completely untouched by her assault. For most people that is impossible, but our guy just made it look like child's play. Dressed Wolfdal watches the duel with a keen, experienced eye, sensing the shifting tides of battle. Elent isn't backing down, her eyes burning with a fierce, competitive fire. "Then this time I'll attack him seriously," she declares, channeling her mana for a real strike. Derek remains calm, noting that she isn't even trying to use her full potential yet. She raises her hand, summoning a lethal barrage of glowing magic arrows. The air hums with energy as she unleashes a relentless rain of fire upon him. Derek watches the projectiles arc through the sky, calculating his next move with precision. "I can't dodge this," he realizes, his red eyes narrowing as he prepares a defense. He instantly erects a shimmering blue barrier to absorb the incoming magical onslaught. The impact creates a massive explosion of light, shaking the very ground beneath them. Derek stands firm within the dust, his hands glowing with controlled, defensive mana. He spots an opening, his gaze locked onto her position with predatory focus. Elent lunges forward, brandishing a blade of pure energy to catch him off guard. He doesn't flinch, his expression remaining cool as he tracks her rapid movements. With a flick of his fingers, he executes a subtle, disruptive countermaneuver. The battlefield suddenly plunges into a disorienting, shadowy void of sensory disruption. Elent stumbles, her vision failing as the darkness swallows her surroundings completely. She crashes into the floor, letting out a frustrated ugh as her momentum dies. "Where did that bastard go?" she shouts, panic rising as she loses her target. She spins around blindly, desperately trying to pierce through the magical veil. A single glowing projectile streaks past her, signaling his exact location. She freezes, her eyes widening as she realizes she's been outplayed by his tactics. Derek moves through the shadows, his presence masked by his expert control. He launches another projectile, forcing her to scramble and defend herself once more. "Raise," he commands calmly, manipulating the flow of magic with effortless grace. She gasps, finally understanding the true nature of his initial, seemingly missed attack. Derek remains poised, his eyes glowing as he maintains his absolute dominance. He guides the floating shards of light, turning them into a cage around her. "Not a chance," she yells, desperately trying to shatter the incoming magical trap. Her eyes flare with intensity, refusing to accept defeat so easily today. Derek leaps forward, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. "Rapid magic manifestation is my specialty," she screams, preparing a desperate counterspell. He watches her intently, knowing exactly how she plans to end this duel. His boot strikes the wall, propelling him toward her with incredible, calculated force. He kicks off the surface, turning his movement into a lethal, high-speed strike. Ellen stares in shock, realizing his speed is far beyond her current expectations. Electricity crackles around his feet, signaling a surge of raw, focused power. The tip of his toes are manifesting magic. She gasps, stunned by his technique. She tries to block, but the sheer pressure of his mana forces her back. Derek lands the final blow, sending her sprawling as Dressed watches in awe. Dressed watches in absolute silence, his mind racing as he tries to decipher Derek's mysterious technique. The noble lady catches her breath, looking up at Derek with a mix of shock and disbelief. She brushes her hair back, her expression shifting from arrogance to a newfound, begrudging respect. Derek remains cold and composed, his glowing red eyes locked onto his opponent with lethal focus. Bro really thought he could be underestimated, but Derek's footwork tells a completely different story. He stands his ground, forcing her to acknowledge that his skills are far beyond a commoner's. "But you taught me something interesting, so," she murmurs, finally dropping her haughty facade. Her eyes widen with a dangerous spark, realizing that this tutor is no ordinary instructor. Suddenly, she launches a desperate counterattack, but Derek is already one step ahead of her. He channels his mana with terrifying precision, his eyes glowing brighter as the tension spikes. The air crackles with energy as he effortlessly deflects her incoming strike with a barrier. She lets out a sharp cry as the backlash of her own magic sends her reeling backward. Derek leaps into the air, closing the distance before she can even think to recover. He stares down at her with an intensity that leaves no room for doubt or hesitation. She looks up, completely paralyzed by the sheer dominance radiating from our guy's aura. He descends like a hawk, his movements fluid, calculated, and absolutely relentless in their execution. His red eyes burn with the intensity that would make any noble house tremble in fear. She is left breathless, her pride shattered by the overwhelming skill displayed by her tutor. The bell rings out, signaling the abrupt and decisive end to this one-sided sparring match. Dress strikes the bell again, his face showing a mix of shock and profound realization. Derek lands firmly, his boots hitting the ground with a finality that ends the conflict. "Thank you for the match," he says politely, bowing as if nothing intense just occurred. She bites her lip, still reeling from the realization of how outclassed she truly was. He stands by, calm and collected, while she tries to regain her composure over tea. "I heard you're a commoner, though," she probes, trying to regain some semblance of control. Derek doesn't even flinch, his expression remaining as unreadable as a stone wall. "Save the humility, I like hardworking people," she adds, attempting to bridge the social gap. He keeps his gaze fixed forward, fully aware of the eyes watching him from afar. "Well, thanks to you I learned a lot," she admits, finally showing a sliver of gratitude. Derek looks at her, his red eyes reflecting a deep, analytical understanding of her potential. "Well, maybe, but I'm not interested in small fry," he replies, setting his sights higher. The image of a powerful mage flashes in his mind, the true target of his ambition. She looks down, her heart heavy with the weight of her own limitations and desires. He watches her closely, knowing exactly what kind of fire he needs to ignite within. He remains stoic, his presence commanding the space even when he is being dismissed. "You may go," she commands, though it sounds more like a request for him to stay. Derek turns to leave, his footsteps echoing in the vast, silent hall of the estate. She sips her tea, the name of the Belden mercenary corps lingering in her thoughts. The memory memory of his skill haunts her, leaving her both frustrated and deeply intrigued. Her eyes widen in realization, finally understanding the true magnitude of the man she faced. Derek strides through the estate, his calm demeanor masking the intensity of his upcoming meeting. He doesn't hesitate, moving with the precision of a man who knows exactly what he wants. Ellen meets him, her posture radiating a newfound, sharp-edged confidence that catches him off guard. He studies her, his red eyes scanning for the progress he knows she's been hiding. She offers a smirk that says she's ready to prove her worth, no matter the cost. The sun begins to set over the estate, casting long, dramatic shadows across the grounds. Inside, the fireplace roars to life, setting the stage for a conversation that could change everything. Derek sits down, his voice steady as he cuts right through the social pleasantries. He watches her closely, waiting to see if she has the resolve to match her ambition. Ellen doesn't blink, admitting, "It'd be best if I reached 2-star first," with total conviction. He sips his tea, listening intently as she lays her cards on the table. The confession spills out. "Before I wanted to beat Azaline so badly," she admits, voice trembling. Derek remains unmoved, his expression a mask of professional detachment. She stares into her cup, her reflection distorted by the swirling liquid. The weight of her past failures hangs heavy in the air between them. He finally speaks, his words sharp enough to cut through the tension. The tea ripples as she sets the cup down, her nerves finally getting the better of her. She shifts in her seat, looking for some sign of approval from her tutor. Derek observes her, analyzing the shift in her motivation from petty jealousy to genuine growth. The room feels smaller now, the firelight highlighting the distance between their expectations. Her eyes lock onto his, searching for the validation she once craved above all else. He keeps his composure, refusing to give her the easy answer she wants. She whispers to herself, "What must I do?" as the ghost of her past self looms. The silence stretches, neither of them willing to break the heavy atmosphere. Derek takes another slow sip, letting the pressure build until it's almost unbearable. He finally breaks the silence, "So if you work hard to refine your abilities," he continues, "and this young lady in front of me isn't asking me this because she wants praise." The fire crackles, echoing the sudden spark of realization in Ellen's eyes. The mansion seems to hold its breath as he delivers his verdict. He pauses, his lips pressed into a thin, thoughtful line. She watches him, hanging on every word like a lifeline. The intensity of her gaze is enough to make anyone else look away. Derek holds her stare, his red eyes glowing with a hidden, ancient wisdom. She bites her lip, the anticipation of his next words visible in her posture. Her expression shifts from doubt to a fierce, burning determination. He looks at her, finally seeing the potential he had been waiting for all along. She leans in, declaring, "You made that good-for-nothing Diella into a mage." Her voice is steady now, devoid of the jealousy that once clouded her judgment. He remains silent, letting her own words sink into the room's foundation. Derek finally nods, knowing she is ready to transcend her limits. Ellen leans back, her posture radiating newfound confidence as she declares, "Now we're talking." Derek watches her intently, his sharp gaze dissecting the shift in her demeanor. He stands tall, his dark cloak swirling as he prepares to push her further. With a flick of his wrist, he draws his blade, the steel shimmering with lethal intent. Ellen doesn't flinch, her amber eyes locking onto his with a challenging intensity. Derek remains composed, his red eyes glowing as he assesses her internal mana flow. "That's what you're worried about, that people will talk?" he asks, his voice cutting through the tension. She bristles at his bluntness, her pride clearly wounded by his dismissive tone. Derek stares her down, refusing to let her hide behind noble excuses. "For such a petty reason," she snaps, "I know very well what matters more than pride." He observes her outburst, his expression unreadable as he weighs her resolve. Derek sighs, realizing she is finally starting to understand the stakes of their training. Ellen clutches her chest, her heart racing as the reality of her ambition sinks in. Suddenly, a flush creeps up her cheeks, her composure crumbling under his intense scrutiny. She crosses her arms, trying to hide her embarrassment while he continues to watch. "Ah, why is this room so hot?" she mutters, clearly feeling the pressure. Derek thinks to himself, "If she's serious, then I should reciprocate her sentiment and use harsh methods." The scene shifts to the serene gardens, where a statue stands as a silent witness. Adeline chats with her peers, noting, "I heard Lady Ellen's skills have improved drastically." Her companion listens, her eyes wide with curiosity about the rumors spreading through Ebelstein. Elent arrives, looking radiant and completely unfazed by the gossip surrounding her. The other ladies gather around, whispering about the mysterious tutor she hired. They watch her from a distance, unable to hide their jealousy of her progress. Elent turns to them with a smirk, asking, "Have you never tasted defeat before?" The ladies are left speechless, not expecting such a sharp retort from her. One noblewoman remarks, "He's just a commoner, but his track record was impressive enough to convince me." She presses Elent, asking, his abilities were vouched for. You actually vouched for him?" Elent smiles, replying, "Yes, because my tutor is none other than." The listener hangs on every word, waiting to hear the name of the man behind the success. Elent imagines her victory, thinking, "The man you couldn't hold onto is now mine." The noblewoman gasps, her jaw dropping at the implication of Elent's words. She leans in, whispering, "I'm certain Lady Elent is incredibly wise. Congratulations once again," she adds, trying to maintain her social standing. Elent stares at her, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. The noblewoman quickly changes the subject, clearly feeling the heat of the interaction. She suggests, "Diella, why don't you try asking Derek for some extra magic tutoring?" Diella recoils in horror, exclaiming, No, there's no need to ask him for that." She pleads, "Please don't go that far," terrified of Derek's intense teaching style. Elent chuckles to herself, knowing exactly how intimidating Derek can be. The ladies continue their chatter, unaware of the storm brewing in the noble district. Elent couldn't help but smile, clearly enjoying the chaos brewing behind the scenes. She waved off the tension, acting as if the upcoming storm was just a minor breeze. Bro really thought she could hide her excitement, but Adeline wasn't buying it for a second. Adeline sighed, whispering to herself it shouldn't be anything serious, while trying to stay calm. The two ladies stood apart, the distance between them reflecting their growing social divide. Meanwhile, the real mastermind was busy keeping a low profile at the local tavern. Derek sat inside Tavern Beldun's tier, looking for a quiet moment away from the noble drama. He wasn't alone for long, as the tavern keeper approached him with a curious look. Derek didn't flinch, coolly stating, "Besides, I don't even need to make a long trip to the Earl's estate." He added, "It doesn't matter as long as I can handle it here in Ebelstein." The keeper scoffed, "Hey, you make it sound so easy," clearly doubting his casual confidence. Derek just stared back with those intense red eyes, completely unfazed by the skepticism. The keeper leaned in, slamming a barrel down as he asked, "So what is the most realistic plan you want to execute?" He wasn't having any of it, demanding a straight answer from our mysterious tutor. Derek remained silent, his stoic expression leaving everyone speechless in the dimly lit room. He just gripped his drink, letting the tension hang in the air like a heavy fog. The keeper groaned as he realized he wasn't going to get a simple answer. He pressed further, "You're planning something reckless that doesn't make any sense, aren't you?" Derek finally looked up, his gaze sharp enough to cut through the tavern's gloom. Suddenly, a voice shrieked, "It's extremely dangerous, you know," interrupting their tense little meeting. It was a total meltdown, with someone crying, "Hick, they drained my money down to the very last coin." Wah. Derek sighed, knowing exactly how to handle this pathetic display of financial ruin. He muttered, "Sigh, here, just use this money," tossing a few coins to silence the noise. Back at the training grounds, Elent stood with her arms crossed, looking absolutely fierce. She was ready to push her limits, and Derek was right there to guide her. He adjusted his gloves, preparing for another grueling session of magic training. Elent watched him closely, her amber eyes reflecting a mix of exhaustion and determination. Derek ignited his mana, the blue glow illuminating the darkening sky around them. The atmosphere grew heavy as the sun began to dip below the horizon. Elent was gasping for air, her body pushed to the absolute brink of collapse. Derek remained calm, offering a cold, "Thank you for your hard work, my lady." She looked up, sweat dripping down her face, clearly questioning his sanity. He didn't care, adding, "If you push yourself, I am sure there is still some mana left to draw from." Magic arrows crackled to life, forcing her to stand back up despite her shaking legs. She stared at him in disbelief, wondering if he was actually trying to kill her. Finally, she collapsed onto the wooden floor, completely spent from the intense training. Derek looked down at her, stating, "You have worked hard this entire session. Please, you may go have your dinner." His red eyes scanned her one last time, checking for any signs of progress. Elent let out a ragged breath, gasping, "Ah, as she finally found the strength to move. She gave him a tired, crooked grin, proving that even under pressure she wouldn't quit. Ellen wasn't about to let a little exhaustion stop her, declaring that such training was nothing to her. Derek just stared back with those intense red eyes, clearly unimpressed by her bold claim. She stood her ground, though her posture betrayed just how much the session had taken out of her. With a defiant smirk, she challenged him, "Is that so?" as if daring him to push her further. Derek remained stoic, his gaze locked onto hers as he processed her stubborn refusal to yield. Caught off guard by his silence, she could only mutter, "Huh," while trying to catch her breath. He didn't blink, his expression remaining as unreadable as a stone wall under the evening sky. The tension between them was palpable as they stood alone in the quiet, fading light. Bro really thought she was done, but she gritted her teeth and demanded 5 more magic arrows. Derek didn't hesitate, immediately upping the ante by demanding 10 more instead, leaving her completely stunned. He wasn't having any of her excuses, coldly suggesting they switch to magic manifestation training if she couldn't run. She finally collapsed into a chair, completely spent and huffing for air after his relentless pace. Derek checked on her, asking if she was all right, while she weakly insisted that this was actually fun. He looked at her with a mix of concern and professional scrutiny, wondering if she had finally snapped. She offered him a shaky, sweat-drenched smile, proving that her spirit was still very much intact. Derek went silent again, his mind likely calculating exactly how much more she could take before breaking. He finally leaned in, ready to continue the grueling session regardless of her current state. 2 weeks later, the atmosphere shifted as the story moved toward a new social engagement. Ellen was slumped over a table, begging for someone to wake her when the guest arrived. She looked absolutely exhausted, her face pressed against the cool surface while she tried to nap. Lady Denise sat nearby, calmly reading a book and ignoring the chaotic energy radiating from her companion. The silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the sound of Ellen's heavy, rhythmic breathing. She peeked up with tired eyes, still clinging to the hope that she could get a few more minutes. Denise looked down at her, her expression remaining perfectly composed and utterly unimpressed by the display. She offered a gentle "hang in there," while continuing to focus on her reading material. Denise suddenly paused, sensing something or someone approaching the gathering area. She glanced up to see the other noble ladies arriving, their presence instantly changing the room's dynamic. The announcement that Lady Azeline had arrived sent a jolt of panic straight through Ellen. Azeline entered with an air of grace, her arrival marking a shift in the social hierarchy. Ellen scrambled to fix her hair, clearly terrified of being caught in such a disheveled state. She forced a bright, fake smile, chirping, "Oh, I'd love to, let's go," to cover her tracks. Denise watched her with a blank stare, clearly seeing right through the desperate performance. Ellen kept her hands on her head, praying that no one noticed her messy appearance. She whispered to herself, "Phew, she didn't see me, did she?" while trying to regain her composure. The newcomer looked around, her eyes scanning the room with a mix of curiosity and judgment. She seemed slightly unsettled, her expression betraying a hint of nerves despite her elegant exterior. Back at the estate, the evening shadows began to stretch across the quiet, imposing grounds. A servant informed Ellen that a gift had arrived from House Duplain, piquing her interest. The box contained various items, including a mysterious letter that demanded immediate attention. Ellen crossed her arms, staring at the gift with a thoughtful, calculating look in her eyes. The maid suggests using the high-quality gifts from House Duplain, but Ellen isn't having any of it. She coldly orders the servant to throw them away, clearly unimpressed by the gesture. The maid persists, noting that Derek has already arrived at dawn to prepare for her lesson. A mysterious letter sits on the table, its contents weighing heavily on the atmosphere. As the maid brushes her hair, Ellen maintains a stoic, calculating expression. She looks into the mirror, her amber eyes reflecting a deep internal conflict. Elsewhere, other noble ladies are absolutely delighted by the gifts they received. Ellen bites her lip, struggling to contain her frustration with the situation. Outside, Derek sits patiently in the garden, lost in his book while waiting for his student. He senses someone approaching, his sharp gaze shifting toward the source of the movement. Derek greets her calmly, noting, "You're early, Lady Ellen," as she marches toward him. He watches her with that signature calm, unbothered look only a master tutor possesses. Ellen begins stretching, her her movements sharp and filled with pent-up agitation. Derek remains silent, letting the tension hang in the air between them. He stands there, hands behind his back, waiting for her to finally speak her mind. She turns her back on him, clearly struggling to find the right words to say. Glancing over her shoulder, she glares at him with a mix of pride and desperation. Derek doesn't flinch, his red eyes locked onto hers with unwavering focus. She snaps, "What, giving up? Did you ask me that?" Clearly offended by his demeanor. Her eyes widen with intensity as she demands, "How, just how?" regarding her progress. She shouts, "I didn't hire you to hear you suggest," before trailing off in anger. Derek watches as she continues, "If you're going to talk such nonsense, just get lost." She covers her face, the weight of her own insecurities finally starting to show. Derek listens intently, his expression softening just enough to show he's actually listening. She whispers, "I'd be too pathetic," finally admitting the fear she's been hiding. He remains stoic, a silent anchor amidst her emotional storm. Tears stream down her face as she struggles to maintain her noble composure. She clutches her chest, her hand trembling as she grips her clothing. Suddenly she cries out, "I accept it, all of it. I admit how lacking and pathetic I am." Her body shakes with the force of her confession, leaving her completely vulnerable. Derek stands before her, a calm presence in the face of her breakdown. She looks up, sobbing, "Just why exactly?" as she searches for his approval. She explains, "I wanted you to understand how serious I am, even if I had to expose my shameful sides." The memory of her rivalry with others flashes through her mind, fueling her resolve. But as the narrator notes, what she truly hated wasn't her rival but her own weakness. She stands there, tears still falling, waiting for his final verdict. Derek takes a step forward, his boots crunching on the stone path. She wipes her eyes, her expression shifting from despair to a newfound, fierce determination. He looks at her and says, "Then let's win," sealing their pact with those simple words. She gazes up at the sky, the weight of her past finally beginning to lift. A carriage rolls through the golden fields, carrying a mysterious figure toward a new destination. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoes against the cobblestones as the journey nears its end. Out steps dressed Wolfdal, the legendary 6th-rank mage, looking as composed as ever. He adjusts his glasses, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings with seasoned, veteran precision. Standing before the grand residence of Count Belmierd, the old mage prepares for a meeting. Tristan Analt Belmierd greets him with a flourish, clearly eager to discuss their shared interests. With a smug grin, the Lord of Belmierd welcomes his guest into the opulent estate. They settle into plush chairs, the tension in the room thick enough to cut. Tristan leans in, his eyes gleaming with greed as he asks, "How is she doing?" Dressed Wolfdal hesitates, a bead of sweat betraying his inner discomfort at the question. He offers a vague response, trying to keep his composure while under the Lord's scrutiny. Tristan strokes his mustache, clearly not satisfied with the lack of concrete details provided. Dressed forces a smile, playing the part of a loyal servant to keep his secrets. Meanwhile, the moon hangs high over the ominous, foreboding entrance of the nameless labyrinth. A heavy boot steps onto the grass, signaling the arrival of a prepared expedition team. One of the party members questions the wisdom of bringing a fragile noble into danger. Derek, ever the calm instructor, glances at his charge with a look of quiet confidence. Elent Elphine de Lamere looks visibly nervous, her amber eyes reflecting the dark, swirling dungeon energy. He doesn't blink, his red eyes glowing as he prepares to manifest his mana. With a flick of his wrist, he ignites a brilliant blue light to guide them. "We're short on time," he declares. "This is the most efficient method to meet our needs." She bites her lip, the weight of the mission finally sinking into her racing heart. The group descends into the damp, dark corridors, their footsteps echoing into the deep abyss. She whispers, "What even is in there?" as the shadows seem to close in tight. He remains focused, his senses heightened to detect any incoming threats lurking in the dark. Silence falls between them, broken only by the faint, unsettling sounds of the dungeon depths. Suddenly, a pair of sharp eyes locks onto the darkness, sensing a hidden, hostile presence. Goblins," she cries out, her voice trembling as the creatures reveal their jagged teeth. The situation escalates instantly when a massive, hulking form emerges, an ogre. The mercenary turns to Derek and asks, "Can you handle the ogre?" with a greedy smirk. He doesn't even hesitate, replying coldly, "We can discuss the fee later." Red eyes glow in the dark as he prepares to unleash his hidden combat potential. She shakes with fear, realizing they are completely surrounded by these monstrous, screeching beasts. The goblins charge forward with a deafening, blood-curdling shriek, ready to tear them apart. He leaps into the fray, moving with a grace that defies his calm, tutor-like demeanor. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as she watches him dominate the battlefield with ease. He draws his blade, the steel shimmering with a lethal, magical aura of pure power. Bro really thought he could just stand there. He cuts through the goblins like butter. She draws her bow, finally finding the resolve to support him in this chaotic fight. With a perfect shot, she pins a goblin to the wall, leaving everyone else speechless. Derek moved with lethal precision, his blade slicing through the air to dismantle the goblin threat. He wasn't having any of it, channeling his mana to ignite the very air around his blade. Elphine de la Mer stood her ground, drawing her bow with a gaze sharp enough to kill. Bro really thought he could swarm them, but Derek countered with a clean, decisive strike. Before the monsters could react, she released her arrow, pinning a goblin to the cold stone. Seeing the carnage, Elphine de la Mer gasped, her heart racing as reality set in. She was clearly shaken, her eyes wide as she processed the sheer brutality of the fight. A massive, hulking beast emerged from the shadows, towering over them with malicious intent. The air crackled with tension as the monster prepared to crush everything in its path. Derek gripped his sword tighter, his expression hardening into a mask of pure focus. The creature shrieked, lunging forward with a speed that defied its massive, bulky frame. He dodged the heavy blow, his movements fluid as he prepared a counterattack. With a swift motion, he severed the beast's limb, leaving it reeling in agony. Another goblin tried to sneak up, but it was met with a wall of searing flames. The monster didn't even have time to scream before its life was snuffed out. She watched in disbelief, whispering, "What is going on? He actually killed that goblin." Her eyes darted around the room, struggling to comprehend the display of raw power. The shock was written all over her face, leaving her completely frozen in place. Derek didn't let up, shouting, "Keep your wits about you," to snap her out of it. She scrambled back, barely dodging a goblin that lunged from the dark corner. Panic set in as she thought, "I'm going to die," while staring at the encroaching threat. He glared at her, demanding, "You have to defeat it yourself," with unwavering authority. She looked up, her amber eyes shimmering with a mix of fear and newfound resolve. Breaking down, she cried, "Yes, I admit it. I know exactly how pathetic and naive I am." The goblin circled her like a predator, sensing her hesitation and deep-seated insecurity. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, "Why?" questioning her own limitations. The creature leaped, but she finally forced herself to stand, ready to face the music. A dark, predatory grin spread across her face as she tapped into her hidden potential. She gasped, realizing that the power she had been suppressing was finally breaking through. Blue mana surged around her hand, glowing with an intensity that lit up the hallway. She manifested a spear of pure energy, her stance shifting into a combat-ready position. The goblin didn't stand a chance as she prepared to unleash her latent magic. Derek watched from the sidelines, his expression unreadable but his eyes filled with approval. He stood tall, a silent guardian waiting to see if his student could handle the heat. Elphine de la Mer focused her energy, her grip firm on the shimmering magical construct. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. She breathed heavily, the adrenaline coursing through her veins as she prepared the strike. Her eyes locked onto the target, every doubt vanishing as she focused on the kill. The battlefield fell silent, with Derek standing amidst the fallen, watching her progress. He turned his gaze toward her, acknowledging that she had finally taken the first step. Elphine de la Mer catches her breath, her eyes burning with a newfound fierce determination. Under the cold moonlight, the imposing gates of the training grounds loom ahead like a challenge. Derek sits in the shadows, battered and weary, clutching a mysterious letter in his hands. He stares at the parchment, his expression unreadable as he whispers a soft, "I'm sorry." The ink on the page holds secrets that weigh heavily on his tired, battle-worn soul. Memories flicker of their time in Ebelstein, back when everything felt simpler and full of promise. Derek traces the lines of the letter, lost in the weight of his own past choices. Elsewhere, a woman sits at her desk, carefully drafting a message with a steady hand. The nib of her pen scratches against the paper, marking the start of a new scheme. She gazes out the window at the moon, contemplating the ripples she is about to cause. Back in the alley, Derek remains motionless, the silence of the night offering no comfort. Elent suddenly appears, breaking his trance with a sharp, you've been coming here for weeks. She watches him closely, wondering why he clings to that scrap of paper so desperately. Bro really thought he could hide his secrets, but Ellen wasn't letting him off that easily. Derek looks up, his red eyes meeting hers with a mix of exhaustion and guarded caution. He tries to brush off her prying, but she is already digging for the truth. Ellen sighs, realizing that getting a straight answer out of him is like pulling teeth. She tries to play it off as a joke, saying, "I was just taking a jab." Derek tucks the letter away, his movements precise and practiced, shutting down the conversation. She watches him, her amber eyes searching for any sign of the man behind the mask. A brief, tense silence hangs between them, neither willing to break the fragile atmosphere. Ellen finally offers a small, knowing smile, leaving him slightly unsettled by her sudden insight. The scene shifts to the bustling noble district, where the magic duel arena hums with anticipation. Adeline stands among the crowd, her presence drawing whispers from the surrounding noble ladies. She looks around, her eyes bright and observant, scanning for a specific face in the throng. Derek walks through the crowd, keeping his head down and avoiding unnecessary attention from nobles. Adeline spots him and her face lights up with a genuine, welcoming expression of surprise. She calls out, "Derek," her voice cutting through the chatter of the elite social gathering. He stops in his tracks, clearly not expecting to run into her in such a place. She approaches him with a graceful stride, remarking, "I heard you're tutoring Lady Alent." Derek keeps his response brief, stating, "Yes, our paths crossed for a brief time." She chuckles, finding his stoic nature both frustrating and oddly endearing at the same time. Adeline teases him, "You're exactly the same as always, Derek," with a playful, light-hearted tone. He maintains his composure, though his red eyes flicker with a hint of hidden irritation. She continues, "You must be very confident," testing the waters of his legendary teaching reputation. Derek doesn't take the bait, his expression remaining as cool as a winter morning in Ebelstein. Adeline watches him, realizing that his silence is a wall she isn't breaking today. Nearby, the other nobles gossip, mentioning Lady Iceland as the next topic of their interest. She sits quietly engrossed in her book, completely detached from the social posturing around her. Derek turns away, stepping up the stairs to leave the noise of the arena behind. The crowd erupts as Lady Iceland finally steps onto the stage, looking calm and collected. She carries herself with an elegance that leaves the spectators whispering in awe. Meanwhile, the heavy, rhythmic thud of boots echoes through the arena, signaling a serious challenger. It's Elent Alphine de Lamer, and she isn't here to play games today. She marches forward, her gaze locked onto her opponent with absolute, burning intensity. Bro, you can practically feel the heat radiating off her as she prepares for battle. Derek watches from the sidelines, his sharp eyes analyzing every bit of her stance. Elent strides across the floor, closing the distance between them with terrifying confidence. Iceland maintains her composure, though she knows exactly what she is up against. Elent stops, a faint, dangerous smile playing on her lips as she sizes up Iceland. Iceland looks at her and firmly declares no. She admits, "I've never been this nervous for a duel before," feeling the pressure mounting. Elent just smirks, clearly enjoying the sight of her opponent's growing anxiety. Iceland takes a deep breath, trying to steady her racing heart before the chaos begins. Suddenly, fire erupts in Elent's palm, signaling the start of the high-stakes confrontation. Iceland reacts instantly, weaving her own defensive magic into a shimmering blue barrier. The arena is flooded with contrasting energies as they both unleash their power. Elent begins chanting, summoning a barrage of lethal magic arrows to overwhelm her rival. Iceland's eyes widen as she realizes the sheer scale of the assault coming her way. The air crackles with energy as the first wave of projectiles launches into the sky. It's a rain of fire, and Iceland is standing right in the center of the storm. Elent looks like a goddess of war, commanding the flames with effortless precision. Derek recalls his lessons, thinking, "It is something we covered in our lessons." He worries, if both of you end up with your mana completely depleted. His strategy was clear: use your magic as flashily and grandly as possible. Elent continues to push the pace, forcing Iceland to burn through her reserves. The spectators are stunned, whispering, "To think Lady Elent was at this level." She raises her hand, directing the fiery projectiles with a flick of her wrist. The sky turns into a tapestry of burning light as the arrows descend. Iceland watches the trajectory, her mind racing to find a way to survive. She channels every drop of her mana, creating a massive, glowing defensive dome. The arrows slam into her shield, creating a spectacular display of magical force. Determined to survive, Iceland screams, "I will win," while holding her ground. Ellen doesn't let up, her eyes burning with the desire to crush the competition. Iceland is pushed to her absolute limit, her barrier flickering under the relentless pressure. She stands firm, refusing to yield despite the overwhelming odds stacked against her. The crowd gasps, that's Lady Ellen's magic. Her mana reserves seem to have increased tremendously. Iceland remains trapped in her bubble, desperately trying to maintain the integrity of her shield. Observers note while her firepower's incredible, she's just blasting it out endlessly. They conclude at this rate her mana will be depleted in no time, as Iceland watches closely. The hunt is on as she finally spots her target, her eyes locking onto the prize. She doesn't hesitate, declaring, "Now it's my turn, Lady Ellen," with a chilling confidence. With a flick of her wrist, she launches a lethal projectile straight toward her opponent. Ellen reacts instantly, dashing through the chaos to avoid the incoming strike. She weaves through the air, her movements fluid and precise under the mounting pressure. Suddenly, the realization hits her like a truck. No way, illusion magic. She barely has time to process the trickery before the real threat closes the distance. Her eyes widen in shock, realizing she's been played like a fiddle. The two clash in a blur of motion, neither willing to give an inch. Flashback to the master himself, Derek, calmly mapping out the perfect counter strategy. He explains, overwhelm her with flame arrows, then use illusions to deceive her. Derek adds, then get in close and shoot ice spears from a close distance. He knows his student isn't just any skilled mage, she's becoming a force. Back in the heat of battle, Ellen gasps, ice spears at this distance. She knows there's no time to deploy protective magic, so she improvises. She lunges forward, desperate to close the gap before the ice pierces her. Her opponent isn't letting up, firing off another barrage with lethal intent. Mana crackles in the air as she prepares a desperate, high-stakes maneuver. They collide in midair, a dance of fire and ice that leaves everyone breathless. She lands with a heavy thud, the ground cracking beneath her feet. Ellen stands her ground, her breathing ragged but her focus sharper than ever. She stares at the display, muttering, "What is that?" in sheer disbelief. The atmosphere shifts as she realizes the true scale of the trap. She whispers to herself, "That was close," while wiping sweat from her brow. Derek watches from the sidelines, his red eyes analyzing every single detail. He notes in terms of skill level and her way of applying magic, everything has changed. She stands tall, surrounded by a floating ring of deadly ice spears. The ground shudders as the spears begin to resonate with raw, freezing mana. Suddenly, the sky seems to rain down crystalline death upon the arena. Spectators watch in awe, whispering, "Are all of those ice spears?" Derek remains unmoved, leaning against a pillar like he's watching a casual stroll. He keeps his gaze locked on the field, his expression unreadable and cold. She grits her teeth, ready to face the onslaught head-on. With a graceful motion, she commands the spears to strike with pinpoint accuracy. She prepares a counter flame, her hand glowing with a desperate, burning heat. The sun glints off the ice as the spears descend like falling stars. She moves with a lethal elegance, controlling the battlefield like a grandmaster. Her eyes burn with intensity, the fire in her palm ready to erupt. She launches her final gambit, a flaming arc meant to shatter the ice. Ellen de la Mer watches in pure shock as the battlefield shifts before her very eyes. Her eyes widen, realizing the tide of this duel has turned in an instant. A flurry of projectiles dances through the air, leaving her completely defenseless. She gasps, desperately trying to process the sudden, overwhelming display of magical prowess. Wait, was that a hidden ace up her sleeve from the very beginning? Bro really thought she was out of options, but she had been planning this all along. The pressure mounts as the final strike closes in, leaving no room for error. Ellen de la Mer stands her ground, though her composure is clearly starting to crack. She can't read her opponent's next move, and that uncertainty is absolutely lethal. Watching from the sidelines, the onlookers are stunned by this display of equal footing. She whispers to herself, "This is definitely doable, right?" trying to keep her nerves steady. The reality of the situation hits her hard. Winning under these conditions feels impossible. Her heart races, the tension of the duel vibrating through every fiber of her being. She takes a deep, steadying breath, preparing to channel every ounce of her remaining mana. Her gaze hardens, shifting from panic to a cold, calculated focus. Derek watches calmly from the sidelines, his red eyes analyzing every single movement. He knows exactly what is coming, and he isn't about to let her fail now. She exhales, her spirit igniting as she taps into her hidden potential. A surge of blue energy erupts around her, lifting her off the ground. Ellen de la Mer stares in confusion, wondering what just happened. The arena is flooded with raw power, forcing her to scramble for a counter. She questions the strange wind, realizing it isn't magic but pure, raw mana. Her eyes widen as the realization of the power gap finally sets in. Derek remains unmoved, a silent mentor guiding the flow of the entire battle. She turns back, her resolve hardening as she prepares for the final clash. A swirling vortex of fire forms in her palm, glowing with intense heat. The fireball expands, dominating the sky and leaving everyone speechless. She stumbles back, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the spell she just unleashed. With a final, desperate motion, she launches the devastating attack. The air crackles as the two-star fireball descends, a masterpiece of raw, destructive power. Exhaustion claims her, and she collapses to the ground, gasping for air. Derek approaches her, offering a canteen of water with a calm, steady hand. She reaches out, her hands trembling from the immense magical exertion. Doubts plague her mind as she asks, "Can I win just after a few weeks?" Derek looks her in the eye and simply states, "You will win." She looks up at him, her amber eyes reflecting a newfound sense of hope. Nearby, the other noble ladies watch in disbelief, unable to comprehend the transformation. They stare at the lingering flames, questioning if that was truly a two-star spell. She screams in frustration, "That's a fireball. This was not in the situation." She turns to Derek, pleading for guidance as the chaos of the duel continues. Derek watches the chaos with a calm, analytical gaze, his red eyes missing absolutely nothing. Elent is losing her mind, screaming, "You're useless, you fraud," at the top of her lungs. She stares in pure disbelief as a massive fireball erupts, completely defying her expectations. The sheer scale of the explosion leaves her scrambling, realizing she is way out of her depth. A realization hits her like a truck. "I knew it," she whispers, finally grasping the truth. Meanwhile, Adeline stands her ground, her hand outstretched as she channels her own mana. She maintains a stoic expression, clearly unfazed by the fiery display unfolding before her. The onlookers are absolutely stunned, their faces pale as they witness the intense magical exchange. Elent barely manages to dodge the incoming blast, her movements desperate and unrefined. Her eyes widen in terror as the heat singes the air right beside her. The ground shatters under the impact, sending debris flying in every direction. She hits the deck, covering her head as the shockwave threatens to blow her away. Dust clouds fill the arena, obscuring the view while she struggles to regain her footing. Adeline is breathing heavily, her focus locked onto her target with unwavering determination. Elent scrambles back up, her pride wounded and her composure completely shattered. Adeline murmurs, "Lady Elent," while processing the fact that her opponent actually survived. Derek remains a silent observer, his expression unreadable as he monitors the duel's progression. Adeline tries to catch her breath, the physical toll of the duel starting to show. Her hand trembles slightly, the residual mana causing her fingertips to twitch uncontrollably. She clenches her fist, forcing herself to stay focused despite the mounting exhaustion. Derek watches her resolve, perhaps seeing the potential he worked so hard to cultivate. Adeline steels herself thinking, "To someone who worked so hard against her," as she prepares. A faint, confident smirk plays on her lips, signaling that she isn't done yet. She raises her hand again, and a new, swirling vortex of fire begins to manifest. With a defiant shout, she declares, "I'll win," and launches the attack forward. The strain is visible on her face, but she refuses to back down now. The fireball arcs through the air, a beautiful and deadly display of raw power. The spectators gasp, "Another fireball," as they realize the intensity has only increased. It streaks across the field, moving with a speed that catches everyone off guard. Elent dives to the side, narrowly avoiding a direct hit that would have ended her. The projectile slams into the ground, creating a massive crater in its wake. Elent performs an acrobatic flip, landing with a thud as she tries to recover. She doesn't get a moment's rest, as another spell is already being cast against her. Suspended in the air, she looks like a silhouette against the blinding light. Adeline winces, the effort of maintaining such high-level magic clearly draining her reserves. Elent is caught in the glow, her expression shifting from panic to sheer determination. She reaches out, her mana flaring as she prepares a countermaneuver of her own. A shimmering, crystalline spear of ice forms in her grasp, humming with energy. She strikes, the spear piercing the air with a deafening sound as it flies. Adeline drops to her knees, the impact of the clash shaking the entire arena floor. The ice spear shatters against the ground, leaving Adeline gasping for air in the arena. Elent stares in disbelief, thinking, just a simple magic manifestation instead of protective magic. She doesn't hesitate, immediately closing the distance while her opponent struggles to recover. Adeline is clearly at her limit, her breathing ragged as she desperately tries to regroup. Derek watches from the sidelines, his red eyes analyzing every flicker of mana in the air. Elent feels a surge of confidence, convinced that Adeline has absolutely no mana left to fight. She calculates her remaining energy, realizing she can still fire off 2 more lethal spells. A massive fireball erupts and Elent shouts, "I have defeated Adeline," with pure adrenaline. The explosion tears through the arena, forcing Adeline to scramble away from the incoming heat. She hits the floor hard, barely managing to keep her composure as the flames lick nearby. Elent keeps the pressure on, launching another precise strike to finish the duel for good. She stands tall, her amber eyes locked onto her target with unwavering focus and intent. Adeline is shaking, her hands trembling as she tries to manifest one last desperate defense. She pleads with herself, whispering, "Please, just one more time," as her mana flickers. A faint blue light sparks in her palm, proving she isn't finished just yet, bro. Elent watches her opponent, wondering how she still manages to keep that calm, icy expression. Adeline's eyes widen, reflecting the sheer intensity of the magic she is about to unleash. She stands amidst the light, looking like a ghost haunting the very edges of the arena. The internal monologue hits hard. A shadow is always bound to follow in that dark corner. Elent stares back, realizing that the shadow has always been exactly where she stood. The taunting continues. "Did you really think people would always be kind to your face?" She pushes further, demanding, "Show us that face you make when you're losing it with rage." Elent remains cold and calculated, refusing to let her opponent see any weakness in her. Adeline offers a chilling smile, clearly hiding something beneath that fragile, noble exterior. She stands perfectly still, the water beneath her feet rippling with an unnatural, dark energy. Black tendrils of shadow begin to coil around her feet, creeping up like living ink. Adeline admits that radiance was so blinding it completely overshadowed me. As the shadows grow, the ink drops into the water, creating a ripple that signals a shift in power. Suddenly, she is submerged in a dark abyss, bound by the very shadows she cultivated. Even underwater, her resolve doesn't break. She is sharpening her blade in the darkness. She keeps telling herself that one day, she will finally break free from this cage. The goal is clear: I would surpass her and prove my own worth, she vows silently. Back in the arena, the 2 girls face off, the tension thick enough to cut. Elent looks concerned, noticing the strange shift in the atmosphere surrounding her opponent. Adeline clutches her wrist, her body shaking as she prepares for one final, desperate move. She wonders how can she still maintain that perfect, calm expression while staring at Elent. Elent doesn't blink, her posture remaining as rigid and disciplined as Derek taught her. Adeline's blue eyes glow with a fierce, almost desperate light as she focuses her mana. Someone in the crowd screams, "You can do it, I know you can," to boost her. Elent raises her hand, flames dancing at her fingertips, ready to end this duel now. Elent stood tall, her gaze fixed on the distance as she processed the intense duel. Derek, ever the composed instructor, watched with his signature calm, knowing victory was within reach. The battlefield shimmered as Elent prepared to unleash her final, decisive strike. Suddenly, dark, shadowy tendrils erupted from the ground, coiling around her like a trap. She felt the familiar, crushing weight of defeat pulling her back into the abyss. Adeline, meanwhile, channeled her own mana, her hands glowing with a desperate, icy blue light. She looked on, breathless and stunned, as the tide of the duel shifted instantly. Elent gasped, struggling to maintain her composure while the mana surged uncontrollably around her. Her eyes widened in realization. The sheer pressure of the moment was overwhelming. She collapsed to the ground, the weight of the loss hitting her like a physical blow. The duel concluded with both ladies exhausted, leaving the spectators in absolute shock. The crowd erupted into cheers, unable to believe the high-level display they had just witnessed. Elent offered a faint, graceful smile, her pride momentarily set aside for the sake of sportsmanship. Adeline stood frozen, her mind racing as she tried to process the sudden turn of events. "When did you learn 2-star magic?" someone whispered, the question echoing through the stunned audience. She looked up, her blue eyes reflecting the confusion and awe of everyone present. Elent walked away, her silhouette framed by the fading light of the afternoon. Derek stepped out from the shadows, his red eyes scanning the scene with clinical precision. "Well, you saw it clearly, didn't you?" he asked, his voice cutting through the lingering tension. Elent sighed, brushing off the dirt, and admitted, even someone like me knows how to accept defeat. Derek tilted his head, genuinely curious, and muttered, "What kind of expression was it?" He stood there, a silent observer of her internal struggle, waiting for her to find her footing. She wiped a stray tear, trying to hide the frustration that was clearly written on her face. "The ending wasn't the best, but it wasn't that bad, right?" she joked, though her voice wavered. A single tear escaped, rolling down her cheek as the reality of the loss finally settled in. She looked up at him, her amber eyes shimmering with a mix of sorrow and newfound resolve. Derek watched her intently, his expression unreadable as he analyzed her growth. The tears flowed freely now, and she couldn't stop the wave of emotion crashing over her. She finally collapsed, curling into a ball as the weight of the day became too much. Derek closed his eyes for a moment, gathering his thoughts before offering any further guidance. He remained a stoic pillar of support, letting her have the space she desperately needed. She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with every sob. Derek stood just a few paces away, a silent guardian in the dimming light. In her mind, she was still trapped in that dark, magical void, reliving the failure. She clutched her head, the phantom sensation of the shadows still clinging to her skin. The grand archway loomed over them, casting long shadows as the sun began to set. She looked up one last time, her eyes red and puffy, searching his face for answers. Turning away, she tried to compose herself, but the pain of the loss was still raw. Derek finally stepped closer, his presence a grounding force amidst her emotional turmoil. She looked back at him, finally ready to listen, knowing this defeat was just the beginning. Derek stood tall, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he prepared for the next challenge. He watched as the noble lady collapsed in defeat, her spirit momentarily crushed by the weight of failure. The atmosphere shifted as ripples disturbed the water, signaling a change in the air. Her footsteps echoed against the surface, breaking the silence of the evening. Elent Elphine de la Mer stood at a distance, observing the scene with a mix of curiosity and concern. Adeline watched from afar, her expression unreadable as she processed the unfolding events. She turned her head, her eyes reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun. "We'll take our leave now, Lady Iceland," they announced, clearly impressed by the day's display. A soft smile graced her face, as if she were savoring a secret victory. The two women stood in the vast hall, the tension between them palpable. Adeline's blue eyes searched for answers, her composure barely holding together. She offered a knowing look, confident that her influence was already taking root. Adeline felt the weight of the moment, realizing that the game had only just begun. She spoke with a calm authority, leaving no room for doubt in her words. Adeline looked down, her mind racing to find a way to regain the upper hand. A subtle shift in her expression betrayed her inner turmoil. Derek remained stoic, his red eyes scanning the environment with tactical precision. Adeline stood firm, though the scars of the duel were still visible on her skin. The servants hovered nearby, whispering about the strange developments in the district. "I need to send a letter to the main estate," she whispered, urgency coloring her voice. "Derek," she murmured, the name hanging in the air like a heavy promise. The grand architecture of the estate loomed over the city, a testament to the power of the high houses. Inside, the high-ranking officials reviewed the reports with growing concern. "I was moved up in response to Sir Drest's movements," the official noted grimly. They discussed the implications of Drest Wolfdal's sudden arrival in Ebelstein. The legendary mage appeared in their thoughts, a figure of immense, unpredictable power. The noble sat back, contemplating the shifting political landscape of the region. He focused on the task at hand, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "Derek is currently at the Belmead House," he stated, confirming the target's location. He stroked his chin, calculating the risks of interfering with such a skilled instructor. The noble looked up, his eyes sharp and ready to issue a new command. "So I'll take care of it while I'm there," he declared with cold resolve. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the quiet estate grounds. Derek and Elent Elphine de la Mer sat together, the tension of the day finally fading. He looked at her, his expression uncharacteristically soft as he offered his guidance. "Studies and all, I just need some time off to sort out my thoughts," she admitted. They sat in silence, the weight of their training momentarily set aside. "Derek," she called out, her voice breaking the stillness of the evening. He turned to face her, ready to listen to whatever she had to say. She smiled, a genuine look of appreciation for the mentor who changed everything. Derek stood in the fading light, his expression unreadable as he looked at his student. He dropped a bombshell, calmly admitting, "But I'm not sure if I have anything left to teach you." Elent wasn't having any of it, firing back with a playful, "Oh, come on, why the sudden modesty?" She leaned back, noting, "It doesn't suit you. while observing that winter was finally coming to an end. The scene shifted to the familiar, dimly lit exterior of Tavern Belden's Tier under the night sky. A heavy door creaked open, signaling that someone had just arrived at the local hotspot. Inside, a blonde noblewoman looked completely flustered, clutching her winnings while a man nearby lost his mind. Suddenly, Derek stepped through the threshold, catching everyone off guard with his unexpected appearance. He offered a cool, collected smile, simply stating, "I'm back," to the stunned room. Outside, a carriage rattled down the stone path, moving with a sense of urgent purpose. The carriage rolled through the countryside as a man peered out the window, clearly deep in thought. Back in the mansion, a young lady was fast asleep, completely unaware of the chaos brewing nearby. She jolted awake, pulling her pillow over her head in a desperate attempt to ignore the world. A nervous maid stood by the door, stammering, well, my lady," as she tried to deliver news. The noblewoman groaned, snapping, "Ugh, why? I told you to just say I'm not here, seriously." She glared at the door, frustrated that her peace and quiet was being interrupted yet again. The man on the other side of the door was practically beaming, looking far too pleased with himself. He stood there with the maid, waiting for the lady to finally grace them with her presence. The door swung open and she stared out, looking absolutely bewildered by the unwanted visitor. She let out a sigh, trying to maintain her composure despite the early morning intrusion. The man ignored her annoyance, gushing, "Oh Tilda, my love, my gem," with an unsettling amount of enthusiasm. The sun climbed high into the bright blue sky, marking the start of a new day. A delicate tea set sat on the table, steam rising from the cup in the morning light. She sipped her tea, admitting, "Yes, but I learned a lot from it," while discussing past events. The man smiled warmly, clearly satisfied with how their conversation was progressing over tea. She looked away, her amber eyes reflecting a mix of uncertainty and newfound resolve. Hesitation crept into her voice as she warned, "But the retainers will object regarding their plans." She offered a soft, blushing smile, showing that her confidence was growing despite the risks. The scene shifted to a massive, ancient stone gate hidden deep within the mountainside. Eerie blue light pulsed from the entrance, signaling that something dangerous was lurking inside. Suddenly, she shouted, "Behind you," as a creature lunged from the shadows of the dungeon. Derek reacted instantly, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to defend against the surprise attack. Mana crackled around his hand, glowing with a dangerous, intense red energy. He felt the shift in the air, thinking to himself, "This feeling is," as his senses sharpened. He unleashed his power, the red aura surging forward to meet the charging monster head-on. With a sharp command, he shouted, "Fire wall," and flames erupted from his fingertips. The blast of fire engulfed the creature, leaving it no room to escape his counterattack. She watched in awe, her eyes wide as she witnessed his incredible mastery of magic. Birds scattered into the sky above the forest, disturbed by the sudden explosion of mana. The sun set behind the jagged mountain peak, casting a final, golden glow over the land. The night air hung heavy over Ebelstein as the lights flickered inside the tavern. Inside, Derek sat with his companions, his mind racing with a strange sense of unease. He knew that hitting a wall was just part of the process, but something felt off. Heavy footsteps echoed against the wooden floorboards, signaling an unexpected arrival in the room. A mysterious figure in a dark hood stepped forward, revealing the face of dressed Wolfdal. Derek stared in disbelief, recognizing the legendary 6th-rank mage standing right before his eyes. Dressed simply chuckled, remarking, "I've accumulated some fatigue from traveling," as he settled in. Meanwhile, under the pale moonlight, the tension shifted to a different part of the estate. Elent Elphine de Lamere stood firm, her mana swirling violently as she prepared for a display. She channeled her energy, manifesting a shimmering magic arrow with newfound, terrifying precision. The strain was visible on her face, but she refused to let her focus slip. Multiple arrows materialized around her, humming with raw, unstable power that left the air vibrating. Bro really thought she could hold it, but the pressure was clearly becoming too much. With a sharp crack, the magic shattered into nothingness, leaving her gasping for breath. She collapsed to the ground, shouting, "So annoying," as her frustration boiled over completely. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the darkness, I thought you'd grown up a bit. Derek stepped out from the shadows, looking down at her with a cool, detached expression. Ellen looked up, startled, and stammered, "Since when have you been there?" He wasn't having any of it, keeping his arms crossed while observing her pathetic state. She pouted, clearly annoyed that her mentor had caught her in such a vulnerable moment. He didn't hold back, adding, "He managed to turn a brat like you into a person." She shrieked back, "Who's a bee-brat?" as her face flushed with a mix of anger. Derek just smirked, enjoying the fact that he still held the upper hand in their dynamic. She finally relented, muttering, "Yes, I'll just take your word for it," while looking away. He looked toward the horizon, musing that the rumors about his teaching must be spreading. Back at the residence, another noble lady sat in solitude, lost in her own thoughts. The tavern lights glowed warmly, contrasting with the cold, calculated atmosphere inside the meeting. Drest took a long drink, his eyes never leaving Derek, who remained on high alert. He wondered why a high mage of such status would seek him out in this place. Drest smiled, a knowing look in his eyes that suggested he saw right through Derek. Derek asked, "He knows of me," feeling the weight of the old man's scrutiny. The veteran mage leaned in, ready to drop some truth that would change everything for him. He listened intently, his red eyes narrowing as he processed the implications of the conversation. The city of Ebelstein slept, unaware of the power dynamics shifting within its very walls. Drest stood up, his staff clicking against the stone as he delivered a final verdict. He declared, "Your magic talent is far too ambiguous," leaving Derek stunned by the assessment. Leaving everyone speechless, the old mage walked out into the cool night air with ease. Derek watched him go, realizing his journey as a tutor was only just beginning now. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to master his own path. The game had changed, and our guy was ready to prove them all wrong again. Derek stood in the shadows, his sharp gaze locked onto the legendary Drest Wolftal. The 6th rank mage didn't even flinch, his presence alone commanding the very air around them. Derek listened intently as the master mage spoke, his voice carrying the weight of decades. "I'm simply curious to see how far and how much further I can go," Drest declared. A faint, knowing smile touched the old man's lips, leaving our guy completely mesmerized. They walked through the quiet streets, the gap in their power levels feeling like an ocean. Drest gazed up at the night sky, his mind clearly wandering to paths long traveled. Derek couldn't help but feel the gravity of the moment, realizing he was beside a legend. The story of Drest's rise was nothing short of legendary, starting from humble commoner roots. He had clawed his way up, eventually becoming a beacon of hope for all commoners. But that path was paved with tragedy, as seen in the brutal scenes of his past. The sheer horror of those memories still haunted the legacy of the 6th rank mage. Back in the present, the elite circles were already plotting against this rising threat. Some nobles were clearly terrified, questioning why commoners were so greedy for magical power. The arrogance in their voices was palpable, as if they owned the very concept of magic. Suddenly, a swift strike silenced the room, leaving the arrogant noble completely headless. Drest wasn't having any of it, his eyes glowing with a cold, lethal intensity. He moved with terrifying speed, dismantling his opposition before they could even draw breath. Bro really thought he could talk down to a 6th rank mage and walk away alive. The noble collapsed in a heap, his pathetic pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears. "Please spare me," he shrieked, but the damage was already done. Drest looked down with cold indifference, his patience for noble games long since exhausted. The atmosphere in the room turned suffocating as the reality of his power set in. For 30 long years he had lived on the run, hunted by the imperial family. Everything changed when he finally broke through to the 6th rank, forcing the empire to blink. They realized his revenge was justified and decided that granting a title was safer. He became a man who earned his status through raw, undeniable magical prowess. Derek watched him, wondering if he could truly learn from such a monumental figure. He knew there was no reason to refuse such a rare, life-changing opportunity. Meanwhile, at the Ebelstein Noble District, the political sharks were circling the waters. Grand Duke Duplain sat at the table, his eyes sharp as he analyzed the situation. Grand Duke Veltus offered a snake-like smile, clearly hiding a much darker agenda. Could they perhaps be those lowly mercenaries? One of them sneered dismissively. Veltus didn't like the tone, his expression darkening with a hidden, simmering rage. "It must be difficult to manage such a vast territory with only private soldiers," he taunted. The tension in the conference room spiked, making everyone else feel incredibly small. They were playing a dangerous game of words, and nobody wanted to be the first to blink. The Grand Duke maintained his composure, refusing to give his rival the satisfaction. Veltus just kept smiling, a man who clearly enjoyed watching the world burn. The air crackled with tension as the meeting reached its inevitable, explosive conclusion. The Grand Duke kept his cool, but Veltus was clearly enjoying the chaos he had stirred. He adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable as the tension in the room reached its peak. Veltus wasn't backing down, his face twisted in a look of pure, calculated annoyance. Bro really thought he could intimidate everyone, but he knew the bond with Elent was deep. The Grand Duke stared back, his gaze cold enough to freeze the very air around them. Meanwhile, far from the politics, Adeline was busy reading, completely unbothered by the world's drama. The sun shone brightly over the quiet, unassuming exterior of Tavern Belden's Tier. Suddenly, Veltus made his move, stepping into the tavern with his entourage in tow. He looked visibly rattled, sweating as he realized exactly who had just walked through the door. Veltus stood there, looking like he owned the place and everyone inside it. A simple mug of ale sat on the table, a stark contrast to the brewing storm. He crossed his arms, waiting for a reaction that he knew was coming. Running a hand through his hair, he tried to keep his composure under the pressure. He wasn't having any of it, his eyes darting around as he weighed his options. Veltus smirked, clearly feeling like he had the upper hand in this little game. Back at the residence, the grand architecture loomed, hiding secrets behind its pristine walls. Adeline took a bite of her apple, looking bored out of her mind. She scanned the document, her posture relaxed as if she hadn't a care in the world. The maid stood by, watching as Adeline pondered the contents of the letter. She looked up, her eyes sharp as she processed the information before her. She muttered, "How annoying," clearly unimpressed by whatever news had arrived. She set the paper down, her movements graceful yet filled with irritation. Closing her eyes, she took a moment to compose herself before continuing. Her mind drifted to a romantic fantasy, a stark contrast to her current mood. She leaned back, her silhouette framed by the soft light of the room. Adjusting her dress, she seemed to be preparing for something important. She looked back, a mysterious glint in her eyes that left everyone guessing. Deep in the forest, the night air was cold and heavy with anticipation. Water dripped from the cave ceiling, echoing in the absolute silence of the woods. Inside, Derek sat with his mentor, dressed Wolfdal, beginning a crucial training session. Dressed instructed, close your eyes and release your mana in a fine mist. Derek focused, sweat beading on his forehead as he pushed his limits. Green energy swirled around them, signaling the start of a powerful technique. Dressed explained, what you're doing now is the basics of search-type magic. A complex blue magic circle appeared, glowing with ancient hidden power. He continued, at 3-star you can see through disguises, his voice steady and wise. Derek listened intently, his red eyes glowing with newfound understanding. He sat there, absorbing every word from the master mage before him. Derek asked what exactly is going to happen to me, with genuine concern. Dressed looked at him with a knowing smile, ready to guide him further. Derek stood in the shadows, his red eyes locked onto the master mage before him. Dressed Wolfdal leaned in, his voice grave as he prepared to drop a truth bomb. He didn't blink, absorbing the weight of the old man's words with intense focus. Bro really thought he could just walk away, but Dressed wasn't having any of it. The master mage sighed, his expression softening as he looked at his student. Dressed muttered, you have potential, but the path ahead is paved with thorns. Derek remained silent, his stoic face betraying none of the turmoil inside. Dressed tilted his head, asking, you don't seem very surprised by this news. He simply stared back, his gaze piercing through the dim cavern light. Dressed offered a grim nod, confirming the dark reality of their situation. The old mage warned, correct, and I do not wish for you to die either. Dressed summoned a glowing orb of mana, showing our guy the stakes of survival. He watched as the light danced, Dressed declaring, to survive you'll have to become strong. The master mage reached toward the moonlit opening, weaving complex threads of energy. Dressed commanded the mana, his hands moving with the precision of a legend. A massive surge of power ripped through the air, leaving everyone speechless. He observed the display, realizing that true power was far beyond his current reach. Derek looked on, his mind already calculating the next step in his reformation journey. Meanwhile, the bustling streets of Ebelstein continued their daily, oblivious rhythm. A carriage rolled through the district, drawing eyes from the common folk nearby. The horses pranced, their hooves clattering against the stone with rhythmic precision. Adeline stepped out looking as elegant as ever, ignoring the stares of the crowd. Local workers couldn't help but blush as she passed by with such grace. She waved off her maid, stating, "I'm going to walk from here, so you stay and rest." Adeline strode forward, her presence commanding attention from every passerby. She frowned, wondering aloud, "Why is everyone staring at me?" Her maid followed closely, keeping her head down to avoid the unwanted attention. A glimmering necklace caught the light, highlighting her status as a high society noble. Adeline smirked, asking her maid, "I'm pretty." The maid looked unimpressed, clearly used to her lady's vanity. She replied with a dry tone, unimpressed by the display. Adeline laughed, teasing, "I think you're even worse when you're like this." She shifted the topic, whispering, "If another house takes that man named Derek." Adeline demanded, "That mercenary you said he rejected all requests and went into hiding." She pondered the mystery, thinking, did something more important than money appear? Derek appeared in her mind, a man capable of handling high-level magic. She mused, he either found a great grimoire or found a great teacher. Adeline questioned the logic, noting, but that mercenary left the Duplain mansion of his own accord, didn't he? She realized he had found something better than the prestige of the Duplain name. Adeline whispered to herself, could it be? As the truth began to dawn on her. Lady Denise arrives at her destination, her maid trailing closely behind as they seek answers. They stand before the entrance of Beldun's Tier, a place known for its secrets. Inside, the tavern keeper offers a casual welcome, completely unaware of the trouble approaching. He turns around, his expression shifting as he realizes these aren't ordinary patrons. Denise enters with an air of authority, sighing, "Oh dear," at the lack of progress. The keeper admits, "We don't know where Derek is either," clearly feeling the pressure. He adds, "3 teams have already come and gone this morning alone," looking stressed. Bro really thought he could hide, but the heat is definitely on our guy. The keeper wipes sweat from his brow, clearly overwhelmed by the constant inquiries. Denise offers a polite, "Thank you for the answer," hiding her true intentions perfectly. She turns to her maid, "Let's go, Bella. I need to check the carriage transit records." They arrive at the Coachman's Guild in the Ebelstein Commercial District to dig deeper. Inside, they pore over documents, searching for any trace of Derek's movements. Denise looks exhausted, yet her mind is working overtime to piece the puzzle together. She knows that finding him is the key to everything she has planned. She mutters, "And that old man fell for it beautifully," clearly proud of her manipulation. She tosses her hair back, laughing at how easily people dance to her tune. Bella watches her, unimpressed, as the lady continues to gloat about her schemes. Bella quips, "Oh my, Bella, you're so witty today," dripping with dry sarcasm. Denise sighs, "Sigh, I'm exhausted," from being so capable, acting the part perfectly. Bella just smirks, knowing exactly what kind of game her mistress is playing. They continue scanning the records, looking for the one lead that matters. Denise smiles, "Oh Bella, that's the easiest part, I have a plan, you know." She reveals her trump card with a grin, a honey trap classic move. Bella looks skeptical, thinking, and rejecting such a beauty, impossible. Denise looks shocked, asking, "Right, I'm prettier, right," as if she actually cares. Bella just sighs, turning back to the paperwork to end this ridiculous conversation. They finally find the records they need, the ink revealing the path ahead. Deep in the forest, a hidden cave entrance looms, shrouded in mystery. Inside, Derek and his mentor sit in deep meditation, surrounded by glowing mana. The old mage senses a disturbance, his eyes closing as he focuses on the air. He whispers, "It seems someone has come," breaking the silence of the cave. Derek looks up, his red eyes glowing as he says, "They look like your guests." Outside, Denise and Bella cautiously step into the damp, dark cavern. Denise complains, Lady Denise, I think it's better if we don't go further." She worries about her shoes, stating, "I wouldn't be able to take credits if we do that." She looks around, her eyes adjusting to the dim light of the cave. Suddenly, Bella screams, "Ah, my lady, over there," pointing at the shadows. 2 glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. The tension in the cave was thick enough to cut with a knife, as Adeline stood frozen. Those glowing red eyes in the darkness were enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Adeline, clearly out of her depth, stammered, "I'm not confident in offensive magic," while bracing herself. Emerging from the shadows, Derek revealed himself, his red eyes piercing through the gloom. She gasped, caught completely off guard by his sudden and silent appearance. Bro really thought he could just lurk in the dark, but he stepped forward with ease. Adeline stared at him, her mind racing as she tried to process the situation. The two stood in the eerie silence of the cave, the distance between them feeling immense. She decided to shift tactics, flashing a calculated, charming smile to throw him off balance. It was a classic move, but our guy Derek isn't exactly the type to be easily swayed. He watched her intently, his expression remaining as unreadable as a stone wall. Adeline tried to maintain her composure, though her nerves were clearly starting to fray. Derek simply acknowledged her with a calm, "Yes, that's correct," refusing to play her games. She wasn't about to give up that easily, doubling down on her innocent facade. Striking a pose, she tried to look as harmless and alluring as possible. Her maid watched the interaction, likely wondering if this strategy would actually work. He didn't blink, his focus remaining sharp and completely unimpressed by her theatrics. Derek stood his ground, clearly not interested in whatever social performance she was putting on. The maid couldn't help but let out a quiet, stifled laugh at the awkward display. Adeline's eye twitched, her frustration bubbling just beneath the surface of her smile. She adjusted her skirt, trying to regain some semblance of control over the situation. Still, she kept up the act, hoping that persistence would eventually break his resolve. She whispered to herself, wondering why her usual charms were failing so miserably. Derek just stared back, his silence speaking volumes about his lack of interest. The maid looked on, feeling the second-hand embarrassment of the entire ordeal. Another stifled laugh escaped her as the tension continued to mount. Adeline thought, so the shy, beautiful girl act doesn't work on him. Then, she decided to pivot, shouting, "Actually," to grab his attention once more. He remained unmoved, his gaze steady as he waited for her next move. Suddenly, she lunged forward, closing the distance between them in a desperate gamble. She grabbed his arms, pleading, "Please," in a final attempt to manipulate him. She thought, "Oh my, we're so close, his heart must be thumping right." But he wasn't having any of it, skillfully blocking her attempt with a sharp movement. Adeline froze, her eyes wide with shock at how easily he had neutralized her. Derek shook his hands off, looking completely unbothered by her sudden physical advance. He looked at her and bluntly stated, "It was clumsy, very." That blunt rejection left her stunned, her face pale with realization. The maid gave a supportive thumbs up from the back, clearly enjoying the show. He didn't even flinch, his focus remaining entirely on the task at hand. Leaving everyone speechless, he stood tall, proving once again that he couldn't be played. She stood there, eyes wide, clearly struggling to process the situation unfolding before her. Derek, ever the stoic professional, didn't even turn around as he dismissed her concerns. He began to lay down the law, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. Leaving her hanging, he simply walked away, leaving the air thick with unspoken tension. She watched him go, frustration clearly etched across her face as her plans hit a wall. As the sun began to set over the horizon, the atmosphere shifted into something more somber. The two women walked through the quiet woods, the weight of their mission hanging heavy. She couldn't help but vent, snapping, "No, no, no," as she gestured wildly at the maid. Bro really thought she could talk her way out of this, but the logic just wasn't there. She threw her hands up in exasperation, clearly losing her cool over the entire ordeal. Taking a deep breath, she tried to compose herself, though the irritation remained visible. A sly, calculating look crossed her face as she muttered, "Oh," to herself. Nearby, a campfire crackled to life, casting long, dancing shadows against the dark trees. The maid looked on with genuine concern, asking, "Are you really going to be okay, Lady Denise?" She sat by the fire, determined, whispering, "I have to win him over as soon as possible." The maid offered a gentle warning, "Don't push yourself too hard, I'll be going now." She watched her go, her expression unreadable as the night deepened around the campsite. A soft, confident smile played on her lips, signaling that her schemes were far from over. The maid glanced back one last time, clearly worried about the path her lady had chosen. The next day arrived with a clear sky, but the tension in the cave remained palpable. Derek sat in the silence, his red eyes sharp as he observed the surroundings. She entered the cave, struggling with a heavy box, grunting HNGH, HMPH, in exertion. The box was filled with supplies, a clear attempt to butter him up with resources. He watched her with a blank stare, completely unimpressed by her sudden display of helpfulness. She flashed a sweet, fake smile and chirped, "I'll assist you so that you can focus on your magic training, Derek." He wasn't having any of it, his gaze remaining cold and analytical as he processed her act. She kept up the charade, adding, "I feel like I'm growing just by watching." Internally, she was gloating, thinking that if he was human, he'd eventually fall for her kindness. She couldn't contain her excitement, mentally screaming, "He took the bait, as he accepted the box. Bro really thought he was being played, but he just started eating the bread right in front of her. The sun shone brightly outside, mocking the awkward power struggle happening within the cave. She returned with even more items, determined to keep the pressure on him. She even brought in a chef, hoping to win him over through his stomach. Carrying a massive crystal, she looked like she was about to collapse from the sheer weight. She took out her frustration on a wooden post, punching it with surprising force. Her inner monologue raged, "That selfish exploiter, if I'm being this nice, shouldn't he at least act a little swayed?" The maid arrived, carrying a massive pack, looking exhausted while she moved through the forest. She looked on, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and growing desperation. She couldn't help but ask, "What about the tent?" as the reality of her situation set in. Footsteps echoed on the path, signaling that the game was far from over for our protagonist. The atmosphere grew heavy as the head butler arrived with a retinue of guards, signaling a serious shift. Hidden behind the rocks, the young noble lady watched in disbelief, whispering, "What is that? Are they going to war?" Inside the dimly lit cave, Derek stood his ground, calmly reviewing the document presented to him by the visitors. He wasn't having any of it, his red eyes scanning the terms with a cold, analytical precision. Nearby, the girl peeked out from her hiding spot, her wide eyes reflecting the tension of the moment. She let out a frustrated, silent scream, clearly annoyed by the sudden intrusion into their quiet camp. Derek remained unfazed, still holding the paper while the butler awaited his final decision with bated breath. He studied the text again, his expression unreadable as he weighed the implications of their unexpected request. The girl continued to watch, her curiosity getting the better of her despite the obvious danger present. She gritted her teeth in irritation, letting out another muffled outburst that echoed in the cave's silence. The butler finally broke the silence, asking, "I see. Then, will you prepare to leave with us immediately?" Derek didn't hesitate for a second, bluntly shutting them down with a single sharp word, "No." The girl blinked in confusion, wondering why he would turn down such a significant offer so easily. He added, "Though I'm not sure when that will happen," leaving the butler visibly unsettled by his vagueness. The butler's face tightened, clearly not used to being denied by someone he considered a mere mercenary. The girl whispered a quiet sorry, though it was unclear if she was apologizing to him or herself. Derek looked on, his gaze steady as he maintained his firm stance against the influential house. She lowered her head, the weight of the situation finally sinking in as the tension began to dissipate. Back at the estate, the grand architecture stood tall under the bright, uncaring morning sun. A noble lady paced the room, asking, "Oh, really? You found where Derek is?" with genuine surprise. The maid replied, "The head butler went to see him personally," causing the lady to gasp in shock. She immediately commanded, "I must go now, please gather the swiftest soldiers," desperate to reach him first. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of ambition and urgency, clearly planning something big for our protagonist. Night fell over the forest, where the small campfire provided the only warmth against the encroaching darkness. A single drop of sweat rolled down, highlighting the physical toll the day's events had taken on her. She closed her eyes, trying to catch her breath while wrapped in a simple, worn-out blanket. Derek suggested, "Let's head back tomorrow morning, Bella," trying to keep the mood calm and collected. Bella looked at him, her expression soft yet deeply concerned about the path they were currently taking. The girl shifted, feeling the weight of her own limitations pressing down on her tired shoulders. She muttered, "Bella, you actually think I'm a fool, don't you?" catching the maid off guard. The maid stammered, "Oh, how did you?" "No, of course not," trying to deflect the uncomfortable question. She sighed, "I used to achieve anything once my stubbornness kicked in," reflecting on her past failures. Collapsing slightly, she lamented, "Why? I feel so drained," as the magical exhaustion finally settled in. Bella comforted her, saying, "That mercenary mage is not someone moved by a person's background or money." She continued, "Based on a much more important value," hinting at Derek's unique teaching philosophy. The girl listened intently, feeling a strange sense of clarity amidst her overwhelming fatigue. Derek had previously admitted, "At my current level, I cannot be of much help to Lady Azeline." He had firmly declared, "I do not wish to teach magic half-heartedly," showing his unwavering professional integrity. She sat huddled by the fire, wondering if she would ever reach the heights he expected of her. Above them, the full moon watched silently, a witness to the growth of a future magic master. Under the moonlight, Derek focused his energy, causing heavy stones to levitate effortlessly. He sat in a meditative trance, his mana radiating with a calm, controlled intensity. With a sudden thud, the rocks dropped, signaling his intense concentration had finally broken. A mysterious noble lady approached him, her presence casting a long shadow over his training spot. She looked down at him with a knowing smile, clearly unimpressed by his display. Derek glanced up, his red eyes sharp as he noted her shift in demeanor. "You look a bit different today," he observed, catching her off guard. She countered, "Because I'm speaking casually," but he wasn't having any of it. He simply replied, "No, your eyes," cutting straight through her practiced social mask. She sighed, "Teacher, my foot, I hate how you see right through me." Derek remained stoic, his gaze unyielding as he waited for her true confession. "It's all politics and acting," she admitted. "I only tried to keep you on our side." Bro really thought she was being genuine, but she was just playing the long game. He asked, "Why do you hate magic?" hoping to find the root of her frustration. She paused, then corrected herself, "No, actually that's not it either." She confessed, "I just like being praised. Magic was just a means to that end." She recalled her younger self, buried in books and desperate for validation from others. She wondered, "Am I doing this? What am I even doing?" feeling lost in her past. The ancient texts lay open, filled with secrets she barely understood at the time. Back in the present, she realized how far she had strayed from her original purpose. She looked at Derek, her expression softening as she finally spoke her truth. He listened intently, his expression unreadable, letting her process her own internal conflict. She looked away, her pride finally crumbling under the weight of her own honesty. "I'm jealous," she whispered, the admission hanging heavy in the cold night air. She stood up, regaining her composure, leaving everyone speechless at her sudden vulnerability. Derek watched her walk away, his red eyes tracking her every movement with precision. She moved with a newfound grace, leaving him alone with his thoughts. The sun rose over the horizon, signaling a new day for the Veltus mansion. A young noble lady walked through the estate, unaware of the drama unfolding nearby. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their presence a constant reminder of the house's strict security. She glanced back, a look of determination crossing her face as she moved forward. Her hair caught the morning breeze, adding to her regal and composed appearance. The Veltus Grand Duchy mansion stood tall, a monument to power and ancient tradition. Inside, a maid brushed her hair, the atmosphere tense with unspoken expectations and duties. She pondered her situation, realizing that rejection was a luxury she couldn't afford. The maid advised her, "You should stop worrying about this matter now," trying to comfort. She pouted, her mind still racing with the implications of her recent conversation. Suddenly, the butler arrived, announcing, "Oh, and a guest has arrived to have a meal." The heavy doors creaked open, signaling that the mysterious guest had finally arrived. With a serene expression, the visitor stepped into the room, radiating an aura of calm. Her eyes, sharp and observant, scanned the surroundings as if searching for something specific. Meanwhile, Derek sat at the table, completely unbothered while enjoying a hearty meal. He didn't even look up, clearly prioritizing his food over the high society drama unfolding. The lady paused, her expression shifting as she realized the room's atmosphere had changed. Far away in the dark, silent forest, a hidden cave stood as a testament to solitude. Inside, Derek sat in a meditative trance, his body wreathed in a glowing blue aura. He was pushing his limits, sweat beading on his forehead as he focused intently. "It's aligning the flow of mana just a bit more," he whispered to himself. He channeled every ounce of his energy, forcing the wild mana into a single point. The pressure was immense, but our guy wasn't about to let his concentration break now. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a fierce crimson intensity as he seized control. With a sudden burst of power, he unleashed the compressed energy, shaking the cavern walls. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air after that grueling display of magical prowess. Bro was completely drained, but the look in his eyes showed he wasn't finished yet. "It would be a waste to die after finally learning it," he muttered, standing tall. His mentor looked down at him, sternly declaring, "It's time for you to leave this place." Back at the campsite, two fish roasted over an open fire, marking a quiet moment. The old mage sighed, "There's nothing more I can teach you for now," breaking the silence. He poked the fire, his expression unreadable as he prepared to deliver some final wisdom. "How far you intend to climb?" he questioned, leaving the young mage deep in thought. Derek gripped his staff, nodding slowly as he absorbed the weight of those words. The mentor turned his back and walked into the shadows of the dark, ancient woods. His footsteps echoed softly against the forest floor, fading into the distance with ease. Derek watched him go, his red eyes reflecting the flickering light of the dying flames. The mentor didn't look back, disappearing completely into the mysterious, overgrown thicket of trees. He vanished into the darkness, leaving Derek alone to ponder his next major move. Derek sat by the fire, his mind racing with the cryptic warning he just received. "Beware of Kohela," he whispered, the name hanging heavy in the cold night air. The scene shifted to the grand, imposing architecture of the Veltus mansion in the city. Inside, a noble man clapped his hands together with a fake, overly polite smile. Across from him, a lady sipped her tea, looking perfectly composed despite the tension. "For rejecting Duplain's request, tell me I'll assist as much as I can," he offered. Derek took a slow sip of his drink, clearly unimpressed by the man's hollow flattery. "What other lady on the continent could compare to our Denise?" the man continued shamelessly. The lady sighed, recalling the incident. When the maid broke the plate, she asked forgiveness. "Rather than such a plate, I value your," she started, but was interrupted by a voice. She smiled softly, her eyes closed, maintaining her perfect noble facade for the guest. The room fell into a tense, awkward silence as they all sat there sipping tea. The noble lady sat there, sipping tea with a cold, dismissive air. She looked at Derek, her eyes filled with nothing but disdain. Derek remained calm, his expression unreadable as he processed her blatant arrogance. She crossed her arms, declaring, "I said I have no intention of learning magic." Derek just sat there, unfazed by her refusal to cooperate with his guidance. His glowing red eyes narrowed, signaling that he was losing his patience. She stared back, waiting for him to finally crack under the pressure. He retorted, "Ah, right, it must have been unpleasant for someone like you." She closed her eyes, clearly unimpressed by his attempt at a lecture. Derek leaned in, his voice dropping as he spoke of brilliant, hidden magic. Bro really wasn't having any of it, his aura flaring with intense heat. She gasped, finally realizing she had pushed the tutor way too far. She panicked, thinking, "This is absurd, I shouldn't have provoked him." The scene shifted to the grand, imposing Ebelstein noble district under the sun. Inside, a young noble lady sat alone, staring out the window in silence. She looked completely lost, her posture reflecting a deep internal sorrow. Derek stood before her, flanked by guards in the cold, dark cavern. He looked at her and bluntly stated, "You have nothing to learn from me." He insisted her foundation was already set, suggesting she find another instructor. She listened intently, her eyes wide as he dismissed her potential growth. She seemed stunned, unable to process his cold, professional rejection. She looked down, feeling the heavy weight of his words sinking in. She thought to herself, he's already made a firm decision. That wasn't a compliment. She reached out toward the window, her hand trembling in the light. She lamented, the standard, "I believed that was everything." She whispered, "I was simply not free," as the realization hit her. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the room, breaking her trance. The maid entered, finding her lady in a state of total disarray. She looked up, startled by the sudden intrusion into her private space. She stood up, pacing the floor as the maid watched her closely. The maid muttered, "The white zone is a dangerous place, he must be prepared." A chair was knocked over with a loud thud, startling them both. The room felt empty and cold, the chair lying abandoned on the floor. Night fell over the Ebelstein noble district, casting shadows on the mansion. Inside, the noble lady lay sprawled on her bed, staring at the ceiling. The maid stood by, watching her mistress with a mix of pity and duty. The maid offered a small, knowing smile, trying to comfort her. She sat up abruptly, shouting, "I don't find those novels interesting." The maid remained calm, unfazed by her lady's sudden outburst of frustration. She curled up, grumbling about how she had kicked Azeline to the curb. The maid just stood there with a serene smile, completely unfazed by her lady's dramatic morning tantrum. Our noble lady was clearly not having a good time, wallowing in her bed while complaining about her lack of achievements. She desperately wanted to fire Derek, asking, "Can't I just fire him with my own authority?" Like it was that simple. The maid hit her with a reality check, asking, "If you fire Derek, won't your allowance for those novels be cut off?" That single question was enough to silence her, leaving her to sulk under the covers in total defeat. She let out a frustrated arg as the reality of her situation finally started to sink in. Clutching her blanket, she looked absolutely miserable, realizing her power trip had hit a brick wall. She finally peeked out, muttering seriously, as she accepted her fate for the time being. Meanwhile, a flashback reveals Derek sitting by a campfire with his mentor, discussing the harsh realities of noble politics. His mentor advised him it would be wise to maintain good relations with the three major noble houses. However, he added a crucial caveat: that being said, there's no need to swear loyalty to any side. The old man continued, rather, walk the tightrope between the three houses and keep them anxious. Back in the present, the sun rose over the grand estate, signaling the start of another grueling day. Our Lady was still fast asleep, snoring away without a care in the world. Derek, however, wasn't having any of it, rudely waking her up with a loud bang of a frying pan. She jolted awake, shouting, "What the are you?" completely bewildered by his unorthodox wake-up call. Derek just stared at her with those cold, red eyes, completely unmoved by her morning rage. She clutched her pillow, looking absolutely flustered and caught off guard by his sudden appearance. He didn't even blink, maintaining his calm, professional demeanor while holding the kitchen tool. With a thud, he dropped the item, signaling that the time for games was officially over. She looked at him with a mix of annoyance and embarrassment, clearly not a morning person. She snapped, "Hey, Derek, there's a limit to being rude," but he simply ignored her outburst. He calmly pulled out a book, unfazed by the chaos he had just caused in her room. He retorted, "Then why are you making such a fuss in the morning?" putting her on the defensive. He looked at her with a look of pure indifference, waiting for her to get her act together. She stood there, looking annoyed, but she knew she couldn't win this argument against him. He then produced a document, showing her the official terms he had brought along. He declared, "This is the contract written by Grand Duke Veltus himself," leaving her stunned. He held the paper firmly, his expression as serious as ever, showing no room for negotiation. She stared at the contract, her eyes wide with shock as she processed the weight of his words. He continued, "Now then, I will explain today's schedule," completely ignoring her internal panic. He laid it out. "Afterward, you will relearn combat-type elemental magic from the basics." He added, "In the afternoon, you will have physical training, followed by learning about mana utilization." She looked at him, completely overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the training regimen he proposed. He stared right into her soul, his red eyes glowing with an intensity that made her tremble. She looked like she was about to cry, the pressure of his expectations clearly getting to her. Meanwhile, the maid was outside, working hard and hanging laundry, oblivious to the drama inside. She paused for a moment, catching her breath as she noticed the commotion starting in the distance. She watched as Derek and Our Lady started their training, running laps with heavy, exhausted breaths. Our Lady cried out, "Bella," as she struggled to keep up with the relentless pace he set. Bella couldn't help but beam with pride, clearly thrilled by the progress being made. Meanwhile, Our Lady was absolutely drained, looking like she might just collapse from exhaustion. Derek stood by, his red eyes sharp as he watched her struggle with the heavy books. He wasn't having any of it, forcing her to keep moving despite her obvious protests. Under the moonlight, the two of them continued their grueling training through the night. The mansion stood silent and imposing, a stark contrast to the chaos of their session. Soaking in the tub, she groaned, "Bella, I'm just going to die, so that mercenary jerk goes to hell." Bella looked concerned, asking, "Why on earth are you being like this? You've completely changed since meeting that guy." She broke down in tears, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the training regimen. Bella shivered, muttering, "Who are you imitating? It's scary, I'm getting goosebumps." She just leaned back, letting the maid continue the grooming process in silence. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a strange, newfound determination that caught Bella off guard. Bella offered a knowing smile, sensing that the transformation was finally taking root. She looked back at the maid, her expression softening into something far more composed. Bella sighed, seemingly resigned to the fact that there was no turning back now. She looked down, finally processing the reality of her grueling new life. Deep in the bubbles, she seemed to be contemplating her next move in this reform. Stepping out of the bath, she moved with a grace she previously lacked. Bella followed close behind, gently suggesting, "You should probably just sleep." Derek was already waiting in the hall, crossing his arms as he asked, "Are you coming out now?" She looked startled, clearly not expecting him to be standing right there. Derek maintained his stoic gaze, his red eyes betraying nothing of his thoughts. She clutched her head, shouting, "Blah, blah, blah, I can't hear you, I can't hear you." The morning sun rose over the estate, signaling the start of another long day. She lay splayed out on the bed, looking absolutely defeated by the previous night's events. Bella brushed her hair, trying to get her ready for the day ahead. She winced as the brush caught a tangle, her patience wearing thin. Suddenly, she bolted from the chair, clearly eager to escape the morning routine. Derek appeared out of nowhere, asking, "Did you rest well, my lady?" She jumped back, crying out, "Oh, you scared me." Derek remained unmoved, his expression as unreadable as ever. She adjusted her hat, trying to regain some semblance of noble dignity. He watched her intently, analyzing every movement she made. She thought to herself, what, that wicked guy is actually just letting me go. Derek stared back, his silence more intimidating than any lecture. She muttered, anyway, even those annoying meetings can be helpful sometimes. He watched her walk away, his red eyes tracking her every step. A carriage waited in the distance, ready to take them back to the estate. She sat inside, looking out the window with a pensive, distant expression. Bella noted, but you look like someone who's being dragged to their death now that we're on our way back. Bella stares blankly, clearly unimpressed with the current situation as she sighs. She looks at the maid, her expression shifting into something far more mischievous. Suddenly, a mysterious blue flame erupts in her palm, leaving the maid stunned. Bro really thought she was just a normal noble, but she's hiding some serious power. The maid watches in disbelief, completely caught off guard by the sudden display. Before anyone can react, she lunges forward, causing a chaotic scene in the carriage. Meanwhile, Derek is busy chatting with a local farmer, looking completely at ease. She steps out of the carriage, looking around with a mix of curiosity and annoyance. Derek gestures toward the estate, seemingly explaining his philosophy to the old man. He keeps his cool, his red eyes scanning the area with that signature sharp focus. You will be self-studying theory books this evening, he declares, leaving no room for argument. She stands there, stunned by his bluntness, completely speechless at his cold instruction. Later, she sits alone in the library, wondering if he is actually slacking off. Peering through the window, she catches a glimpse of something unexpected outside. There's Derek, training with a sword alongside the guards like it's no big deal. He's even helping the chef in the kitchen, proving he's a man of many talents. She watches from the shadows as he tends to a plant with his mana. Back in her room, she crosses her arms, feeling a strange sense of frustration. I'm talking about Derek, she mutters, unable to get his weird behavior out of her head. She paces around, clearly bothered by how much he's been occupying her thoughts lately. The maid just smiles, clearly enjoying the drama unfolding before her eyes. They walk together, the maid looking absolutely smitten while Derek remains focused. She continues to spy from the window, her heart racing for reasons she won't admit. The maid is practically blushing, totally head over heels for our guy. Bella, she cries out, finally snapping as the tension reaches a breaking point. She storms up to him, ready to demand answers for his mysterious actions. Derek doesn't even flinch, simply stating, I don't know why you're stating something so obvious. He closes his book, looking as calm as ever while she boils with rage. She stares at him, completely caught off guard by his nonchalant attitude. He stands up, leaving her standing there in the middle of the courtyard. Looking up at the sunset, he seems to be reflecting on his own path. She stands there sweating and nervous, feeling the weight of his words. So what did they all say? She asks, her voice trembling slightly. She hides her face, embarrassed by her own sudden outburst in curiosity. She finally admits that although you act indifferent, you actually take good care of the servants. The farmer smiles, reminiscing, my disobedient second daughter was exactly like that Tilda. The chef nods in agreement, clearly impressed by Derek's hidden kindness. The guards share a laugh, happy to have someone like him around. The maid looks back fondly, remembering how he once nursed her through illness. She looks at him with newfound respect, realizing there's more to him than meets the eye. Ellent is spiraling, convinced everyone was just being polite about her progress. Derek, ever the stoic instructor, watches her panic with his usual calm intensity. He isn't about to let her wallow in self-doubt after all their hard work. She looks up, eyes wide, as he drops a bombshell that leaves her reeling. Derek stares her down, his red eyes piercing through her fragile composure. Who else knows about this? She shrieks, blushing furiously at his bluntness. He casually mentions Tracy's past, completely shattering her remaining dignity. Bro really knows how to push her buttons, leaving her absolutely mortified. She lets out a desperate cry, scrambling away while he just stands there. He doesn't even blink, his expression remaining as unreadable as ever. A faint, knowing smirk plays on his lips as he watches her retreat. She is practically sobbing now, overwhelmed by the sheer embarrassment of it all. The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the mansion under a clear sky. Inside, a maid is busy grooming her mistress when Derek suddenly makes his entrance. He walks in with purpose, immediately catching the attention of everyone in the room. Derek looks sharp, his presence commanding respect despite his modest attire. By the way, regarding the balcony scene in Volume 9, he teases effortlessly. She panics, convinced she must be dreaming and desperately needing to wake up. He locks eyes with her, his gaze intense enough to stop her in her tracks. The sun begins to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the mansion walls. Later, the ladies sit down for tea, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. She holds her cup, trying to maintain her composure while internally screaming. Yes, well, she stammers, clearly struggling to keep her cool during the conversation. She doesn't even need to see the truth to know exactly what is happening. Her hand trembles slightly, the teacup rattling against the saucer with every movement. She looks exhausted, the weight of the situation finally starting to sink in. A vision of another noble lady looms in the background, adding to the pressure. She wonders aloud about the rumors surrounding the supposedly good-for-nothing Lady Diella. Night falls over the Grand Duchy of Duplain, cloaking the mansion in shadows. Deep in the library, a young girl sits surrounded by stacks of ancient books. An older gentleman stands nearby, watching her with a stern, watchful eye. She pauses, her lips slightly parted as she contemplates the information before her. Looking up, she seems lost in thought, her blue eyes reflecting the dim light. Morning breaks over the estate, bringing a fresh start to the day's complications. I don't see why I have to join the Rosia salon, she declares stubbornly. She crosses her arms, looking down her nose at the suggestion with pure disdain. The other lady just smiles, trying to keep the peace despite the obvious hostility. She tilts her head back, clearly unimpressed by the social obligations being forced upon her. Leaning forward, she rests her chin on her hands, still refusing to budge. Her companion watches her closely, wondering if she will ever learn to play along. The young noble lady rests her head on the table, clearly bored out of her mind. She seems completely detached from the high society expectations weighing on her shoulders. Her companion watches her with a mix of concern and resignation, wondering if she'll ever adapt. But it's different for those who aren't in our position, she sighs, staring into her tea. She knows the drill: accept the situation with gratitude and work hard, but her heart isn't in it. Her friend offers a gentle, encouraging smile, trying to keep the mood light. She looks away, clearly feeling the pressure of the upcoming changes. The silence stretches, heavy with the weight of her unspoken frustrations. Her friend maintains a calm, composed demeanor, waiting for the right moment to speak. She reaches for her cup, the clink of porcelain breaking the tension. By the way, I'll be getting my own mansion in Ebelstein, right? She asks, testing the waters. She takes a slow sip of tea, trying to hide her true feelings behind the rim. Her friend looks slightly caught off guard by the bluntness of the question. She gestures with her hands, trying to explain the complexities of their social standing. A smirk plays on her lips, showing she's far more clever than she lets on. Her friend offers a polite nod, though her eyes betray a hint of worry. The scene shifts to the Ebelstein noble district, where a grand mansion looms under the sun. Suddenly, a girl collapses in the grass, gasping for air after a grueling run. She is completely spent, her breath coming in ragged, desperate huffs. Derek stands over her, his red eyes glowing with an intensity that demands respect. He closes his eyes, focusing his mana to assess her current state. He exhales sharply, his presence radiating a calm, calculated authority. Bro really wasn't having any of it, pushing her to her absolute limits. She looks up at him, her eyes wide with a mix of exhaustion and genuine fear. A maid watches from the sidelines, cheering her on with a bright, oblivious smile. Derek looms over the girl, his shadow casting a dark, intimidating silhouette. It's about training the mana you were born with to reach higher heights, he lectures coldly. She trembles, thinking to herself he's terrifying, as his words sink in. The maid continues to give a double thumbs up, completely missing the intensity of the moment. He remains a dark, looming figure, his patience clearly wearing thin. The maid keeps up her cheerful act, oblivious to the girl's distress. She makes a Chibai-style face, looking completely overwhelmed by his demands. She looks up at him, waiting for the next impossible instruction. Derek pauses, his expression unreadable as he contemplates her progress. She stares back, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly struggling to keep up. He adjusts his collar, his movements precise and deliberate. She forces a smile, trying to mask her fatigue with a show of compliance. I'll increase the intensity, enough for you to feel a sense of achievement, he declares. Her eyes widen in shock, realizing that the real training has only just begun. She reaches out, grabbing his boot in a desperate final plea for mercy. The atmosphere turns icy as the noble lady cowers, trembling before the sheer intensity of the situation. She reaches out in a desperate, pathetic attempt to cling to his boot, begging for mercy. Derek just stares down with cold indifference, completely unimpressed by her frantic, tearful display. The scene shifts to a serene garden, where a stone angel watches over the quiet grounds. Nearby, two noble ladies whisper, their eyes darting around as they gossip about the latest rumors. They sit at a table, sipping tea while dissecting the social standing of their peers. Suddenly, a blonde noblewoman strides in, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated annoyance. She lets out a disgusted huff, clearly fed up with the fake pleasantries of high society. Scanning the room with a judgmental glare, she mutters, "Look around, it's all just a performance." She crosses her arms, her brow furrowing as she processes the irritating sight before her. A white-haired girl approaches with a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the tension in the air. The blonde noblewoman narrows her eyes, her expression shifting into a look of pure skepticism. She lets out a sharp, dismissive sigh, clearly not in the mood for any polite conversation. Stepping closer, she looms over the group, her presence demanding immediate and undivided attention. The white-haired girl remains calm, her gaze steady as she prepares to face the confrontation. Tapping her foot impatiently, the blonde noblewoman waits for an explanation that isn't coming. The white-haired girl gestures gracefully, her demeanor remaining soft despite the obvious hostility. "I called out because I already know your name," she says, her voice smooth and composed. The blonde noblewoman stares back, her mind racing to figure out the girl's true intentions. A vein pulses on the white-haired girl's temple, a subtle sign that her patience is fraying. She asks, "Yes, what would you like to know?" with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Internally, she wonders, why is this little brat asking when she clearly already knows? The blonde noblewoman clicks her tongue in frustration, her irritation reaching a breaking point. The white-haired girl's eyes flash with sudden, sharp anger, thinking, where should I kick her? She maintains her composure, though her internal monologue is screaming at the sheer audacity. She thinks, are those buttons in her eye sockets? How exactly do I look like I'm doing well? Her eyes widen, sparkling with a sudden, dangerous realization that changes everything. The blonde noblewoman glares, her shadow deepening as she prepares to launch a verbal attack. The white-haired girl leans in, her expression shifting into something far more sinister and calculated. "Right, my little angel, you want to have Derek right now, don't you?" she taunts. The blonde noblewoman recoils slightly, caught off guard by the sudden, aggressive shift in tone. She tries to regain her composure, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear nervously. The white-haired girl clasps her hands together, looking like the picture of innocent perfection. The blonde noblewoman thinks, I provoked her openly, but she's so composed. She continues, if by any chance Duplain offers a better negotiation proposal, leaving the threat hanging. The white-haired girl nods along, her smile never wavering despite the blatant provocation. Panic begins to set in for the blonde, who wonders, what is this? She's not even flinching. The white-haired girl remains unfazed, her posture relaxed while the other girl spirals into doubt. The blonde noblewoman fumes, just how did she seduce Derek to be that confident? Just you wait. With a final, chilling grin, the white-haired girl whispers to herself, little angel. The night air hangs heavy over the estate, hiding secrets behind those cold, stone walls. She wears a cryptic, knowing smirk, clearly plotting something that would make anyone else tremble. Alone in her room, she crawls across the bed, her mind racing with a devious scheme. She grips the quill with intent, whispering, make sure to read my letter, little angel. The ink flows across the parchment, sealing a fate that her target won't be able to refuse. She sits in the dim light, carefully crafting a proposal that is bound to cause chaos. With a chilling glint in her eyes, she finishes her writing, looking absolutely pleased with herself. Outside, the rain pours down, mirroring the turbulent storm brewing within the noble district. Meanwhile, the higher-ups are busy discussing the white zone, clearly worried about the shifting power dynamics. He looks on with a stoic expression, waiting for the right moment to drop a bombshell. The man in the suit adjusts his posture, his eyes sharp as he listens to the report. He drops the news casually. I discovered a magic weapon, leaving the room in stunned silence. His gaze narrows, processing the weight of that revelation as the tension in the room spikes. He can't believe what he's hearing. his face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Removing his glasses, he sighs, knowing that everything is about to change for the worse. Back at the estate, the rain continues to lash against the windows, relentless and cold. She clutches her chest, gasping for air as if she just woke from a nightmare. Sweat beads on her skin and she cries out, "Please, Derek, stop it. I'm at my limit." She tosses and turns, clearly trapped in a training simulation that feels far too real. Her teeth grit in frustration, showing just how much pressure she is under right now. She bolts upright, screaming, "I told you to stop, you crazy bastard," at the empty room. The silence of the room is deafening, leaving her alone with her racing, panicked heart. She wipes her brow, muttering, "Why is this dream about training so realistic?" in total confusion. Her maid walks in and she immediately demands, "Bella, why did you wake me up?" The maid stands there, calm and collected, while she tries to regain her composure. With a gentle smile, the maid tries to soothe her, but she isn't having any of it. She stares off into the distance, her eyes wide as the reality of her situation sinks in. Ignoring the maid's breakfast offer, she stands up, ready to bolt out the door immediately. She slams the door shut, leaving the confused maid behind in the hallway. Her feet hit the floor, and for the first time she feels a glimmer of hope. She throws her arms up, shouting, "I'm free," as if she just escaped a prison. Collapsing onto the bed, she revels in the moment, thinking, "I'm a free woman." She hugs the pillow tight, whispering, "Ha, this cozy feeling. Everything is perfect." She stretches out, wondering, what should I do first, read a novel, while enjoying the silence. She shakes her head, deciding, no, I can't concentrate right after waking up, with a soft smile. Meanwhile, the rain continues to pour down on the Ebelstein commercial district, drenching the streets. A hooded figure approaches the entrance of Beldun's Tier, looking for someone specific. He steps inside, his eyes scanning the dimly lit tavern for any sign of his contact. His boots click against the wooden floorboards, echoing through the quiet, empty establishment. He pauses at the threshold, ready to face whatever challenge awaits him in the shadows. Derek keeps his composure, his arm still bandaged from previous trials as he observes the scene. He sits calmly, offering a steady presence to the young lady who looks clearly shaken. Derek's piercing red eyes scan the room, his white hair catching the dim tavern light. He adjusts his posture, his expression unreadable as he prepares to offer his expert guidance. The atmosphere is heavy, but our guy remains completely unfazed by the mounting tension. He offers a faint, knowing smile, clearly seeing through the girl's desperate facade. Derek speaks with calm authority, his voice cutting through the silence of the room. He closes his eyes for a moment, gathering his thoughts before delivering his next lesson. She snaps back, "Geez, you're joking at a time like this," clearly frustrated by his calm. He ignores her outburst, noting, "Other nobles have started putting in exploration requests too." Derek watches her reaction closely, his red eyes calculating her next potential move. He warns her, "Unless you're pushing through with a proper army," before trailing off. She stares at him, realizing the gravity of the situation he just laid out. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the estate thud shut, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. Books lie scattered on the table, remnants of a long night of intense study. She slumps in her chair, sighing, "I can't concentrate," as the pressure mounts. She removes her glasses, her eyes reflecting the exhaustion of a noble life. She reaches out, her hand trembling as she attempts to channel her inner mana. A faint blue glow begins to emanate from her palm, flickering like a dying flame. She focuses, the magical energy swirling around her as she desperately tries to manifest it. The morning sun hits the dew on the leaves, a stark contrast to her inner turmoil. She walks through the grass, her steps heavy with the burden of her family's expectations. Her profile is sharp, reflecting the cold, rigid expectations of her high society upbringing. Voices echo in her mind, "You are the hope of our house, your brother is incompetent." The shadows of her ancestors loom over her, chanting, "Only you can restore our house." She stands frozen, the weight of the name Denise feeling like a physical shackle. A massive, singular pillar of stone rises before her, symbolizing the impossible path ahead. Crowds gather on the cliffside, shouting, "Denise, hurry," as if she were a mere tool. She turns her head slightly, the look of pure despair etched onto her youthful face. Tears stream down her cheeks as she whispers, "Can't I just not do it?" The elders scream in unison, "What kind of nonsense is that? Go, hurry." Her eyes widen in shock, the reality of her situation finally crashing down on her. She wanders the field, muttering, magic, magic, magic. Why is everyone so obsessed with it? She reaches out again, her hand glowing with a reluctant, forced magical aura. She cries out, "It's not like I don't know how to do it," as the magic surges. A complex glowing web of mana forms beneath her feet, crackling with raw power. The energy expands rapidly, pulling her into the center of a swirling magical vortex. She grits her teeth thinking, HMPH I can, do it if I try, 2-star that's nothing. Suddenly she spots Derek standing in the distance, watching her progress with intense focus. Her breath hitches as she realizes he has been observing her breakthrough the entire time. Derek stood in the shadows, his presence completely masked from her senses. She panicked thinking, how did he get in without being detected by my magic? He didn't even flinch, his red eyes locked onto her with calm authority. With a flick of his wrist, he began weaving complex mana threads. Bro really wasn't having any of it, crushing her magical perimeter instantly. She gasped as her own spell backfired, leaving her completely exposed. He explained, in the battlefield, search mages often clash for dominance. He continued, the outcome is decided by who is a better search type mage. She struggled to maintain her composure as her mana reserves drained rapidly. He reached out, his mana threads tightening around her magical signature. She gritted her teeth, refusing to let her pride crumble just yet. A smirk played on her lips, masking the sheer terror she felt. She stared him down, her eyes glowing with a desperate, flickering light. He stood tall, effortlessly suppressing her entire magical output with ease. She felt the pressure mounting, realizing she was completely outclassed here. He looked at her with cold, unyielding focus, waiting for her surrender. The scene shifted to the grand, sun-drenched exterior of the estate. Adeline stood there, looking as sharp and composed as ever. She confronted the butler, demanding answers with a sharp, pointed tone. She stormed off, leaving the flustered man behind in the courtyard. He handed her a sealed letter, his hands trembling with nervous energy. She glanced back, her expression unreadable and filled with hidden intent. The sky turned dark as she stood alone, clutching the mysterious letter. She gripped the paper tightly, her knuckles turning white from tension. A small, chilling smile crept across her face in the twilight. The letter contained cryptic instructions that spelled trouble for everyone involved. She smirked again, clearly plotting something that would shake Ebelstein. She whispered, Derek suits Duplain much better than anyone else. The statue in the Ebelstein Noble District watched over the quiet streets. She sat at the table, looking completely drained after the confrontation. She stared at her tea, lost in thought about Derek's overwhelming power. She remembered how he had left her sprawled on the floor. Adeline approached her, concern etched clearly on her beautiful face. They sat in silence, the tension between them becoming almost palpable. She sighed, trying to find the right words to explain herself. She smiled brightly, completely dismissing the danger Derek posed to them. She looked down, feeling the weight of her own incompetence pressing down. She gushed, forgive her, she's my savior, my absolute baby angel. They continued their conversation, unaware of the schemes brewing nearby. She looked at her friend, realizing just how deep the obsession went. Diella sat in the quiet room, her mind clearly drifting far from the mundane tasks at hand. She paced the hallway, pointing out the emptiness while dreaming of grander decorations. With the moving finally finished, she eagerly asked, can I go train now? The butler stood by, reviewing the schedule with a stoic, professional air. She crossed her arms, impatient and ready to prove her dedication to the craft. The butler looked down, his expression unreadable as he prepared to deliver the news. Her eyes widened in absolute shock, her face flushing as she gasped, Derek. She didn't waste a single second, bolting down the hall like her life depended on it. Bro really thought she could keep her composure, but she was sprinting full speed. Outside the gates, our guy stood calmly, waiting for the chaos to unfold. He looked as sharp as ever, his red eyes scanning the estate with practiced precision. She couldn't contain her excitement, shouting, Derek came to see me, at the top of her lungs. In her rush, she took a nasty spill, hitting the floor with a loud thud. She scrambled back up, ignoring the pain just to reach him faster. The grand mansion loomed over them, a silent witness to her frantic display. He walked through the halls with the butler, unfazed by the commotion nearby. He listened intently, his expression remaining cool and collected as they moved. The butler pondered the situation, clearly impressed by the influence our guy held. He kept his focus forward, his mind likely already planning the next training session. She sat on the sofa, trying to regain her dignity after that embarrassing tumble. She fidgeted with her shoe, her nerves clearly getting the better of her. Her heart was racing, and she couldn't help but look down in shy anticipation. She played with her hair, trying to look presentable before he walked in. A knock echoed through the room and he announced, "Lady Diella, it is Derek." The door creaked open and she let out a startled, breathless gasp. She looked absolutely flustered, clearly not expecting him to arrive so soon. He stepped into the room and she could only whisper a soft, hesitant no. He placed a hand over his heart, greeting her with his usual calm demeanor. She looked up at him, a shy smile creeping onto her face despite her nerves. They sat together at the table, the atmosphere shifting to something far more intimate. He reached for his tea, his movements steady and deliberate as always. She nervously adjusted her hair, hanging onto every single word he spoke. He continued his explanation, his tone gentle yet firm in his instruction. She was absolutely beaming, clearly hanging on his every word like a fan. He watched her with a discerning gaze, evaluating her progress with expert eyes. She clutched her cheeks, completely overwhelmed by the attention of her mentor. She took a sip of tea, trying to hide her blushing face behind the cup. Bro really had her blushing like that just by sitting there and talking. He maintained his focus, completely unaware of the effect he was having on her. She looked at him with wide, starry eyes, ready to follow his lead anywhere. Derek keeps his cool, his sharp red eyes scanning the room with calm, calculated precision. He looks at his student, whose gaze is locked onto him with total, unwavering admiration. Bro is just sitting there, but he's clearly the center of her entire world right now. She hangs on every word, completely captivated by his presence and his calm demeanor. He speaks with authority, his voice steady as he guides her through the next steps. Derek doesn't even notice the effect he's having, staying focused on the mission at hand. She beams at him, her face flushing as she realizes just how much she respects him. The girls gather around, their eyes wide as they stare at the mysterious letter left behind. The message is cryptic, but the seal confirms it's a formal request for a duel. What got into her? She suddenly wants to join, one of them asks in total disbelief. She tries to hide her confusion, but the shock is written all over her face. Her friend looks down, clearly troubled by the sudden shift in the social landscape. She wonders just what is Derek for everyone to act differently for him. The city streets are quiet as the carriage rolls away, leaving the tension behind. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere is thick with unspoken questions and lingering doubts. She crosses her arms, looking like she's ready to start a war all by herself. "Let's have a duel next week," she declares, leaving no room for any argument. The challenge hangs in the air, catching everyone completely off guard by its audacity. She stands her ground, refusing to back down even as the pressure mounts. Her eyes widen in panic, realizing that things are moving way faster than expected. Bro really thought she would just accept that without a fight, but she's relentless. She looks around, feeling the weight of the situation crashing down on her shoulders. The carriage continues its journey, carrying them toward an uncertain and dangerous future. "A granary, is there such a painting in the mansion?" she asks, genuinely confused. She looks at her companion, hoping for some kind of answer to this riddle. The maid stares back, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the strange request. She sighs, realizing that nothing about this situation is going to be simple. The mansion looms in the dark, looking more like a fortress than a home. She walks into the office, finding him waiting there with a cold, calculating look. He strokes his beard, clearly plotting something that will change everything for her. She stands before him, trembling slightly as she prepares to face his judgment. "If you can fulfill your use for the house even in this way," he muses. She listens, knowing that her entire future depends on how she handles this moment. Out in the field, she kneels on the grass, trying to find her inner focus. She closes her eyes, letting the world fade away as she taps into her mana. Suddenly, the air begins to hum with energy as she starts her training. Blue light erupts around her, weaving complex patterns that defy all expectations. Leaves dance in the wind, caught in the wake of her growing magical power. "A blade of grass," she whispers, finally understanding the core of her magic. Wings of light manifest behind her, proving that she's finally breaking her limits. Derek watches as his student finally taps into her true potential, leaving her breathless. The air hums with raw energy as she sits in the center of her own creation. She reaches out, her hand guiding the invisible threads of mana with newfound grace. A radiant smile breaks across her face, realizing she has finally surpassed her own limits. Derek stands nearby, observing the breakthrough with his signature calm, analytical gaze. He remains the stoic mentor, his glowing red eyes missing absolutely nothing in this moment. She looks back at him, her expression shifting from triumph to a hint of bashful uncertainty. The wind continues to swirl around them, marking the end of her intense training session. She sighs in frustration, muttering, "Tusk, I couldn't sense you this time either." Derek doesn't miss a beat, dropping a philosophical bomb to keep her on her toes. "Don't you think magic and writing novels are quite similar?" he asks with a smirk. He paints a picture of characters and thoughts, drawing a parallel to her magical journey. Derek looks at her, his expression softening as he challenges her perspective on growth. She sits on the grass, looking up at him while processing his cryptic teaching style. Her eyes widen slightly, clearly trying to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. Derek watches her intently, waiting to see if the lesson finally clicks for her. She stands up, brushing off the dirt while still pondering his strange comparison. Suddenly, she grabs a piece of fabric, her mind racing back to a specific memory. She recalls the painting she promised to buy if she lost their little duel. To her, the canvas looked like nothing, leaving her questioning her own artistic taste. She looks at Derek, her expression one of genuine confusion mixed with lingering doubt. He stands there, a silent pillar of support as she navigates her internal monologue. She whispers to herself, "As long as I serve my purpose for the house like this." Derek catches the sadness in her voice, his red eyes narrowing in quiet concern. Tears well up in her eyes, betraying the vulnerability she tries so hard to hide. He steps closer, refusing to let her wallow in self-doubt after such a victory. He challenges her, asking, "What about the you who depicts Sir Robane's love more sensitively?" Derek continues, "What about the you who smiles while learning magic?" Without realizing it, he finishes, hitting her right where it counts. Derek stares her down, his intensity forcing her to confront her own hidden happiness. She stands stunned, the weight of his words finally sinking into her heart. The scene shifts to the quiet, elegant halls of the estate under the bright sun. Inside, a maid tends to the plants, her presence a stark contrast to the tension. She sits alone, lost in thought, her mind still replaying Derek's unexpected kindness. The maid smiles warmly, sensing the shift in her mistress's usually guarded demeanor. She looks up, startled by the maid's sudden, insightful observation. "How do you know about that?" she exclaims, caught completely off guard. The maid replies, "You are full," filled with curiosity and consideration for others. A gentle smile graces the maid's face, offering comfort in the simplest way possible. She stares back, finally beginning to accept the person she is becoming under Derek. The maid's gentle words hit home, leaving her to process the sudden shift in her own perspective. She looked up, finally ready to confront the reality of her transformation under Derek's guidance. Bro really thought she was lost, but she was just finding her footing. The maid offered a knowing smile, clearly proud of the progress she had made. Suddenly, the tension shifted as the banner of her rival house snapped in the wind. Adeline stood there with arms crossed, looking like she was ready to start a war. She didn't back down, meeting Adeline's gaze with a newfound, calm confidence. "You actually showed up without running away," Adeline taunted, clearly annoyed by her presence. Adeline smirked, thinking she had already won this little social confrontation. She just smiled back, completely unbothered by the other girl's desperate need for validation. It was clear she wasn't the same girl who used to crumble under pressure. Adeline twitched, visibly irritated that her usual tactics weren't working at all. High above, Derek watched the scene unfold with his usual calm, observant eyes. He analyzed the battlefield, knowing exactly how this duel would play out. The signal bell rang out, officially marking the start of the magic duel. "No need to drag this out, I'll end it in one go," Adeline shouted. She summoned a barrage of magic arrows, aiming to overwhelm her opponent instantly. The air crackled with energy as the projectiles surged forward with lethal intent. For most people, that would be a death sentence, but our girl was ready. She tapped into her mana, her feet glowing with a faint, ethereal light. With a graceful leap, she activated her movement magic to evade the onslaught. She moved with such fluidity that the arrows seemed to miss her by inches. Every dodge was calculated, proving that Derek's training was paying off big time. The spectators were left speechless, watching her dance through the deadly storm. Adeline threw everything she had, but her opponent wasn't having any of it. She wove through the magic arrows, turning the duel into a display of pure skill. The ground shook as she landed, narrowly avoiding the final volley of strikes. She didn't even break a sweat, leaving Adeline looking completely desperate. Everything was moving in slow motion, as she prepared her counter-maneuver. She shifted her weight, perfectly balanced and ready to strike back. With a final flourish, she cleared the remaining distance with ease. Adeline gasped, realizing she was completely outmatched by the girl she once mocked. Derek watched with satisfaction, noting her perfect execution of the techniques. She was using precise mana detection to dodge things she couldn't even see. The intensity of the moment was written all over her focused expression. "I'm having fun," she exclaimed, finally enjoying the thrill of the fight. "HMPH, it's hilarious how you're dodging so desperately after saying you'd lose on purpose," Adeline retorted. Adeline was losing her cool, her face twisted in pure, unadulterated frustration. She just smiled, knowing that the duel was already decided in her favor. Adeline's confidence shattered as she realized her opponent was far more than a simple tutor. She grit her teeth, her expression twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated panic. Bro really thought she had the upper hand, but the tide was turning fast. "Stop with the cheap tricks," she screamed, desperate to regain her lost composure. Suddenly, the arena erupted as thorns surged from the ground like a nightmare. She unleashed a relentless barrage of magic arrows, leaving Adeline scrambling for cover. She wasn't having any of it, pushing her mana to the absolute breaking point. The thorns danced with lethal precision, forcing Adeline into a corner she couldn't escape. She channeled her energy, preparing a final, desperate strike to end this farce. Derek watched from the sidelines, noting the raw, chaotic power of her technique. The mana output was off the charts, a true testament to the school of the wild. She moved with a grace that left the onlookers absolutely speechless and terrified. "Baby angel, no, Diella, I can see everything," she whispered, reading her opponent's soul. She analyzed every twitch, every frown, and every single step Adeline dared to take. Dodging the incoming assault, she countered with a fluidity that looked almost like art. She dominated the space, turning the battlefield into her own personal playground of destruction. Derek stood stoic, his red eyes tracking the flow of mana with clinical precision. She pivoted, her movements perfectly calculated to dismantle Adeline's fragile defense system. Her eyes burned with a fierce, unwavering intensity that signaled the end was near. Adeline knew that one single graze would trigger the protection pendant and seal defeat. She braced herself, knowing there was nowhere left to run in this deadly dance. A smirk played on her lips, a silent promise that the duel was over. She lunged forward, closing the distance before Adeline could even blink an eye. 1, 2, 3, she counted down, each strike landing with bone-shaking force. The impact sent shockwaves through the district, rattling the very foundations of the estate. Adeline reached out, her hand trembling as she realized the sheer gap in power. Dust filled the air, obscuring the battlefield in a thick, suffocating cloud of debris. Derek remained calm, his gaze fixed on the outcome of the spectacular display. Visibility dropped to 0, leaving everyone wondering who had actually survived the onslaught. Adeline stood amidst the ruins, her hand still outstretched in a futile gesture. The silhouette of her opponent emerged from the smoke like a vengeful spirit. She looked absolutely stunned, unable to process the absolute beatdown she just received. Her opponent stood tall, clutching the protection pendant that had finally been activated. She looked down at the trinket, her expression cold and devoid of any mercy. "The protection pendant," Adeline gasped, realizing her last line of defense was gone. She stared back with eyes that had seen the true depth of her failure. Derek looked on, his expression unreadable as he processed the final result. Adeline let out a pained cry, the weight of the loss finally crashing down. Magic lines crisscrossed the night sky, a beautiful yet terrifying display of raw talent. The entire estate was illuminated by the lingering traces of their intense magical duel. The air crackled with residual energy as the intense magical duel finally reached its climax. She stood amidst the fading glow, already calculating her next devastating sequence of attacks. Bro really thought he could rest, but she was already planning ice spears and arrows. With rapid freezing and even thinner, deadlier brambles, she pushed her limits to the edge. She clearly didn't care if she collapsed from exhaustion as long as she won. Her eyes burned with a fierce, unwavering determination that left no room for hesitation. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she unleashed a torrent of raw magical power. She screamed in defiance, pouring every ounce of her spirit into the final strike. The sheer force of her attack tore through the air, creating a blinding spectacle. Derek watched the display with a stoic expression, his composure completely unshaken by the chaos. Nearby, the servants were left absolutely speechless, their jaws hitting the floor in disbelief. The massive barrier shimmered under the pressure, holding firm against the overwhelming magical onslaught. He gripped the small bell tightly, signaling the end of this high-stakes training session. The sharp ring of the bell echoed, cutting through the tension like a knife. She stood there, breathless and battered, yet a triumphant smile graced her weary face. Victory was finally hers, and the weight of the struggle seemed to vanish instantly. She looked down, processing the reality of her hard-earned success in this brutal duel. A single tear traced a path down her cheek, marking the end of her ordeal. The sun began to set over the estate, casting a golden glow on the aftermath. A carriage waited nearby, its presence a stark reminder of the world outside these walls. The driver watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable as the drama reached its conclusion. She turned back, her eyes wide with excitement as she prepared to share news. "Bella, look at this," she shouted, waving the precious document in the air. The maid gasped, her eyes widening as she realized what the young lady held. She sprinted across the lawn, her joy radiating like a beacon in the sunset. She couldn't contain her energy, practically dancing with the certificate clutched in her hand. "This is the certificate, the proof that I won," she declared, beaming with pride. She recounted the battle with wild gestures, shouting, "I went this way and that, whoosh and whiz." The maid reached out, gently taking hold of her shoulders to steady the excited girl. She looked into her eyes, the gravity of the moment finally sinking in for both. She blinked, stunned by the sudden emotional shift as the reality of her victory hit. A soft nod confirmed everything, her eyes glistening with tears of pure, unadulterated joy. The maid smiled warmly, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder in silent support. "Because you showed me your true smile, my lady," she whispered, pulling her into a hug. They embraced in the middle of the field, a moment of peace after the storm. Later, the atmosphere shifted as they sat down for a much more serious discussion. She looked down, feeling the weight of his gaze as he addressed her recent actions. He stated firmly, "Common sense dictates that such behavior is unacceptable." He didn't stop there, bringing up the delicate matter of the dual request sent to Diella. She stammered, "Wait, how did you know about that?" Completely caught off guard by his insight. She was completely rattled, stuttering, "Is it that bad?" As the reality of her situation hit. She turned to the maid, demanding, "Bella, aren't you going to clean?" trying to deflect the tension. Derek just watched her with those piercing red eyes, completely unimpressed by her frantic display. She looked down, her confidence crumbling as she realized her social standing meant nothing here. Suddenly, she tried to force a smile, hoping to salvage the conversation with a desperate pivot. Derek remained cold, his stoic gaze making it clear he wasn't buying her sudden change of heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, the weight of her mistakes finally crashing down on her. She started wailing, causing a scene that left the maid looking completely bewildered and annoyed. The maid finally snapped, shouting at her to get a grip and stop the pathetic display. She just kept sobbing, her composure shattered as she realized she had lost all leverage. She reached out to the maid, pleading for help, but the maid wasn't having any of it. Derek's red eyes glowed with intensity, his silent judgment cutting deeper than any harsh words. She suddenly grabbed a broom, forcing a fake, awkward smile while trying to look productive. Derek watched her ridiculous performance, his expression remaining as unreadable as a stone wall. The massive mansion stood silent, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding inside its walls. Elsewhere, another noble lady sat slumped at a table, looking completely defeated and bored. She puffed out her cheeks in frustration, clearly annoyed by the lack of excitement today. A sudden sound caught her attention, and she looked up with a start, eyes wide. A graceful woman approached her with a calm, composed smile that radiated pure elegance. She shifted in her seat, feeling the pressure of the newcomer's presence immediately. The woman offered a warm, polite smile, though it felt like a calculated social move. She muttered, "A loss is a loss," finally accepting the reality of her situation. Tears threatened to spill again, her pride bruised by the recent turn of events. The woman continued to smile, seemingly unfazed by the girl's obvious emotional distress. She looked down, feeling small and insignificant under the weight of her own failures. She couldn't even meet the woman's eyes, her shame keeping her head firmly bowed. The woman's smile remained fixed, a perfect mask of polite high society indifference. She sighed, whispering, "Since I was always so mean to them," finally admitting her faults. Outside, the weather turned, with heavy rain lashing against the dark, foreboding forest. A group of riders galloped through the storm, their cloaks flapping violently in the wind. They looked determined, pushing their horses hard despite the treacherous, rain-slicked path. One rider shouted something over the roar of the rain, his face set in grim focus. They disappeared into the mouth of a dark cave, seeking shelter from the relentless downpour. Back in the city, the sign for Beldun's Tier glowed dimly against the evening sky. A man confronted Derek, asking, "Derek, you're still Lady Denise's exclusive tutor, aren't you?" Derek just took a slow sip from his wooden mug, completely unbothered by the question. The man looked at him with a mix of confusion and genuine curiosity. Derek finally looked up, his red eyes sharp as he prepared to answer the man. The man flexed his arm, clearly proud of his own supposed hard work and grit. A woman burst in, shouting, "I'm helping you with all the hard work right now." The tavern atmosphere grew thick as the woman demanded, "You saw me earlier, stop teasing me." Derek didn't flinch, his piercing red eyes remaining completely unfazed by her sudden outburst. The old man shifted the conversation, asking, "You know the man named Valerian, right? The eldest son of House Duplain." He paused, his expression hardening as he prepared to drop some serious knowledge on our protagonist. Derek felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes widening as he processed the implications. Bro really thought he could keep his cool, but the tension in the room was palpable. He leaned back, wondering to himself, could there be some connection? He quickly dismissed the thought, muttering, "No, it might just be speculation, since he said it would be before I reach adulthood." The scene shifted to the dark, rippling water as a lone boat cut through the night. Under the pale moonlight, the silence of the lake felt heavy with unspoken secrets. The old man sighed, whispering to the void, "How unfortunate." He continued, "If I were to tell you the details," as the boat drifted further into the dark. His face was a mask of grim determination, clearly burdened by the weight of his mission. Suddenly, chaos erupted elsewhere as a commander screamed, "Retreat! Retreat!" A massive, terrifying creature burst from the earth, sending soldiers flying like ragdolls. The commander gasped for air, her face pale with absolute terror as her formation crumbled. She watched in horror, crying out, "The soldiers, my precious soldiers." Her companion grabbed her arm, shouting, "We have to get out of here immediately." She wasn't having any of it, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the nightmare unfolding. They scrambled to escape, but the monstrous worm was relentless, tearing through the battlefield. She looked back one last time, her eyes wide with the trauma of the slaughter. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to keep moving, leaving the carnage behind. She dove toward the light, desperate to escape the suffocating darkness of the tunnel. Back at the estate, the morning sun bathed the building in a deceptive, peaceful glow. Inside, a young lady sat on her bed, clutching letters with a joyful, innocent expression. She spotted Derek and sprinted toward him, shouting, "Derek, Derek." Beaming with tears of joy, she declared, "We haven't completely cut ties." Derek looked at her deadpan and remarked, "I really hate that side of you." She didn't care about his sass, still clutching the precious note in her hands. The letter was a cryptic mess, but it clearly meant the world to her. Derek sighed, his stoic demeanor barely hiding his exhaustion with these noble antics. Elsewhere, two riders approached a massive, imposing manor at sunset. The rider looked grim, clearly aware that they were walking into a dangerous situation. They marched into the hall, flanked by guards, looking like they meant business. Every step echoed through the cold stone corridor as they approached the vault. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a room bathed in long, ominous shadows. There it sat, a mysterious, ancient chest waiting to be unsealed by the wrong hands. He stood before the relic and stated firmly, "I will open it now." As the lid lifted, he noted, "This is the staff that Valerian found inside the labyrinth. The necromantic mana is getting stronger." He realized with horror, the shape of this staff is definitely the staff of rosin that I've only heard about in rumors. Derek stared at the relic, his mind racing as he identified the ominous staff of rosin. He knew this legendary artifact was linked to a 5-star summoner from the ancient war era. Bro really thought he could just open a sealed relic without consequences, but he pressed on. As he touched the lid, the heavy atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. He turned around to face his companions, his expression grim and unreadable. He wasn't having any of it, knowing the danger this discovery posed to everyone present. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appeared, radiating an aura that left everyone speechless. She held the staff with an ease that suggested she was no ordinary mage. The guards watched in silence, sensing that the situation had spiraled out of control. Outside, the night air over Ebelstein grew cold, mirroring the tension within the estate. A man knelt before his superior, his posture radiating deep shame and defeat. He admitted the subjugation of the White Labyrinth was a complete failure. He continued, "Many soldiers lost their lives, as the weight of his words hung heavy. His face was etched with pure agony, clearly haunted by the carnage he witnessed. His companion looked on, completely stunned by the magnitude of the disaster. The superior listened with a cold, calculating gaze, processing the grim report. He stood tall, his presence demanding absolute obedience despite the catastrophic news. The kneeling man shifted, his armor clinking softly in the silent, tense room. He stood up slowly, the sound of his boots echoing against the stone floor. His hand reached out, a gesture that seemed both comforting and strangely possessive. He pulled the man into a firm embrace, silencing his further protests. The man looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of confusion and lingering sorrow. He held him close, offering a strange kind of solace amidst the failure. The superior then stated, "She will be leaving to greet the emperor in a few days." Tears welled up in the man's eyes, his heart clearly touched by the unexpected kindness. He walked away, his white boots clicking rhythmically as he exited the chamber. He reflected, he worried about me and comforted me, feeling completely overwhelmed. He thought my father, who was always so strict. As his perspective shifted, he whispered to himself, did that for someone as weak and incompetent as me. He stood before the door, gathering his courage to face what lay beyond. He knocked firmly, calling out Diella, with a newfound sense of purpose. He waited for a response, his hand hovering near the ornate wooden handle. The door creaked open, revealing a scene he definitely did not expect to see. His eyes widened as he took in the sight of the room's occupant. Inside, Diella was busy painting, her feet kicking playfully in the air. She focused intently on her canvas, unaware of the visitor watching her. The portrait she was creating was a striking, glowing rendition of a familiar face. She looked up with a bright, innocent smile that could melt anyone's heart. She suddenly realized she had been caught, dropping her palette in total shock. He just stood there, wearing a gentle, knowing smile that made her blush furiously. Derek offered a warm, knowing smile, clearly amused by the young lady's sudden, flustered reaction. Caught red-handed, she looked up with an innocent, blushing expression that could melt anyone's heart. He gently teased her, asking, "Did I cause you to make a mistake in your painting?" The brush moved with precision, adding a final, delicate touch to the canvas before them. She scrambled to recover her dropped palette, clearly embarrassed by the tutor's sudden, close presence. Bro really thought he could just watch, but he ended up guiding her hand with ease. The brush strokes flowed perfectly, leaving everyone speechless at his natural, effortless teaching style. He stood by, watching her work with a look of genuine pride in her progress. Derek chuckled, adding, "If you're ashamed of your past, it means you've become much better, right?" He looked at her with a calm, steady gaze that seemed to see right through her. She beamed back at him, her confidence clearly growing under his expert, patient guidance. Walking down the hall, he muttered to himself, "I must become better," with fierce determination. His eyes burned with a new, intense focus that showed he wasn't having any of it. He raised his hand, channeling mana with a flick of his fingers to test his limits. Suddenly, she leaped into the air, surrounded by a swirling, brilliant aura of pure magic. She floated effortlessly, her form glowing as she tapped into her latent, hidden potential. With a confused HM, she realized her control was slipping away into the blue sky. She tumbled through the air, but he was already there, ready to catch her fall. He swept her up in his arms, landing firmly as if it were nothing at all. Derek stared at her, his red eyes calm, while she looked completely flustered and shocked. A nearby maid gasped, waving her arms in a panic at the sight of the scene. She scolded him, shouting, "Touching a noble lady so carelessly. Young men these days." She turned away, her face burning with a mix of annoyance and deep, hidden embarrassment. He stood there, completely unfazed by the outburst, maintaining his cool, professional demeanor. She clasped her hands together, pleading for him to understand her sudden, frantic reaction. Realizing her mistake, she